Okay, friends. Sorry about the daily restart. That is something I wish didn't happen. When a stream goes over 12 hours, I have to restart it. Otherwise, YouTube doesn't save that. So very, very sorry. It kicks people each time. I typically wake up, start the stream, restart it to go to bed, wake up, and another rinse, repeat. I have lost track of how many days I've been doing this. Almost every day. We've had a good community we crafted here. I can't do it without you. I want to thank everybody for the amazing amount of subs and shares and likes. You help me reach people with the fire survival message, fire awareness, fire education, and I can't thank you enough. 1 year ago, on the 6th, so just last week, 1 year ago, I started this fire stream for real, and my videos to this day have 214 views. And if you want to know how much you're making a difference, is look how many views we get now. Hello, good morning, guys. I'm so sorry, I'm a bit sick still, but we'll get through the day. I think I've been doing this 64 days, almost every waking hour for 64 days. So I am quite exhausted, but if firefighters and fire crews can work a very long period of time, I can do it too. And to the best of my own ability. So that's the way I look at it. I'm not complaining tired. I'm proud tired. Hey, Teen Homesteader. Hello, everybody. So first of all, I want to apologize to anybody who got banned on accident. I just became aware yesterday of what has happened. So when we had 1,400 people in here at a time, when Tahoe was under threat, especially that's when we had a big influx of people. I had a huge problem with pornography spamming of bad links and a lot of bad actors, the same type of people that sabotage the Zoom meetings for fire. That crowd, a tiny minority of humanity, came in here trying to sabotage what was going on and draw attention to themselves. So I quickly drafted a lot of people into mods, and I was very touched how many people wanted to help. But I just became aware that when I called for chat silence during the chaos, trying to get to every new update, every new evacuation thing, every new fire, people that actually were contributing and answering the questions that I wanted to were suddenly banned. I wish it said ban, but the new mods that I had drafted didn't know that meant that a person could never speak here again unless they're unbanned. Hide user on the channel means they can't comment on the channel, they can't say anything ever again. I mistakenly thought, and I'm new to YouTube streaming. I mean, I did this last year for about 30 days or so, and then collapsed exhaustion. I was meant to learn about YouTube streaming, but last year's crisis meant that Labor Day crisis meant that I just hit the live button and that was it. And I learned on the fly. So this year I did the same thing. I said I'm not going to stream again until I learn the platform and get some experience. Well, I was just begged to come back, and when I saw Plymouth County was affected, I just went, oh my gosh. Originally, I thought I'd be online for about a week or two. I figured the Dixie fire would be a relatively quick affair for a number of factors, because I thought that they had the previous year's fires, burn scars and such, to in their favor. So I not being there for a long time made me not fail to realize just how bad it could exactly be, and we got unlucky in a series of ways. So here I am 64 days later. I've been live every day since July 14th. Do I still know a whole lot about how YouTube works? Not really. I'm first to admit it. I can either sit there and learn things and not be live, or I can be live and try to learn on the fly. And so my big apologies to everybody. My drafted mods did not understand that hide user on the channel wasn't like hide them for the day or hide them for the hour. It was forever. So I've just looked, and there's a massive amount of people that weren't timed out during chat silence. They were banned from the channel. That's what hide user means. Yes, Dusty. Hi. I just started the stream a second ago. I woke up around 8ish and kind of tried to nap. So my apologies. I'm going to be looking today through the list of people that are banned. I had no idea. I thought that when my mods took an action, I'd get a notification. I thought that YouTube would do that because other platforms do that. I'm more familiar with Twitch and other things. I suddenly stumbled upon it yesterday when I was trying to ban malicious links. You know, there was a bunch of evil malicious link posting on my comments of the videos, not live chat, but the comments after the videos are over. And then I saw this gigantic ban list, and I looked at it and went, oh no, there are people I really, really value, appreciate, and maybe even some donators in the ban list. I'm so sorry. So it's my fault not knowing the platform I'm on well enough, and my fault for not having a formal training session for the mods. It just was too chaotic at the time to do so. So the oh, that's cool, Dusty, that you're here. And good morning, everybody. Well, afternoon now. So anyway, that long story short is I'm sorry that happened. I'm going to try to undo it. Please email me if you got unfairly banned. A lot of my mods had good intentions. And when I initially drafted people, they had no idea what the stream was about, no idea about our sense of humor, no idea about what the buttons did. not that I can criticize. And then they thought they were being totally helpful. Seeing stuff like no talk about conspiracies. They banned a bunch of people who were sarcastically saying maybe it was space lasers, and sarcastic humor is okay, but it doesn't come across well on chat. If you look like you're totally serious, a lot of people got banned. So anyway, that's that. I will try to undo the damage. Please email me if you feel you are unfairly treated. The chat is not the place to do it, and I will try to go through these messages best I can. So yeah, Bolt, that's a good thing. Oh, hello, Crosswave. Hi there. And so well, the moral of the story is I'll try and have a powwow of the mods and try to explain a little bit better about the culture here. It's a support group culture. We welcome innocent questions. We also need to understand that there are a lot of children here that last year we found out when we had 8-year-olds in here that were really doing an awesome job, and 12-year-olds who were acting like citizen reporters, really awesome youth. Yeah, we have a 14-year-old moderator. So we also have people of all walks of life, all immigrants, all different understandings of English, different age groups. We have some honored guests here that are over 100 years of age. So we must be all-inclusive for everybody. Don't assume when somebody's being difficult or failing to understand that they're an English speaker, an adult, and of complete, mental capacity. We're here to help everybody. So hey, good morning. Yeah, and I want to thank all the mods too. This is a hard job. It's not easy. This isn't criticism. I really needed to have had a session where I say, hey guys, this is the way it works, and presented the list of my original supporters. Oh, Team Homesteader, I'm 15 and love watching our videos. Well, I love having you here. Thank you for being here, everybody. I love everybody here, even the people that irritate me and I have to ban eventually. I just am one of those people that I love everybody. I think it's unfortunate that some people might have bad attitudes or want to air out petty grievances here and disrupt things. But at the same time, I understand that a lot of those people are just going through a mental hell and lashing out on the internet. and I'm still sympathetic to what people are feeling. It's just that we have to craft a nice environment here where everybody can feel safe and welcome and get the information they need. So, Alan T, I thought all mods were 14 years old. Oh, shots fired. Wow, Alan. Oh, goodness. Okay, ban him, guys, immediately. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Oh, gosh. Hello, Crosswave. Okay, the next order of business is I wanted to put the missing persons details out there again. Crosswave, I'm still not feeling very well, but I do want to put the photo up of Christina. We're still asking for the community's help, and at the time now that so many people are in shelters and maybe meeting new people, I would like to please get your attention if you could see if you know this woman or have seen her. She may need help, and she's been missing since July 7th. I'm sorry, Crosswave, was it last year? I've got a fever. I don't know if it was this year or last year. And so she was last seen near San Juan, and she may be afraid to come forward. She may have been told by bad people that she's in trouble, but she is not, and her family misses her. So please, if you've seen Christina Zaitseva, I don't know if it's Zaitseva or Zaitseva, I'm sorry. Please tell her mother's trying to find her, and her family misses her. And if you've seen her, please call 530-955-1123. Last year, okay, I'm sorry, Crosswave. The way that a lot of immigrants can live in fear is terrible, a terrible situation in the United States. Oftentimes they are abused by people, and it's full of lies, And unfortunately, our law enforcement system can sometimes put them on the back burner, but they're just important as everybody. So if you have any information, please call this number. And if you know her, please let her know that she's not in trouble and that people want to help her. And later, I want to make it a standalone video when I'm not so when I'm not feverish. But this is one of the best things that we can do right now. And thanks for being here, Crosswave, and being a wonderful supporter. I'm praying every day for your daughter's safe return. We don't really know why she's missing, but a lot of times people are free, but they're scared to come forward, or they're kept in a state of mental captivity because they believe what they're being told, that they can't come forward and can't come for help. So whatever the case is, though, if you have any information, please call that number. So yeah, I hope you're doing okay, Crosswave. Yeah, big hugs, love. I've got some food here, and I need to rest my voice a little bit. I've got a bit of a sore throat still. This sort of a long flu. I feel it's different than how I was sick. I think getting the sinus problem, just when I thought it was over, sort of weakened me to the flu. But I am not. It's not the regular thing. I feel like I've been hit by a truck. So I'll sit here and man the station. If I have to go lay down, then I will. But right now I'm doing pretty good. So yeah, big hugs, thoughts and prayers. So let's go back to monitoring fires. I'm very concerned for the Sequoias and for the Tulare area, Tulare County, and of course other places as well. So yeah, Teen Homesteaders, the smoke from K&P is really heavy east of Fresno. Looks like it. These are the cams of the area. I tried an experiment last couple nights and put up multicams, and then I became too tired to label the cams because I had this elaborate setup where I go, okay, here's this and that fire, and I pressed a button and deleted it and went, okay, that's it. I gotta sleep. But I figured if people were monitoring the alert cams, they could kind of understand which one was which. I still have the radio on. It did stay on all night, as I restarted the stream, it's the one for the Sequoia National Park. However, there's almost no radio traffic on it. So if there's aircraft and somebody knows of a broadcastified channel with aircraft on it right now, let me know. Okay. I don't know if you've heard that beeping. There's some sort of a truck turning around outside. So, Fun Pants, hello. Echinacea 8 times a day. Oh, cool. That's a good idea. I've got some herbals, some herbal remedies. Nothing too fancy, but maybe I should order something like that. I've been working on my nutrition and antioxidants, and the joke is donuts and pizza, but that's because I rarely eat that stuff. That's what the joke is about. I've got lots of almonds and good protein type snacks, and pomegranate juice and good things. I'm trying to work on antioxidants. So unless somebody has if anybody knows about a good broadcastify, I think we should. Oh, thank you so much, Rocksteady. Thanks for the pound on the head. What helps keep me going when I'm this tired is stuff like you are helping. You helped me. You are helping. That is the number one goal here. If you hit the like button, then that really helps me reach more people, because I'm very unknown in Tulare County. I don't think I've covered much down there. Last year's chaotic fires, I did cover a little bit about what was happening, but it was more of a remote wilderness fire compared to the hell landscapes and the cities being erased. That was a whole lot to cover, and so I always want to cover every fire, but there's only so much a human being can do. I expressed wishes that maybe we should have a team of people, that I could cover some, affiliates could cover others, but I don't know anybody else who has the ability to just be every day during the worst fire seasons like I can, or has the fire knowledge and or has streaming knowledge. I have a rare mix of ability and free time. As long as I have donations, I have the free time. The fixing computers and such is something that I can kind of do when I want. And the people that I know about that know about technology, mostly youth, don't know about fires. And the people who know about fires, the retired people who have the time to do it, don't know about technology or have good enough internet to do a stream. Plus, you have to have good enough computer with computer power to do a stream, etc. So if anybody else ever wants to team up and we can take shifts or something like that, do let me know. I would love to have a day off. I don't know how many days it's been since July 14th, but like 64 or something. And there's it's a lot to it's a big tall order, I found out. So the best I can do is best I can do. But what the best way you can help others is if you think that they could benefit from the little thing we got going here. 24 hours a day, almost every day. Wonderful moderators in chat, many of which are firefighters or experts in some form or another, either fire behavior, forestry, and or weather. We have all kinds of experts in chat. Some of them mods, some of them not. There to answer your questions, there to hook you up with links. And then if I'm around, I can turn focus to something new, or look up something for you, or try to interpret something that somebody has a question with. So yeah, that's if you think anybody could benefit from this info, especially people that don't know social media. Oh, thanks, Alan T. Big hugs. Thank you for your kind donation. Please give generously to those who are afflicted. I didn't accept donations last year. I just said that's not right. But last year, I thought that fires might just be over in a couple of weeks. And when I found myself streaming after 30 days and realized I lost income for a month, which is 1/12 of my income of the year, I went, ouch. And I finally realized when people tried to give me money, I said no. I finally realized that fires these days are a long-term commitment. And so as long as I have pocket change, give generously to the victims, and then the leftover pocket change, just constant tips, I can survive on that. I can keep this going. And, if you would like to help donate to the camera fund, I would like to my dream is historical documentary videos, and now fire survival and fire topic videos now, because it's one of those things where I would have been a first responder if my body had not been so frail. And I found with video production, I could become a hero helper. I like that term. So thank you to everybody who has helped make this possible. It's all you guys. I cannot be here 24 hours a day, and most of the information that I get, like breaking news info, is you guys coming into chat saying, I have gotten something on my phone, or I see a new fire in the camera, or I saw something on Twitter. Do participate and let me know what you want to see in the fires, and I will turn the topic to them. But yeah, thank you so much, Alan T, and thank you, my angel mods, that make this all possible. Though I had no idea. It was the biggest surprise to me going viral. A year ago, all my videos had 214 views maximum. I had usually about 8 people to 10 to 18 people in chat. Suddenly, I went viral in the Bay Area because somebody shared me on a forum. And then thousands of people ran in. And I went from 18 views to 18,000. It was just that fast. There was no transition. I've been completely blown away. Thank you, everybody who has subbed. I now have like 6,665 subs. Wow. But know that YouTube, when people are trying to find my channel on YouTube, they may even say Tulare County Fire Info. They may say K&P Fire Info. They may say Mendocino County Fire Info. I don't show up. YouTube algorithms are just really weird. They don't connect you with the information you're seeking. What YouTube connects people with is videos that are already popular and channels that are already popular. Coming from the bottom is extremely hard. And that's why when Paradise was happening, nobody in Paradise knew that I was live except for like 20 people. So it's all you guys. 89 to 86% of people are finding the videos because of direct links in social media. So if you have Facebook, if you have Twitter, and you can really help reach other people saying, hey, Kathryn's here covering fires and has fire info. I'm not going to say that number. Anyway, maybe it is a good sign. I mean, you have to pass that number at some point. It means we're growing, right? Oh wait, Crosswave. Oh, thank you. I'm so sorry. I meant to make this video for you sooner. Thank you so much for the kind donation. And if you guys want to meet me, we're getting closer and closer to the day where I will go back down to California. I'm in the Pacific Northwest right now with this triumphant camera. You guys are helping me reach with the camera goal, and I want to interview survivors, get their take on things. If you have stories, please email me at kathryn.davidson.wildfires@gmail.com. I'm very behind in the emails. I'm trying to catch up. And please include your story. Tell me if you want me to read it out loud. Can be fire related, history related, or related to anything. I just like my viewers and want to socialize. And if you want to remain anonymous or have something like that, just make it very, very clear, because I'm sometimes getting mail and I don't know if I'm supposed to read it out loud or if it's somebody's private survival story, and I don't know what to do about that sometimes. If you share pictures, if you have pictures out your back window or of a fire, please do share them too. And tell me in the chat that you just did that. Otherwise, I see pictures a week later and go, uh-oh, I should have shown those. And I'll be happy to share them. If you want to remain anonymous or if you want to be credited, just make that abundantly clear and say you have my permission to use the pictures. That's all I need. But I appreciate everybody who's done that. This has been pretty incredible how we look at cameras and we look at maps and we say, what's going on with such and such fire? And somebody in chat goes, it's out my back window here. And then we know what's going on. So that's been wonderful. So I'm going to start out and make sure the map is okay. But I think maybe we should start with some videos, unless there are breaking news situations. I just sort of woke up. My food just went totally cold on the plate. I keep forgetting it's there. I think maybe we should start with some of the morning updates. Something like that. Yeah, J.E. Cat says, I only came over after a storm chaser gave me the link in an industrial goth music stream. Now that's a new one. That's a new one. So I can also walk people through setting up emergency alerts on phones. I mean, tech support kind of casually is what I do for a living. I don't know anything about an iPhone or a Mac, but I will stop and walk through people setting up stuff on the phone. Any kind of question like that, emergency alerts are extremely important. And right now it's a little complicated to set them up. So all that sort of thing is what we can help with. So I will set this up right here. I need a darker background. Okay, I don't see a whole lot of heat detections except the scary one down here. The situation it was is KNP. So we'll be looking at that. Is there? You're a goth? That's cool. That's cool. I have a gothic heart. I'm kind of a mix between, internally Victorian gothic and medieval. So you'll love my my spooky tales idea that I have. I was going to have a October is when I wanted to do this. Can you believe that? It's coming up upon us. I was going to read things like Sleepy Hollow and Edgar Allan Poe and that sort of thing for bedtime spooky tales. And I have a really cool costume of a crushed velvet red cloak with a black hood. And I think if you're into that, definitely hit the subscribe button. I want to read American classic tales and such too. I'm really into Washington Irving and those sorts of things, history tales. So do we have a video update? Do we have a video update on DK and Pete? Sorry guys, once again, I've got a fever. I'm hoping to hey NorCal Jim, hey everybody. Sorry the chat went by and I need to scroll up and greet everybody. So hi Ellen, hi Bo, hey GCat, hey Teen Homesteader, hey Randy, hey Nicole, hey John Stoker, hey Dusty, hey Frank Presley, hey Bolt, hey What, hey Smitty, hey Crosswave, hey Rocksteady, and hey all you lurkers. Okay, I think I covered everybody. Hey Fun Pants, hey Leslie, and hey Susan, hey Big Hugs too. Praying for everybody. And I think that's it. And lurkers. So, here's the donation link. I'm sorry, here I tell people to donate and forget the link. It's always there, pinned to the top of the chat, unless I completely forget like that. So, remember, I just just pocket change after giving generously to the people there. I appreciate everybody helping us keep going. I would have had to stop a long time ago. I think 2 weeks would have been the limit that I could have done without really having an income or having a life or anything. I certainly couldn't have done this without anybody in chat allowing me to. Oh hey, David Irwin. Okay, hello. Oh hey, Bugs. Hi. I couldn't have done it without you guys helping me keep track. And right now, I think what we need to do is a K&P update. And if anybody doesn't know what that term means, a lurker. What the heck? A lurker is a person who never who's in the video but won't say hi. Usually, it's people who can't be bothered to have a YouTube account. They're just like, I don't want to sign up for that, and they can't. You have to have an account to talk. So, but it's friendly. It's not a derogatory thing. It's a friendly, affectionate term from the internet to describe people that just don't participate in chat but just watch. So we have a Sequoia National Park. I was on pins and needles for this last night. There's a meeting at 5 p.m. Oh, good. It will be live streamed here. We thought there was one last night because they had told us at that very grim meeting, the very grim one that was one of the most sad that I've ever seen. You know, we thought we were going to skim it last night or yesterday. And, because it's a 45-minute community meeting, and it had bad audio as well. And I was thinking, man, we'll just get the little bits of info. And turns out we were riveted to the whole thing. Just nothing positive came. There was just almost nothing in the form of good news, because this is going to be an extreme challenge for them to come out ahead. For us to come out ahead. The KNP is poised to not only erase towns and history and incredible old growth trees, some of the last in the United States that are just kind of untouched wild, of a particularly somewhat rare species, the sequoias, which were very abundant at the time of the Ice Age, but the glaciers kind of destroyed most of their habitat by sitting on top of the Sierras and the Cascades, and this is one of those little pockets that where redwoods and sequoias, fire-resistant trees in general, still remain. They're very ancient. I mean, that type of conifer was their similar ancestors were dinosaur food, and while they have a super resistant bark, fire-resistant bark, there is they usually come out ahead much better in wildfires. Their big weakness, their kryptonite, is a mega drought, which weakens them and makes them so dry that fire can just sometimes take a hold, especially in their crowns. The dry branches, I was speaking with wildland firefighters. The public may not understand just how much at risk some of the biggest trees in the United States and the oldest in the world, biggest trees and oldest in the world, depending on height, volume, whatever you want to call it. But they're beloved, and they're right here, right where the fire's edge is. So yesterday, when we had that meeting, and we read the 72-hour up outlook, it was just nothing but grim, really. These lightning strikes have shown up on the doorstep. These strikes down here and a little bit off screen down there are too close for them to call for help and get much help before the fire's upon them. That goes for the communities as well. The Three Rivers, Oak Grove, and the beloved this section right here, this area with the giants, Pinewood, and they're called, all these giant trees were named after generals of the Civil War for some reason. Don't ask me why. 1800s. So like the General Sherman tree is one of the largest living things and oldest living things on Earth. If you've ever seen the giant sequoias, if you haven't, you have to go. If you have, you know what I'm saying. but the people who have never seen them before just can't understand their incredible power. Just being in their presence, you're just struck with awe. I've never seen anybody who wasn't. But this is one of the very few times, a couple times a century, they are vulnerable during a summer season to fire because of drought. And the drought's here, and it could be very soon that this area is impacted. Am I just focusing on trees? No, we're very concerned for Three Rivers, Oak Grove, Silver City, and the secondary Julie Reservation down here, the Windy Fire. When we were watching and hoping that the rain would come, we had wet lightning most places, but dry went dotting the landscape all the way up towards Tahoe. And at Tahoe, they got a handle on things, partially because there were so many fire crews there. Down here, there was a skeleton crew, and they've called for help, and there's nobody to answer. All of California is already busy. Every day there's new fires. Yesterday, day before in Mendocino County, and others. They've called for the Rocky Mountain strike teams. They've called on other parts of the country, but there's been hurricanes. Those fire crews are helping, water rescues and saying, not like we have a lot of extra people. So the problem is, help is coming, but it may really be too late, and these may get significantly established. Yeah, absolutely, Dusty. These are the GOES detections, which are very frightening, showing it flaring up. But here's the modus and views. Now we have characteristic straight lines that sometimes indicate that there's been backfiring, and what they announced at the meeting is basically if the fire does cross the river, catastrophe awaits. They don't have existing lines to go into. There's not many roads. This is some of the world's most steep and rugged terrain, and when I say that, people don't understand until they see images like that. So you have Three Rivers down there to the right, and here's the Paradise Fire. And how are you supposed to make roads? How are you supposed to make dozer lines? And how are you supposed to do it quickly enough to protect the community? They have very limited options here. Their best hope was to continuously slam with aircraft, retardant lines, and to keep them contained temporarily, like an animal in a wooden cage, a strong animal, but in a wicker basket, right? That would temporarily hold him until he breaks out. But we've been seeing the fires trying to break out. It seems like they did last night and cross the river. So it's just looking grim. I wanted to know if there are any new evacuations. But the amount of fire crews right now on the KNP, excuse me, let me go on the InsaWeb. It's just low, and it's staying low. Same thing for the Windy. Unfortunately, these particular lightning strikes that took off, they were able to extinguish some others, are just too close to communities and really vulnerable treasures like the Sequoias for help to arrive on time. Yesterday we had more bad news where aircraft peeled away to do Mendocino County fires, and the smoke was too bad for them to lay down more retardant to keep it in check. So I believe it broke out late last night. Paradise broke out late last night. Now they announced that they may have to do desperate backfiring. That's a Hail Mary pass. We have nothing to lose. Fire's coming anyway. They may have to. Normally, backfiring is done under careful situations when the wind and weather is perfect, and when there's a lot of fire crews on the ground and in the air, ready to make sure it doesn't get out of control. When you have a skeleton crew and there's really nothing else to do, they shouldn't really be criticized because they'll light the fires where they know the fire's going to go anyway. But under better circumstances, in a desperate move to try to make scorched earth in front of the fire to get it to stop or slow down, or at least to burn the landscape in front of it in the quieter periods of the night or morning when it's less likely to be fierce. And that allows them to hold lines like the few existing roads. So I'm looking at the KNP complex info right now. There's only 130 personnel. That's it. They're typically split between a day and night crew. And when the fires were first getting bad a couple days ago, they didn't have a night crew. I hear it was more like a night scouting team. And they did try something. They went up to the colony and they laid 5,000 feet of hose up really steep terrain, ready to do something, and they found out they just arrived too late and had to abandon that. So it's just been one heck of a nightmare. This is about the worst kind of situation you can have. Mega drought, fires next to inhabited areas, fires next to treasures of the world that have been alive, trees that have been alive since the Bronze Age, and no way to really get help in time to help the situation. Plus, we have other complications, like on the Windy especially. We have the burn scar of last year's massive SPQ, or SQF. If it reaches that would be like a powder keg. All these trees in here are mostly dead, and their trunks have been rotting and drying out for a year. So you'd have one massive inferno, way worse than last year's fire, if the new Windy fire reaches it. It's weather reports aren't terrible at the moment, but they're not going to be good. They're not great, they're not terrible, right? But around Thursday, we might have 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts with a cold front. So we're going to have to analyze this and see just how bad things are looking. But to have 130 people now on with the K&P now exceeding 3,000 acres in the steep, rugged terrain, this is extremely bad. So I want to see, do we have an update? We'll have a 5 p.m. community meeting. We have a 3-hour ago post. The Chile Sheriff's Office, Chile County Sheriff's Office. There's an Antelope Fire one. Okay. I want to know if evacuations have changed. I was looking at the map. There's an evacuation map for it. It's been linked in chat, but if you need it again, let me know. Let's see if we have a sheriff's office post at all. Hang on, guys. Then I'm going to take a little bit of time to eat. Let's go to Tulare County Sheriff's Office. See how tired I am. Okay. So, oh no. Okay, so there's mandatory evacuation right now of Sycamore within Sequoia National Park. Evacuation order means immediate threat to life and property. That was issued 2 hours ago. So people are asking, is Three Rivers under mandatory evacuation orders? And the answer is not yet. And just like I was saying yesterday, the day before, if anybody is near Three Rivers or about that area, and Oak Grove, expect that this will go mandatory. There's really nothing else good that indicates that won't happen. So I would be telling people, don't just be prepared to leave. Start leaving. Start getting your stuff out. Start making your arrangement. Check on your neighbors. Make sure your neighbors know that it's really more than likely going to be an order, and to think of it that way. Prepare your property. Prepare to visit people. Prepare for the worst too. Get everything out that you need that can't be replaced, that you can. And then it may be for no reason. It may be that better situation develops and there's freak favorable weather or help arrives or something happens. But it is best to be prepared for the worst, so you're not taken surprised by the worst. So the Sycamore. Let's see where this is. I don't know if this is campground or community. Tulare County, California, but new evacuation orders. That's Tulare. Oh, it's like Sycamore Street. Is it Sequoia National Forest or Park? I don't. There's a park and a forest, and that's partially confusing. If a local knows. Okay, so it looks like it's east. Let's put on structures. That may be evacuating people who were recreating or something. There's Mineral King, Cabin Cove, and Silver City. But if I'm reading this right, then that would be east, to the east of the Paradise portion of the complex. I don't know if they've merged together. It kind of looks like they have. But this is right about where they thought that it would happen, that it would cross slightly to the west, across the river here, and the great trees are threatened the most from here. But this is a ladder. This is a ladder for the fire to come up. We also know that it's expected, probably within today or tomorrow, expected is the Paradise Fire to go to this ridge. Excuse me, I need the pen. Go to this ridge because this is a climb for it, and then it can plunge down. Something called rollout is where burning debris plunges down a hill and lights the stuff at the base, and that's one heck of a steep drop off. We hope that the little communities here like Cabin Cove and Silver City will make it in the history, but like I said, guys, this is not the best news. So Wotho, I have dislikes. That's news to me. I can't see that while we're broadcasting. I think I'd have to open my own. I think I'd have to open my own channel. But yeah, there's been a lot of people who came in here with a bunch of agendas. They wanted to preach to people, to tell them to repent, and I said, no, you can go ahead and tell people that prayers are sent and say I care about people, but this is not the place to put religious pressure. I've also said this is not the place for you to talk about your conspiracy theories and upset people, and they complained that I was squelching their free speech. No, you do have free speech. Make your own channel and talk about what you want. I made my own channel and I talk about what I want. You're taking away my freedom of speech if you try to dominate. And there's been a lot of people here that were inappropriate and started yelling at children. And so that's not tolerated. And also not tolerated is scaring people. There's a lot of people who came in here with good fire info, but just terrified people, saying that town's going to be erased. And I said, that's not right. You're not a psychic. And I tried to make light of it, but people were like, no, this is going to happen. And I said, no, it's not. It's a possibility. We're here to tell people the best case scenario, middle ground, and the worst case scenario. We are not here to make psychic predictions. And those people just had to go. And so they got pretty angry. Other people whined and moaned because they wanted to drop F-bombs and use their freedom of speech, and that's actually the Supreme Court ruled that vulgarity is not freedom of speech. And that's not appropriate for a family thing. Other people want to talk about drugs. That's against YouTube's policy. I will get my channel banned. I will get discontinued by YouTube. I have to obey the rules. And so people have been really upset. Other people decided that they wanted to publicly embarrass people here on the chat instead of privately talk to me about a personal issue. And I refuse to do that. That's not good leadership. You have a personal issue with a mod or somebody in chat, you email it to me. I'll try to figure out what happened. But I refuse to take sides to a conversation I couldn't see. After I wake up, I can only see a couple hours of chat. If something happened 6 hours ago, I can't see it. Some people are like, ban that person, they were mean. And I'm like, okay, do you have a screenshot or something to show me? No. Well, then how do I know? So the other dislikes were completely mentally ill people who accused me of preaching anti-God messages, and I have no idea where that comes from. I've always allowed thoughts and prayers. A bunch of atheists trampled in, and they said, prayer doesn't work. Prayer is the most useless thing on earth. And I said, your attitude is the most useless thing on earth, actually. So I said, if you're going to attack people for spreading love in the world and saying that they care, saying, hey, I'm praying for you is a social support method. If you're against that and you want to sit here and turn this fire stream into atheist platform go away. And so I made a whole bunch of people angry by just trying to remind them what the channel's about, which is fire info, education, and a support group. Other people tried to express feelings of sadness and fear, and they got laughed at, so I kicked those people out immediately. If you're a jerk, you don't belong here. These rules are really simple. Is it positive? Is it supportive? Is it helpful? Then you should speak. If it's not, then what are you doing here on the positive, supportive, helpful channel? I've also been hated because I tell people the worst case scenario is possible. I told people 300-foot flames are headed towards your community. I told that the people of Westwood, Canyon Dam, who did not evacuate because we were seeing that on our cams. Somebody decided to write a hate letter campaign and put that all over forums saying that I didn't know how to read FLIR cameras. So what I did is I called up firefighters and said, is it possible to have 300-foot flames? Am I reading the cameras correct? They said, yeah, you are. That person's crazy. 300-foot flames happen all the time, especially with trees that are 100 feet tall. The Sequoias here are 275 feet tall. They could generate flames that are probably from their top of their crown 3 feet. Usually something that burns can generate a flame twice its own height. So what we could have here is one of the biggest infernos we've ever seen in living memory. Only old timers, like 100-year-olds, 90-year-olds, may have seen old growth burn like this before. So it's a very scary situation. So I don't know why people get this upset, but a lot of people do. But when you're getting dislikes, that usually means you're actually reaching people. The nice thing is that I'm reaching people. Looking at the amount of views we've had, it's less than 0.1% of people that actually came in here disruptive. So when you look at a video that's had like 20,000 views, and you only had to ban 5 people, that's okay. That's totally fine. That's awesome. It's the internet. Everybody can express themselves the way they want, as long as it's appropriate. So, here's a troll. Leadership. I think of myself as a leader, and I just got trolled on that. Oh my gosh. Yeah, when I have 1,000 people in my chat, and I'm walking through people with a crisis, I call that leadership. I'm not there on the ground. I'm a hero helper. Anybody who has anybody under their management is their leader. I don't know what else to say. I've had people volunteer. I've had hundreds of people come and help on things. And guess what? I'm here at the top organizing it. That's called leadership. So I don't know what your issue with that is, honestly. I don't know why you're here. Funny you think of yourself as a leader. I don't know why you're here, honestly. So I don't care about dislikes. That's okay. I just find them interesting, but I was just answering the question. So the fire here is it's a pretty bad situation. I'm really sorry that you interrupt what's important to go and to draw attention to yourself in chat with criticism and whatever. But I'm surprised as anybody to find myself in a leadership position. I didn't plan that. But, here I am. I was asked to be here. So I'm happy to do whatever I can. The Sequoia National Park, what we have is, did somebody have an answer to my question about where Sycamore is? Is it a region of the park? Is it like a community? Was I there correctly on the map? Because it seems to be east of Silver City, but northeast of it. Or am I supposed to look elsewhere on the map? Because that's what I was trying to find. There's so many places in California with different names, and sometimes, like when I was covering the Dixie, I was so remiss. People just told me, "Hey, what's going on at Grizzly Flats?" And I was in the middle of broadcast about the Dixie, and I said, "Nothing." As I looked over at Greenhorn, that's where Grizzly Flats is, at Grizzly Peak in Plumas County. There's a Grizzly Flats area, there's a Grizzly Peak, and there's another Grizzly something. California has a bad habit of having a ton of its places the same name. There's more than one Strawberry, California. It's the size of Italy. Am I familiar with every square inch of it? Absolutely not. Anything below San Francisco, I barely traveled in. So you guys, the way you can help me is tell me, nope, it's not that Sycamore, it's that. If somebody had told me it's in El Dorado County, I would have been right there the moment the Caldor was having that crisis. But a bunch of people said, "Hi, what's going on in Grizzly Flat?" And I was already looking at it. I was already looking directly at Plumas County, looking at Grizzly Peak, saying, "Nothing, I don't know what you're talking about." So if you do want me to look at something, a specific cam, a specific town, please tell me county and which fire. That'll really be really helpful. So oh, hi, Paul. Hello, how are you? So what I can gather, though, from what CalTopo is telling me, that's east of Silver City. I don't know where. This might be a campground. This might be a popular trail. I know that people out here are very vulnerable who are hikers, who might be recreating. Don't assume people know about these fires. A lot of times people unplug on purpose. I've had people come in and chat and say, "Hey, I've been hiking in this area. What's up? I see smoke." And I'm like, "What do you mean, what's up? That's the monument fire, man." And they're like, "Really?" "Oh, we just thought maybe there was some burning going on." And I said, yeah, no, get out of there." And they were like, "Really?" I'm like, "Yeah, do you see what we're seeing?" And they said, "Well, the whole point was to unplug." That may not be good during a mega drought. It's good during normal seasons, but I would suggest to hikers at least plug in once a day in the afternoon or something, because fires can be breaking out anywhere. There's so much smoke in California that people may not realize they're new or they're dangerous to them. So do your texts. Do you know somebody recreating in the wilderness that might be near a wildfire right now? Text them. Try to get a hold of them. If you can't, you may want to call the sheriff's office anywhere near one of these fires, because all of them have the potential to become a mega right now in a mega drought. So another lesson is, don't forget your neighbors. If you're preparing to evacuate or you feel uncomfortable, no matter what time of night it is, go bang on that door, go call. We've been seeing calls for evacuations after 10 p.m. Too frequently here. So I know, Harley Ryder, I'm frightened about this, but the K&P, unless it could be roped in really soon with a lot of aircraft, I don't see how it will be anything but a really big deal really soon. Heavy rains, snows are just not coming down the pipe. So it's the only thing that's favorable right now is at least the weather's getting colder. But we had a particularly warm November when Paradise burned down in 2018. So what's going on? Did anybody else lose the stream? No, I don't see anything but healthy connection. So yeah, we also don't do that. That's against the chat rules, is we don't spread rumors about who started things. If you come here with information about, like, I know what caused fires, or I know that this or that happened, or you have to back it up with an official source. This is not the place for rumor type things that's running around there on the internet. So I have to remind people of chat rules every once in a while. If you say I know what caused one or what happened, then you have to back it up with a link to where we could verify your information. So the update that I'm looking for, we do know that 2 hours ago, mandatory evacuations for Sycamore. I honestly don't know where that is in Tulare County. It may be northeast of Silver City. It's hard for me to know these places. I've been to see the General Sherman tree, but man, that was in childhood. So if you have stream problems, yeah, if it was a YouTube issue, that's interesting. You can restart YouTube app or refresh the page. If it's ever buffering, you can lower use the gear icon and lower the stream setting to 720p or even lower if you don't have good internet, especially if you have metered connection or something. That'll be brutal. Or if you're on the cell phone data, lower that to the lowest possible resolution you can. So, but this is our GOES satellite detections. We are pretty blind to what's going on because of the smoke, and that means there's not really going to be any aircraft. That's the bad thing. But we want to watch videos. We just don't seem to have one for the KNP unless I've missed it, because we only have the community meeting yesterday. There's going to be a community meeting tonight at 5. The pictures and such don't look particularly new, but if there's a specific KNP Facebook or social media, then let us know. That's the one I'm really concerned for. We have some other videos. Let's just start the video roundup while I reheat my reheated food. There's an antelope warning update that happened 3 hours ago. So let's go ahead and do that message. Let's update it. So let's do video roundup. Video roundup antelope. Hashtag antelope fire warning update. Let's play. Oh, let me make sure that the volume is going to be okay. Yep, turn on volume. There we go.
Hi, I'm Heather McRae, Operations Section Chief with California Team 10, here with an update from the Antelope Fire on September 14th. We'll start on the south and west side of the fire. Still do have just a little bit of heat in the Haight Mountain area. Crews have been in there mopping up for a couple days now. Just have really deep duff in there, so they're continuing to find some heat, and that work will continue today. They're also continuing in the interior of the fire, falling hazard trees to make it safe for folks to get in and out of there. Up on the northeast side of the fire, we do continue to have heat in the Tamarack area. The folks were in there yesterday, and they'll be back in there today, continuing with that mop up. Moving along to the north, mop up continues in the vicinity of the 15 road, going up to Three Sisters. That's progressing well. Still finding pockets of heat along the line, but folks are continuing to work in there. Up in the Bonita Lake, Bonita Butte area, we have quite a few junipers that are continuing to hold heat. However, every day it gets less and less, and the crews continue their work in there. Up on the north part, on this ridge and the finger that did make a run to the north a few days ago, still some junipers along the edge that we continue to work. However, on the east side, that's looking really good. Got into the grass in there, and with the precip, that really stopped that fire spread. We do have crews that continue to walk that edge just to ensure there is no heat, but as you can see, we continue to put black line on the map. Continuing down through the park, things are looking good in there, and that black line will continue to progress to the south today. Down in the 4 Mile Hill down to Grouse Hill, there still is some heat along that line. That's just really rugged terrain with the lava flows that are in there. So crews continue to work in there, just are having a difficult time walking through there, and there's lots of crevices for them to work. So they will be back in there today. Yesterday we did have one spot across our line in the crater glass flow area. We had hose in there on that line, so we were able to get folks in there real quick, get that spot contained and mopped up. So work will continue along that line today. We're also continuing with the prep along the 49 road and the 77 road in case we need to use that as a holding feature. And then we're also doing prep along the 48 road. That work started yesterday and that'll continue today, again just as a backup plan if we need to use that as a holding feature. We're also continuing to keep eyes on Medicine Lake. So far no issues, no concerns in there. The fire remains a few miles away from the lake. However, we do have folks that continue to patrol in there and just make sure that we have folks available should we need to utilize additional resources in the Medicine Lake area. Continuing down the line, just to the north, a little Mount Hoffman. Yesterday morning, we did have 5 spots across our dozer line in there. Again, got resources in there fairly quickly. Had helicopters doing bucket drops in there for a few hours. Did get those spots picked up. We do still have a bit of heat along that line. That dozer line is not really straight. There's a lot of bends in it, and so a lot of area to cover, but we do have hose along that entire line, and we got additional engines in yesterday that we're putting in there to make sure that mop up continues. We are getting some drier weather over the next couple of days, so definitely keeping our eyes on all the lines that we have, making sure that we are patrolling. We have eyes in the sky as well, keeping a lookout for any concerns along the fire's edge, and then getting folks in there. Looking further out for the weather forecast, potentially Saturday into Sunday, we're looking at a chance of rain, so that will help us out as well. That'll conclude the update for today. If you have any questions, please comment on the post and we'll get your questions answered. Thank you.
Okay, I've got the foods. Do we have another video update? What the heck? Wild dogs? Facebook, what do you think I want to watch? This is the weirdest thing. Okay, so let's look at more video updates. We should have the morning update for the Dixie, talking about a little bit of rain. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. On the antelope fire, that would be good. I can't wait to check the weather. If we can have rain coming, that would be amazing. So we have, for other news in Klamath National Forest, there's something I could read, but I've got food in front of me. I'm looking for videos right now, so let's check with Dixie and Caldor morning operational updates. That would be YouTube for, oh gosh, and I didn't even watch last night's, that's what we forgot to do, watching last night's Dixie Fire evening update. Now that is on YouTube, I believe. So I'm going to go to California Incident Management Team 1 is back on Dixie, right? So I think it's their page. Did the Incident Management Team change actually? Because I don't see one for this morning. Did they? Oh yeah, did they just change? We could go to Cal Fire Lassen, and check that out. The Lassen Modoc unit. And they lifted the evacuation warning for Shasta County Zone 12. Oh, that's good news. But do they have the update videos? Yeah, 4 hours ago. Here we go. Let's go for Dixie.
Good morning. My name is Mario Gomez. I'm the Operations Section Chief on California Incident Management Team 1. I'll give you your morning update for the east zone of the Dixie fire. Today we're going to start with the area around Taylorsville. Resources are diligently mopping up, securing any of the red that you guys see on the map here. So we got crews out patrolling and mopping up this hand line and addressing any areas of concern that have potential to threaten the control feature. Coming around into Division Romeo, which is on Grizzly Ridge, resources also continue to strengthen our control lines there. And the area in red that you see here is our emphasis in Division Romeo. They're in there actively mopping up aggressively, trying to get about 150 feet in, secured, so we can turn this section of the control line black. Coming down into the Lake Davis area, resources are patrolling this section of the fire. We haven't had any smokes that are threatening our control line, and that goes all the way down across Turner Ridge and back down into Dixie Valley. This section that you guys see here in Dixie Valley up to Dixie Mountain is also being aggressively mopped up. Resources are addressing any smokes that are visible from the line, again shooting for the 150 feet mopped up, and that continues all the way up to Dixie Mountain Lookout. Coming up to the Beckworth Complex fire scar, this area of the fire is black, so we're just monitoring that by air. And coming into Division Papa in the 395 corridor, the two sections of red that you see here is our emphasis for today, day shift. Resources are going to be in there actively mopping up, securing that fire so we can get this section of the line turned black as well. Coming up into Division Oscar, this section of the fire back to the Beckworth, back to the Walker fire scar is in a patrol status. There hasn't been any reported smokes, no heat that could threaten the control line. I'll jump up to Janesville. This section of the fire is in patrol status. Resources are patrolling the fire. They're available along the 395 corridor for calls for service to address any smokes that are visible that are called in by the public. So this is looking really good as well. Come in here to the Division November, which is Fruit Growers Boulevard. Resources continue to patrol. We haven't had any calls for service, any reported smokes in here in 4 days, so this is looking really good as well. Coming all around into Dyer Mountain, the same goes for this area. Resources are patrolling. Haven't had any smokes reported, and all the hose and equipment has been backhauled back to ICP. Dropping down into Indian Valley, same for Indian Valley. Resources are patrolling. They've already completed all the backhaul. They're available to respond to calls for service in here as well. And coming down into Whiskey, X-ray, same goes for this. Everything is being patrolled and mopped up, and resources are staffing available for calls for service, and that holds true for the entire section of the southern section of the east zone all the way to Story. And that's the end of your morning report. Thanks and have a good day.
Okay, that's our Dixie East Zone. Now, did the management team change? Because every once in a while I can't find a video. Here's the video list for CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 1. And here's yesterday's upload video. The strange thing is I've come across this. There's playlists, there's videos, there's the home of the channel. And I see their old ones, and I refresh it, and it doesn't do anything. But then somebody says, here it is. It gives me a link, and it's right there somewhere. So the newest videos are supposed to be at the top. That's for the 13th. Since it is the 14th, here's why I do this. I type that in the box, and then I type in 09, 14, 21, and sometimes it goes to a video. And it's like, what? But these videos are not all in one place. It's whatever management team is assigned to the West Zone. Usually there's just one, and that's the duration of the fire. But this fire's been going on so long, it's gone from 1 to 3 and back to 1. Now, which one is on it now? Is it number 3 again? Somebody says it's only on Facebook. Really? Okay, so we just looked at Last National Forest, which is East Zone. So I just did look at the Facebook for Last Modoc. So did I miss something? The Cal Fire Last in Modoc, you'd think it would be right there. And all we had was a sheriff's office update, lifting a warning, and then evacuation warnings. Did I just not scroll down enough? Here's some more maps. East Zone update. Maps. Smoke outlook. Update. Baha! Oh, nope. See, that was 7:30 p.m. last night. The West Zone update, which I believe we saw. So, am I missing something? I mean, that we're going back into the past 17 hours. It should just be Paul, the reason why so many people want to recall the governor is because he screwed the Paradise victims over by protecting PG&E, which started the Dixie fire pretty much with their equipment, and started the Paradise fire, started the Zog fire. And when it looked like the PG&E was going to go bankrupt paying the victims fairly, he signed legislation to, instead of the outgoing governor, to limit the liability of PG&E, and it authorized raising the rates on the victims to pay the victims, so that the company was bailed out. And that's the rage against PG&E and the governor. So I don't get political. I don't care what side of the aisle that you're on. You screw Paradise victims like that, including my brother and a lot of people I know. I think you're just going to get more of the same if you have the same leadership and power. So that's he also, according to NPR and Cap Radio's investigations, told the public that he increased the fire budget by millions. In fact, he slashed fire prevention budget by $150 million this year. So that is the rage against the governor. It's not, oh, we don't like Democrats or something. It's how dare you. So we don't get political, but Paradise victims wanting to explain how leadership failed them. I mean, that's it. To me, that's a justice issue. It's not political. But explaining the situation, and people can do the research themselves, find out how deep the rabbit hole goes. The reason that PG&E has started more than 1,500 fires in California and basically stays afloat and keeps doing it, even though they've been convicted of manslaughter and the deaths of almost 100 people in the Zog fire and Paradise fire. They survive, and they can continue starting fires and killing people because they get a hand slap. They're protected by powerful people. So when we're looking at what causes fires, it's just cause and effect. If you want to prevent them from getting big, you have to have people in power in charge of the budget who actually care and tell the truth to people. If you elect more of the same, you get more of the same. So my general advice is, I am not here to tell you who to vote for or bring up the topic. I'm here to report, which is why people are that enraged, why I'm that mad. A leader would take responsibility and say we can do better. Instead, Instead, what we had from both sides of the aisle last year was pointing fingers at each other and yelling. And then in presidential debates, we didn't have the wildfires even mentioned. So my official advice is get new people in leadership to get new results with fires. And that's it. Who should you vote for? Well, whoever takes responsibility, says we can do better, and has a plan. Those three things. So that's it. But if you want to do your own research, ABC 10 explains it best with the firepower and money thing that links politics to these fires to the power company. So it's disgusting. It's disgusting. PG&E has been killing people since 70s. Aaron Brockovich, or even earlier. But Flint, Michigan style covering up, poisoning well water with their chemicals and giving people rare cancers and poisoning communities. I mean, their lack of safety culture of indifference to killing and causing massive fires is just coming to a head. It's coming to a boil. So I can tell you why the community's enraged. But right now we want to cover the fires. I don't want to start a debate, and I do not endorse candidates. I haven't even looked at too many. All I can give you is the advice that nothing will change if the people in power are the same. That's just the way it works. So I do encourage everybody to register to vote and exercise their right. You will not get change if you sit around and think, oh, people are too powerful, there's no way to change anything. That's downer talk, and we don't allow it. Your vote matters. Now, I've been to countries where there is no vote. A lot of people here take it for granted. So the thing is that we don't allow raging debate. We don't blame sides. We don't blame parties. We don't blame individuals. We don't blame groups. We don't blame left. We don't blame right. We take responsibility. A lot of the situation we can change if we do that and say, hey, we were asleep at the wheel. Wrong people got elected who are maybe right for other issues, but on the fire issue, it's clear that there's got to be a huge shakeup. So why would you vote for somebody who's good on other issues if the state's on fire? It's why elect a good Roman official if Rome is on fire, right? So that's the chat rules. So let's go back to our videos. Did I miss something? Where is Cal Fire last in Modoc? Where is the which incident management team are we supposed to find, and where's the video? So the let's see. Yeah, exactly. You have to be very careful on who you vote for. Don't cave into the fact that anybody's better. Actually, you could always elect somebody worse. There's always somebody worse out there than your favorite. I don't like this politician. Make sure never do political change or leadership change or even agitate for any sort of change if you don't have a better backup. Never remove anybody from power or topple any government or change anything unless you have somebody better to replace that with. That's the thing that like rioters and anarchists and such don't get. It's like, okay, so now what? When you remove who you don't like, do you have somebody better to replace things with? And if the answer is crickets, just think ahead. That's all I gotta say. Just think ahead. Now, it is true though. It's just a simple matter of fact thing. If you vote the same, you get more of the same. So you better be happy with what the same is on any issue. It's just common sense. I wish that fires had nothing to do with state politics or federal politics, but it's everything to do with them. Why is there nobody here on the KNP fire? Why is there 130 people? And they need more. Why on the Monument fire? Why on the hay press and the river complex and over there? Why was there less than 100 people? The budget, the staff. I mean, why is there only 22 large aerial tankers and usually operational at once in the United States? Budget. Who's in charge of budget? Unfortunately, that's political. I don't take sides. Just understand your vote matters. Exercise your right and tell people. If you find somebody with a good solution, get out there and support them. They're probably a little guy. It's probably somebody who's just a concerned citizen and not a pro politician. Whoever, Little Smith, time for him to go to Washington, sort of thing. So yeah, exactly, Smitty. So you brought down the old order. Now what? That's a good quote. Is that from a movie? That sounds like a good quote. So nobody's answered my confusion. I don't think. I may have to scroll back up. Let's go to a different fires update if we have more videos to watch. Let's go to Caldor. And then I'll try to figure out why I can't find a video for Dixie West Zone. Their morning operational briefings with Mike Wink were just legendary. I wanted more Mike Wink too. Yesterday he wasn't there, but he got really good at his speechcraft. Okay, so here's our East Zone operational update for the Caldor.
Good morning. My name is Kyle Jacobson. I'm an operations section chief with California Interagency Incident Management Team 4 on the east zone of the Caldor fire. The fire is currently 219,267 acres at 68% contained. So we'll get started on the map as usual in Christmas Valley. We didn't have any service calls out there last night, so things are getting nice and quiet in there. As we move up into the Echo Lakes area, we were able to increase some containment. We have pushed that containment line out into the wilderness, and we're expecting containment to continue to the west. As you can see on the map, we were also able to get some hand line in on this next piece of hot line. We were able to cut that timber stringer out and tie that back into the rock. Today we're going to be flying a smart pump out there, a pump that we can basically put under a helicopter, fly out there, and we don't need the support of a traditional pump, and they'll be able to mop that area up utilizing that. And we're going to insert some crews further to the west, taking care of that next timber stringer. So we are making good progress out in Desolation Wilderness. As we move through Delta Delta along Power Line High Meadows, everything continues to hold. No issues, no concerns. We're actually starting to pull hose from some of these areas. We did fly resources into H7 here on Trimmer Peak again yesterday. They are in there taking care of that last bit of heat that we have. We'll be doing the same thing again today, and we're hoping to see some black line on the map here coming up soon. But they are just finding little pockets of heat, nothing threatening the line, but we want to make sure everything's secure before we go ahead and start pulling resources out of that area. As we move through Fountain Place, Oneida, all the way through Saxon down to 89, no issues. We're starting to backhaul hose. We have helitack crews that are flying in, pulling the hose, and we're slinging that hose out utilizing helicopters since it is such a hike into that area. As we come down to Scout Peak all the way into Bryan Meadows, you can see we were able to add additional containment in that area as well. So basically we had containment up to the Scout Peak area, and we were able to bring that down to Bryan Meadows as they continue to work south. They are making good progress on this spot. We are adding additional resources, taking care of this spot. They're getting hand line around it, just a couple more days worth of work, and we should have that taken care of. As we move down into the Strawberry Creek area, resources are continuing that direct line production to the north. They have gotten around the corner and are continuing to work north towards the resources that are working on this spot fire. They're making good progress in here. As we get the line in, we have engines coming in behind, putting in a hose lay so that they can secure and mop up that line after we get the line in. We haven't seen any forward progress in this area for a day now, so that's really good. That means they are making great progress in there. As we move into the top near the DP68 area, everything continues to hold all the way into the dozer line, as well as around the little slop that we had, and the hand line is still holding. We have hose lays in place, and resources are continuing to mop that up. We're coordinating very closely with the West Zone as well in the Lake Margaret area, as well as in Convict Meadows. So we were able to get some hand line in both of these areas to cut off any progression. So we are going to get some additional resources in there, putting in some hose lays. We're also utilizing aircraft to mop up those areas. Do want to touch a little bit on suppression repair also. That has started. Lots of resources starting on suppression repair. Right now, they're working in Christmas Valley on the west side, getting some work done in the North Upper Truckee area. some work in the old dump road area, as well as some line that we have kind of going into the Marshall Trail, Cold Creek area. So lots of good work happening on the suppression side as well as the repair side. I do want to remind everybody, please don't enter the fire area. We do have a lot of residents that are now entering the fire area. It says closed to vehicles, but that really means closed to people. The forest is still closed. It is dangerous to enter those areas. We have lots of vehicles, lots of work taking place. There are lots of hazards, stump holes that you could fall into, could burn you, snags coming down. So please, please respect what the firefighters are doing out there and don't enter those areas. That being said, I do want to thank everybody for this tremendous support this community has been providing. When we drive down Ski Run Boulevard every day from Heavenly, there are hundreds of people out there. It's really great to see the community support Tahoe strong for sure. The firefighters, it is really a boost of morale. So we appreciate you being out there and everything you're doing to help make this community strong. Thank you.
Tahoe strong. California strong. West strong. Merrick strong. Yeah, he could be a good speech maker too. You know, I would coach him a little bit as a director. I'd be like, come on, put emphasis in it, lean forward into it, strengthen your voice, project, California strong. And then the crowd cheers and goes wild. Okay, so it's good. It's good. They've made such great progress. That's what's good weather for one spot of California is terrible for another. And that wetting rain was just incredible. The wetting rain was incredible for the Dixie and the Caldor in general. And they pounced on immediately those lightning strikes and got them under control. And that just goes to show they had more personnel ready to respond rapidly. That is the name of the game for fires. Every fire starts out really small, about the size of a shed, pretty much. And, well, they get bigger if you don't pounce on them. So just having a more robust system, rapid response, more personnel, more trained people, and people that are of talent that are attracted to the job because of, well, high wages, that hasn't been the case. There's a lot of people just getting paid actually dog dirt wages. But the good news is that at least federally, they're increasing. There's bipartisan support for giving wildland firefighters a living wage. Right now, a lot of them just barely get paid anything, and they're on food stamps, kind of a situation. So part of the shortage of firefighters is budgetary. Part of it is, why would I do that for peanuts? So the most laborious physical labor of any job on earth, in 100-degree weather, 65-pound backpack, using a shovel, carrying around hundreds and hundreds of pounds of hose, risking your life, risking dying in the most hideous manner ever. And what, for food stamps? Couldn't you just flip a burger? Flipping a burger has a burn risk too, but it's a lot less. And there's a lot less cost to your health. So what we can do here is change that. There's a lot of things where firefighting and these fires will stay smaller if we, stroke of a pen, just change priorities and budgets. That's why your vote does matter. It really does. Part of this is our own making. Why did the Monument Fire get big? Why did the river complex even start? They didn't have anybody out there to send with everybody on the Dixie already. Somebody was getting very emotionally upset about the river complex not being a priority, and he was claiming there was 14,000 people on the Caldor, and I said, no, that you missed that zero. There's 1,400 on the Caldor. The Caldor needed 6,000 people immediately, but they were on the Dixie. The Caldor would have never reached Tahoe if personnel had been there. They weren't available. They barely had 500 people to send there when everything went bad. So they had like 140 people on the monument and such. What is this history repeating? Down there at the K&P and the Windy Fire, there's like 140 people. It's not even enough to split the crew into a day and night shift. So we're seeing history repeating, but we can learn our lesson. And at the moment that we kind of reorganize and reprioritize, we won't have these mega fires. they are definitely something that we can prevent almost, well, like 95% of the time. We're not, we don't have to start drinking and say that we're victims of climate change or something. We're mostly victims of kind of corruption, lack of funding, lack of interest, lack of manpower, lack of resources, lack of airplanes, lack of technology. I mean, some of these crews don't even have working radios. Lack of cell phone service in the wilderness, where fire crews have to text each other maps. You know, they have to hear each other clearly. We're having firefighters lose contact with each other and have to send messengers, old like on a motorcycle. That is very World War I. You know, maybe we should send pigeons. That possibly be faster. So, you know, we can solve almost everything. That's why I try to keep it positive this way. If we accurately check off the boxes for all the reasons that these happens, well, like for 35 reasons for mega fires, we can fix 34 of them and pretty immediately. So, yeah, Cogito says, is it true California forbids inmates from firefighting? I don't think so. There's still some inmate crews out there. There's been talk about eliminating it. So the but there's been a whole lot of rumors. In the past, it was like 70% of California's wildfire crews were inmates, and it was white collar stuff mostly, in exchange for lighter sentences. It wasn't like your heavy felony guys, and it could be a very positive type of thing where instead of being stuck in a cage, allow people to redeem themselves. I think a lot of people who have entered the criminal justice system, they have a struggle. They struggle with even if they're repentant, trying to redeem themselves and get a sense of respect from the community again, no matter how hard they try. In my opinion, if you want to be a wildland firefighter, that's pretty much the best way you could give back to the community that you harmed or society you harmed. And right now there's a thing they're trying to change where even though they do this duty and they can give a glowing review on going above and beyond the call of duty, they still face discrimination and they can't enter the proper wildland fighting force because they have a criminal record. There should be quite an exception for that, and I believe that they're changing that immediately. But I hope they don't end the program. If there's problems with it, just fix it. That's my opinion. We need everyone we can get, and I believe in redemption. I don't believe in harsh punishment as much as I believe in redemption. I think that's good. So I'm going to read chat a little bit. Somebody had a link for me saying the incident management team changed, I think it was, to the YouTube. Sorry, I need to scroll up. Oh, California 2 MT1 might be the YouTube for the Dixie West Zone morning update. Okay, let's see if this works. California 2 management team 1. I don't get the is it CLL MT1? Because I don't see that. There's Cal Fire TV update 229 11 months ago, so that was last year's fires. I'm still struggling to understand which YouTube video, YouTube channel we're supposed to go. You would think it'd all be just under Cal Fire TV, but that really isn't the thing. I really liked these, by the way, I really liked these updates from 11 months ago. They would just have somebody just get up on the screen and say, this is what's up with the fires. And he had maps, and as it's animating right there, and he would just go over things. And that's one of the things we're missing this year. Clicking on it now, I just don't think they've done much of that. Except for spotty occasional uploads. So I wish it was one-stop shopping. That's one of the reasons that I did my stream, is there's always 25 different places to go to get the information you want on one fire, and there's not just one website with all the links. I wish there was. CAL FIRE has some of it. InstaWeb has some of it, YouTube has some of it, Facebook has some of it, Twitter has some of it, sheriff's offices have some of it, and you'd have to go to all of those to find your EVAC info, and that's just something that makes me tear my hair out. I want to check on, let's check on the monument and rivers. So let's go to Klamath. Well, I'm still trying to figure that out. If you could help me out with what I was missing. We have Klamath National Forest. They have done amazing updates over there for the monument. Klamath National Forest Service. I think I had these bookmarked. Sorry, I have a fever today. We have, here's the community meeting updates. So there's going to be one at 6 p.m. Zoom and such, and it'll be posted here. But their operational updates have been phenomenally good. So here's the antelope. Here's the McCash from 4 hours ago. Okay, and let's go a little bit earlier though and do it in order. Well, here's the river complex 4 hours ago, morning fire, but it's Dennis. It's Dennis Burns. Remember, he was the guy in the morning who was talking to us about the Dixie East Zone. It's Dennis, legendary Dennis.
Good morning, Dennis Burns, Fire Behavior Analyst for California Interagency Incident Management Team 2 with your River Complex update for Tuesday, September 14th, 2021. Again, I'll start up here on the Cronin fire. Overnight, everything looked real good. Just a patrol out there. Today the plan is to continue removing that accountable property, and hopefully we'll see the road open up here pretty soon. Just with the limited resources, we really only have 1 or 2 engine crews up there pulling all of that hose, and there's several miles of hose up there, but they're making good progress, and we'll just see what the next few days bring us. Dropping down into Division Uniform and Kilo off the Cecilville Road. Again, today the plan is to patrol this area, just make sure we take care of any visible heat, getting good depth on it. Looked at the IR that was flown overnight, and there is very little heat visible on the infrared the infrared flight that was taken last night. Moving to the east, coming into Division Lima, again, we're continuing to just mop this in, get all this in. We'll probably see black on the map in several days. The spot and the slop, also with the IR, showed no heat last night. So things are looking really good here. This is tied into the Fox fire, and again, no heat, so we're looking good there. We had crews out on this line last night. They were mopping in. The plan is to get the rest of this line punched in today and to a depth that we feel will hold this fire, and we won't have any more issues on it. Coming around the top here, and there's a bunch of spot fires. These are just the 2 biggest ones, but just imagine a whole bunch of little spot fires in this area. We've got line around it, and what they've been doing is last night they burned about 1.5 acres, but what we call a burnout, just to get this line tightened up against more favorable ground, and again, mopping all this area up. Coming down, there was active fire out here last night. It's on this steep slope below Craggy Peak. It keeps backing down and flanking, so it's burning back into itself. Once it gets down to more favorable ground, then our crews can go after it in this area here. Let's jump down to Division November, north of Coffee Creek. We are seeing active fire out in this area, but again, it's kind of in a backing and flanking movement, so it's not head fire. Nothing's expected to run out towards Highway 3. We've been able to use aircraft in this area to keep this fire in check, to allow the crews time to get in there and get the lines in there that we hope will hold this fire. Again, I think I mentioned it yesterday, Friday is the day that we're very concerned about, because when we have a frontal passage, we're going to get some significant winds and some instability, which is going to cause the fire to get big. So we're hoping to lock off the edges of this so that we can deal with it there. Just another fun fact on the fire, over the last 2 days, we've been able to use more aircraft time than the previous 12 days on this fire, and it's just because of atmospheric conditions. The smoke is kind of cleared out. We haven't been impacted by smoke from the other fires in the areas. McCash has had impacts on this fire, and Monument also sending smoke here besides our own fire. We've gotten lucky there, but now we're starting to generate smoke, so we're going to be losing our air window. So coming down into Coffee Creek itself, last night crews kept mopping everything up in here, getting really good depth. We're starting to see less and less heat on the IR, both sides going into Quebec. So things are looking good there, and we're feeling pretty confident that we're going to be able to hold all these lines. Also last night, going down into Quebec, crews continue to mop this up. The plan is they're almost have hose through this whole rest of the part of Division Quebec here, is to get that in there today and continue to mop that up. Division Romeo, everything's looking good in Romeo. As a matter of fact, the crews are pulled off there, so we'll monitor that. You see this open bit of fire in here. There is a probability that over the next few days that this area is going to burn out, and it'll put up a pretty decent column. But what you can't see is there's a huge rock face in through here. So even if this burns out some, we're not expecting the fire to get out of this area in here at all. So things are looking good there. The other area where we actually have heat, and we haven't been talking about it too much, is out here in Division Tango, which is on the southwest side of the fire. There are some pockets of heat out here, but again, it's burning into the rock. But it is causing, some smoke issues for the fire. It has been active. We just haven't had the clear enough air, and it's so remote, and we have so few crews that we haven't been able to put any crews out there. So that's kind of your overnight update, the river complex, and I'll talk to you this afternoon.
Okay, we love Dennis. He has a real gift for that sort of storytelling thing where he communicates just explaining it how it is. And I don't know how to get that whole, like, here it is, but I'm comforting somehow. It's grim, but I'm comforting somehow. But he's an inspiration, and he's beloved by the community. We were so sad that he wasn't doing our morning updates for Dixie East Zone. But they get I'm just starting to understand this, but the crews, they have a timeout. It's an extremely physically demanding job. There's very little sleep the whole time that fire crews and management teams are managing a fire, and they can be on 72-hour shifts. So at a certain point, they time out, they get replaced by another crew. And a lot of times, it's one of the things that was the hardest for me to understand, is why would you change leadership in the middle of when the fire was extremely active? It seems like you would hand it off when it got less of a big deal. But the human body has limits, and you can't stay as sharp as you need to be if you get exhausted. And so having that explained to me, it makes a lot more sense now. They get their time off, they get weeks of hard labor, and then they get weeks off, and then they go back. So a lot of people, unless you're plugged into, hey, firefighters, what's this about, and can ask the question, a lot of people don't understand that. Like, why are you changing leadership right now when everything's about to change? And it's, they don't know the region. A lot of times it's just a crew, they get assigned to fire, and they show up, and then they get briefed on what's the terrain like, what's this region like. And during that 3-day period when they finally show up, they're being it's called trainee, this and that. They're not trainees like we're not professional. It's like we're now being trained about the specific environment from the outgoing crew for the next couple of days. So it's an odd system, but it makes sense that you would want to rotate fresh people in. to be sharp. And the fact that he's not back on the Dixie is one of those weird things, but he's over here on the monument, river complex. So I just wanted to make that clear, because people are like, why is Dennis over here instead of back on the Dixie? But he's been around in some of the really older videos on predictive services. He's talking about the possibility of the winds picking up Thursday, Friday, and that's been a concern as the days have gone by. Weather forecasts get more accurate, so I think it's time to look at predictive services and what the weather might bring. Dusty Smoke was saying that last night the Paradise Fire made a downhill run across the middle fork of the Kaweah and Generals Highway. I know that's of extreme concern, but I can't find a KNP video update anywhere. If somebody has one of those, please let me know. Other than that, I'll just play more videos, eat, and then we'll read, what we have to read about. And that's of extreme concern, but we have almost no visibility on the cams. I mean, this is mostly the KNP. So that means they're not going to get aircraft, and Dennis was sadly remarking that they're not going to get aircraft help either after a point on the river, and he was saying that there's going to be challenges. So let's go to the next video, and I need to finish my meal, and then I'll read more questions in chat. Serene Sapphire says, evacuation orders now for portions of 3 rivers. Oh no. Okay, thanks. I knew that would be coming, and hate being right. The Tulare County Sheriff's Office. Refresh. I guess that's our update. Right now, Sheriff Bordeaux is issuing an evacuation order for a portion of 3 rivers. So that's what I've been saying is to the people in the area, even though I don't think that I'm known about in that area, is expect this to go red, to go mandatory, because I didn't see how it wouldn't. It says the orders cover Mineral King Drive up to the Sequoia National Park boundary, including associated structures along both sides of Highway 198 to the park boundary. The orders include Oak Grove Bridge down to 198, including Sierra King Drive, Crest Lane, Hammond Drive, Oak Grove Drive, but does not include Dinley Drive or Dinley Drive. So there's a map, and that's what I was just reading while the update was going on. It's probably what I have to do is refresh in order to see the new evacuations. So let me see, where did I put the map? Is it that's not the right picture. I don't know why the sheriff's office doesn't just have the map link. They don't have much of an interactive map. They kept giving PDFs. Heck, you guys have the handy map link, so I don't have to dig for it. Thanks, Serene Sapphire, for that. That didn't flag me. That was a failed flag, so it helps though that you at least say my name. It's got a link here just to the sheriff's website. So here's the website that's not related to Facebook, and I'm just wondering why they don't have a map link. Well, I should update the scrolling text while we watch the next video. That's alarming. And if anybody has any new information about the KNP, that's really good. I wanted to I thought there was one more update that we needed to look at. Let me get the red scroll. The KNP. This is 1 p.m. Hang on, I'm updating evacuation info. Mandatory evac. Or Mineral King Drive up to Sequoia National Park boundary. Let's listen to the radio and see if that's playing right now. I have it playing Cal Fire, Sherwood, Brooktails, and the Lake. I think that's the one. It has to do with the Sequoia area. Let's just see if the radio comes on. Right now, it's just not on. So, hey, thanks, Tracy. Maybe Rob says we may be getting replacements in the honor camps now, but last year they were let go. Yeah, I know. That was part of the disaster last year that they released the inmate crews, and then we were down 65 to 80% manpower pretty much in the fires last year. It was a big deal. So Dusty says overhead teams are the same as firefighter crews. They get 2 days off of rest and relaxation. Then the team can get reassigned immediately. Oh dear. Since another team took over the old fire, they were assigned to a different one. Oh, that explains why Dennis is over on the monument. Thanks for clearing that up. But I thought, Dusty, that after they did so many overtime hours that they were manually timed out for at least a week. Is that it, or can they volunteer again? Going back up to other this morning's incident map, right? Okay. So there's the incident map link. I guess on Twitter I can just copy and paste the evacuation thing. This is too long for Tulare County. I just checked the cams. We can't see what's going on. I'll just type in Mineral King Drive. Okay. Let's see. Paste. Sorry, I gotta make this a little bit shorter. Up to Sequoia National Park boundary, including structures along both. I'll just shorten that to on, instead of both sides, on each side of Highway 198 to park boundary. Includes Oak Grove. Includes Oak Grove Bridge to Highway 198. Okay. Not including this drive, okay. All right. One moment, let me fit this onto the screen well. All right. Okay, 1 p.m. mandatory evacuation, Mineral King Drive up to Sequoia National Park boundary. Includes, I'll just say includes, instead of including structures. Well, it's like, well, what were you going to do? Take the structure with you? Okay. It's people being evacuated, so includes each side of highway. Includes both sides of Highway 198 to park boundary. And Oak Grove Bridge to Highway 198, including Sierra King Drive, Crest Lane, and Hammond Drive, Oak Grove Drive, not including Dinley Drive. The K&P complex is still inside Sequoia National Park, but is spreading rapidly. there is a possibility that will spread into these communities. See Sheriff's County, Tulare County Sheriff's Office for details. Okay, if you guys can please check on what I wrote and make sure there's no typos, make sure there's no cut off sentences or anything, that would really help. We unfortunately can't see much other than his heat signatures, which were quite alarming ever since we looked at him today. I was hoping there'd be a video update, but there's mostly just text. I'm still eating food. I really need to eat that before I start reading the latest on InstaWeb concerning the fires. But we know, if you listened yesterday, day before, it's looking really dire. There's just not enough help that can come quick enough. There's a Three Rivers community meeting at 5. There's an update here that we can read about it making its downhill run. And I thought we had another video to look at. Which California incident management team had the Dixie West side? We should cover that and then just go immediately to looking at the KNP, as new evacuations and such are coming. Let me do the InstaWeb on Dixie real quick. Just figure out which incident management team it is. InstaWeb Dixie Fire. Okay. Go to incident. It was updated 26 minutes ago. 75% containment on the Dixie. 960,000 acres. 960,470 acres. Whoa. I really hope it doesn't reach the million mark. That would be great. So, yeah, here's the YouTube channel link. I don't know why it didn't find it when I was typing in pretty much the same thing. So c2mt1.info is the new thing. Why don't they just make a channel called Dixie Fire Info? I don't know. Here it is. The East. That was East Zone. Where's West Zone? We have Spanish, but the warning operational East Zone is what we had just seen on Facebook. So where's the what's the what's the YouTube link for the West Zone? Let's see. So after September 11th, California Interagency Incident Management Team 1, led by Jerry McGowan, assumed command of the East Zone on Saturday, September 11th. So who's in charge of the West? I thought InstaWeb would tell me. Just type in West Zone. It's contact info. It doesn't actually say. It says there are 2 cooperative zones, West Zone and East, but the actual incident overview doesn't say that. Okay. Well, we have, we had the McCash fire update. Let's just watch that. That was on Klamath Forest. Let's do that. Here we go.
Good morning and welcome to the McCash Fire and the Little Marble Fire update for Tuesday, September 14th. The McCash Fire is currently 77,228 acres and 11% contained. The Little Marble Fire stays at 26 acres and 0% containment. At this time, I'd like to introduce our most excellent operations section chief, Adam Hyder.
Good morning. Adam Hyder, planning op.
Okay, remember how we were listening to the radio? Hang on. That's the KNP, I believe, that's talking. He said medic. But that could just be unrelated to the fire medical call for the Tulare County. I want to make sure. Let's hang on. Okay, well, if they talk again, we'll pause the video.
Ops trainee with your morning briefing for the McCash fire. Starting out in the south end of the fire, there was a little bit of activity where the fire come up out of the Woolley Creek drainage. It didn't move very far, but it was active to the south end there. It was socked in with smoke most of the day yesterday, which kind of kept the fire behavior down across the entire fire. Down here by Sums Bar, the 96 structure group will be in that area today. In the community, as well as down the main salmon corridor, looking at what it's going to take to prepare all the structures and start getting equipment in there. Some of the hose equipment, pumps, that sort of stuff has been staged at Oak Bottom, so they can get it in there fairly quickly. They'll also continue masticating and prepping the Camp 3 road down into Sums Bar, as well as the Rogers Creek Road as another potential road for holding. Coming back up the west side of the fire, it did get a little active in the old Yukonom burn scar where we didn't have any containment line pushed in there, so we flew Type 1 helicopter.
Sorry, radio interruption. I want to make sure this isn't a firefighter injury. Yep, drink milk, he said masticate. Oh. That's our favorite tractor, new technology. Yeah, Rob, that would be something to look into. If they didn't close the forests, then they should remain closed. I think the idea was mostly to keep people out during, for accidentally starting fires, because camping is traditional on Labor Day weekend. But I think since they don't have the ability to rescue anybody out of the forest and it's so tinder dry, that they should not allow anybody in there. A lot of the Forest Service park rangers and such are kind of being drafted. They're kind of being drafted to help with fire stuff, and I was hoping that radio would tell us something about the KNP, but it may not, so let's just continue the video, sorry.
For quite a few hours yesterday while we had clean air and fire. It did get a little active in the old Yukonom burn scar where we didn't have any containment line pushed in there, so we flew Type 1 helicopters for quite a few hours yesterday while we had clean air and got that knocked down and cooled off. We could potentially have those helicopters back in there today if it does heat back up, and we'll have an engine crew monitoring that and keeping an eye on it all day. They'll also be up in this area, up in here, with a hand crew and some engines opening up some of the berms from the dozer lines that are still holding quite a bit of heat, so they can get that cooled off. Moving up towards Happy Camp, all the prep work and structure protection stuff's in place up there and done. Down in the Elk Creek drainage itself, same thing. All the prep work and everything's ready to go in there. Folks are in place, ready for anything that might occur. The fire really didn't act up much yesterday down in Elk Creek proper. They had clear air in there as well, so when the helicopters that weren't working in here were coming around into there, trying to keep that cooled off and keep that in check. It is up on the ridge from Lick Creek, starting to back down into Bishop Creek. So again, it hasn't really moved much in the last few days, just slowly cleaning up the stuff on the ground in the understory. Out here on the northeast corner, pretty much the same story, minimal fire behavior. There was some small spot fires out here on the east side of Huckleberry Mountain. Most of those spots kind of grew together and was slowly backing back up the slope out there on Huckleberry Mountain. So we don't anticipate that moving around much, probably just some more backing and that, putting up quite a bit of smoke. Out here on the Little Marble Fire, we were able to get the rest of their supplies flown into them yesterday with good air. We also did some bucket work for them to try to expedite cooling that all off for them, and we anticipate them being in there for another 3 or 4 days. They're all set up with food and water, so we shouldn't have to support them for a little while. That's all we have for this morning.
Thanks for joining us this morning. For all current information, please visit the McCash.
Well, okay, they're just talking about medical this and that being in quarters. I guess they responded to something and went back. That was the best fire radio I could find for the KNP. We just saw a McCash fire update. It's about the last of the videos, I think. I still wanted to eat more. These usually are like 2 minutes long. Then I'll read the text updates we have. We're still very, very concerned about the new mandatory evacuations going on in Tulare County, and there's just going to be more and more. We do have a map from Twitter. Looks like it's it says, for those who know Three Rivers, red's the evac issue. Red is the mandatory and orange is the warning. So thank you for that. I don't know that this is complete. It's going to Sycamore Drive. The text I was reading seemed to be a bigger area than this. But we'll continue to watch it. They had it says Fresno County Department PWP. I would like to know what screenshot of the map this is from. So thanks for it. I just don't know why there isn't one. I just don't know why there isn't one here or on the actual sheriff's office website. When you make a map that isn't interactive, I can't really put it as a link, because if the link doesn't change, then people might click on it and think, oh, I'm not evacuated. And that's why I don't have one in chat. So we did have one. They were mostly just PDFs. So it's a bit frustrating, but let me know if there is an interactive map. That ES, what Dusty linked here, it had, there's a data site. I don't think this is official. Let me turn off the thingy here. Okay, dark mode off. SQF complex evacuation warning map. Balch Park to Three Rivers. Yeah, this is a bit old, I believe, because now we've got mandatories. So the last update on the size, they updated the size at 144, but they don't seem to have updated the evacuation. This is just like a map of where wildfires are, mostly. Which, well, we know. It's smoke. Okay, there's a reason I don't use this one. Just clear as mud, pretty much. I show this, people go, oh my god, the fire's huge. I'm like, wait, it's part of that smoke, but I can't disable the smoke part. You know, it's good for like read data, but I'm just wishing they had an evacuation map where I could say, guys, the link to the map's in the description of the video. That's what I do for most fires, but not all counties. Okay, oh, you got a link for me? Not all counties do the one map, the multi-county evacuation zone map. We found that Tulare County did not participate, unfortunately. So, animal evacuation info, wonderful. Okay, finally there's something. So there we go. I can change the description of the video for this one. Thank goodness. Why this is here and this is here with no link, I don't get it. This is just KNP Complex Fire latest. Well, why isn't there a link to what was just linked? This is same part of the website, but it's /emergencies, and this one is /latest fire news. Okay, so we'll do what we can. This is why part of why the fire stream exists is people come in here saying, "I'm perfectly confused. What do we do?" They don't. These officials, they don't make it very clear about where you can go for info. So thanks very much for the link. I'm going to add that to the description of the video immediately. Let me change the description to KNP Fire EVAC map plus info. Oh, and I ran out of characters. Yay, time to make tiny URL. Thanks a lot, YouTube. Hang on a second, guys. Now, do we have a link to where we can listen to anything going on with the KNP or the Windy? That would be very helpful right now. Let me change my description. And we'll just get rid of the bridge fire thing. Okay. Save. All right, thanks, guys. Now we can tell people, did it change the description of the video? Can somebody test that, refresh it, and see if it's there? I'd be very, very, very grateful. So we can kind of monitor the situation from satellites, but other than that, our cams are kind of dead. We've got, let's see if there's just any other useful ones right now. The radio is the #1 way to stay safe. If you are ever near a fire and you hear radio chatter such as, "It's jumped the line, it's heading to this neighborhood," well, then you would know instantly, as soon as the fire crews knew, that you were in danger. And that's why we try to constantly play the radio. But some of these fires just have nothing on the radio. So the big problem with that is, well, what do? We just constantly look at the videos we can, look at the cams, look at our social media, look at the official sources. And there's not much else we can do for the ones that just don't have a good Broadcastify feed. Locals coming in and reporting is also wonderful. If you are a local and you have information, that would be awesome to share it. So I just don't see a plume on any of the cams for, oh, that's the Greater Tahoe. Okay, let me go Sierra Foothills. Would help me if I'm in the right one. So, sorry if my internet just burped. It says error. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Okay, refresh if there's an interruption. So, it's in the description. Thanks, Tracy. Thanks for checking on me. So now we can tell people, link to all the info that you need from that Tulare County Sheriff's Office, and the evacuation map is in the description of the video. Great. Thank you so much for that link. The plume, just, we don't see anything. Tobias Peak 1, just, and that was at 1:37. And it stopped. We lost the cam again at Tobias Peak. I want to do a 12-hour time lapse anyway to see what happened during the night after I was asleep. We were quite concerned. I left this on as a updating multi-cam sort of a thing. It was hard to get to seeing all of them, the KNP and the Windies, so active. And trying to make pyrocumulus clouds at night and in the morning is just a big alarm. I want to go to predictive services now and look at the weather forecast with another at least a short video so I can eat and please keep the links and info coming because I'm about to read it. I was just hoping not to do too much reading today. Too much talking. It's hard to be here with the flu. So let's go to California. Oh, that's right. We have Southern California's predictive services as well. We'll first do Northern California because Southern, like if you cut the state in half, it is Southern California. That's where the Sequoias are. I just want to do a more of a roundup for the northern fires, which aren't having as many issues, and then go back to looking at this. So let's go to weather. Sorry, I didn't see this time lapse. Predictive services. There's only 2 places where pretty much all the fire crews get all their info for, straight from the sources, straight from the horse's mouth, straight from the source's mouth. Okay, I just invented a new catchy phrase on accident. What I was trying to say is that in order to operate safely, they are in constant contact with either Redding, which is Northern California's Predictive Service Office, or the one in Southern California, which I can't remember which town that is. So every day they come out in the morning, usually by 9 a.m., with a video fire weather webcast. And there was a controversy we had. We were trying to figure out if this was a robotic voice or not. I think it is now. I think you guys convinced me. At first, I thought that the way that this was read was somebody trying very hard to troll people and sound like a clear your eyes, moisture your eyes, Bueller. But now I think it might actually just be a pretty decent robot voice, but we'll see. So, yeah, if the video is blurry, refresh. I'm back to excellent condition. Refresh the page and make sure you hit the live button to make sure you're live right now. I've heard that YouTube has connection issues. It really may not be me. So, but once your video is screwed up, just refresh it on your app too. So let's. Frank Presley says, a thought travel from Northern Fires to KNP and get online would take most of the day, and the personnel would be tired. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It would take a long time, and basically they're coming from the Rockies. There isn't anybody in California that can really help with KNP. They're already helping with something else. The constant fires in places like Mendocino County haven't been good. So let's watch the predictive services for Northern California, and then we'll try Southern. So this is the weather for the north part of the state first.
Welcome to the North Ops Fire Weather Webcast for Tuesday, September 14, 2021. The most recent water vapor loop from GOES 16 shows high pressure building in from the Pacific with much drier air aloft. A Pacific trough can be seen to the northwest. Visible imagery shows a very light marine layer presence along the Bay Area coast. Otherwise, smoke is most visible across the northwest. Areas of smoke will continue the rest of today, especially affecting the northwest third and portions of the Sacramento Valley, with clear skies above. A weak ridge will be over the region today into Wednesday, before a weak trough swings over the area Thursday. A stronger Pacific trough and jet is still expected to affect the area late Friday into the weekend. It is suspected that the trough will weaken some and lift a little further north, so we'll be monitoring model trends closely since that affects the precipitation potential. Building Pacific Ridge expected following the trough passage by early next week. Significant fluctuations in temperatures are expected during the next 7 days, with near-term above normal warmth, then more noticeable cooling by the weekend, especially across the north and east. Changeable weather model solutions for precipitation this weekend is expected to continue the next few days. Some precipitation is possible across the north and east, although wetting amounts of 1/4 of an inch or more is still up in the air. These systems have teased us during the past few falls, with similar atmospheric oceanic coupling. Therefore, drier versus wetter is more likely. With that being said, WPC's 7-day precipitation accumulation forecast, ending at 0500 Tuesday, shows some promise for wetting rainfall across the north and east. Localized north-northeasterly breezes will continue this morning across the Sacramento Valley and adjacent slopes, plus the northwest corner. These winds will diminish this afternoon and give way to locally breezy west-northwest winds across the coastal mountains and Bay Area. Expect localized peak gusts between 20 to 30 miles per hour. Another round of localized gusty northeast winds will be possible across the far northwest corner tonight. This forecast image is valid at 1700 today. Wind speeds will increase some Wednesday into Wednesday evening across the region. Expect peak gusts between 20 to 30 miles per hour, favoring the north and east, plus the greater Bay Area. This forecast image is valid at 1700 Wednesday. Locally breezy northwest, west, and southwesterly winds will remain over the area Thursday. This forecast image is valid at 1700 Thursday. A more noticeable uptick in winds expected Friday across the entire area. Expect gusty west, southwesterly, and southerly winds to favor eastern areas, especially along and east of the crest, as well as the Modoc Plateau. But gustier winds will be also felt within the coastal range and Bay Area. Continued gusty winds expected this weekend into the following week, as the flow turns more north, northeast, and easterly. This GFS surface wind forecast is valid at 1700 Friday. The air mass is likely to be driest today and tonight in terms of the next several days. Minimums this afternoon will be in the upper single digits, teens, and 20s across most interior areas. Recoveries tonight will be poor to moderate across the mid-slopes. This forecast image is valid at 1700 today. Humidity will begin to moderate slightly Wednesday and Thursday, and especially from west to east Friday into the weekend. Then a noticeable lowering trend will be possible by early next week. Stronger winds coupled with low humidity will be possible Friday and once again early next week. This forecast image is valid at 1700 Wednesday. The 7-day significant fire potential product reveals mostly moderate risk near term, then variable risk late week through early the following week. High risk remains across the east Friday due to the combination of strong winds, low humidity, and unusually low fuel moistures. Localized areas of elevated fire danger will be experienced today and Wednesday, and possibly across the far east for a brief period on Saturday. All eyes will be on the precipitation potential for the weekend system and the possibility of gusty north, northeast, and easterly winds following it. In summary, warm and dry today with localized breezes. An uptick in wind Wednesday, but some moderation in humidity and temperatures. Localized breezes continue Thursday. More noticeable increase in wind on Friday, area-wide, creating high-risk conditions across the east. Strong jet passage, an uptick in wind Wednesday, but some moderation in humidity and temperatures. Localized breezes continue Thursday. More noticeable increase in wind on Friday, area-wide, creating high-risk conditions across the east. Strong jet and Pacific trough passage leading to unsettled weather this weekend, and possibly some precipitation across the north and east. Gustier and drier north, northeast, and easterly wind flow possible by early next week following the trough passage.
Oh man, every once in a while I think when there's a bad fire weather forecast, instead of the groovy music, maybe they should have some death metal or something. So tomorrow we could get significantly more wind gusts, and we're forecast just a couple of days. And Friday we go into very high fire risk on the Sierras on the east side of California. So it basically kind of mentioned the KNP and windy fire areas, if even though it does focus on the northern part of the state. So we may have one more video to watch. Oh, excuse me. For the southern part of the state. I haven't checked that out in quite a long time. Let me get it off screen here. Go to weather. Southern California Geographic Coordination Center. Now they should have a video as well. I'm looking at this site. Bear with me. Well, I assume they'd have a video. Fire and smoke monitoring products. Current conditions. Lightning dashboard is currently down. Red flag warnings and fire weather watches. So is there supposed to be a map or something? Okay. There. Oh, okay. Just decided that it wanted to take a long time to load. I don't see anything. Click map for NWS fire weather zones. Oh, okay. Interagency map. Please consult the latest planning forecast and red flag fire weather watches and such. Oh, okay. Fire weather discussion zone 595. In Hanford, discussion above seasonal temperatures will continue through Wednesday. Temperatures will then trend down back to seasonal averages by the weekend. Locally breezy conditions during the afternoon and evening are likely along the coastal range, with wind-prone areas in Kern County today and Wednesday. Dry conditions are expected to continue. Oh, okay. It's kind of split into really small zones. So if we go just over here, Sequoia National Park, zone 594. It's the same. It's saying temperatures around different altitudes, sunny, hazy, and areas of smoke. Downslope 3 to 6 mile an hour winds early morning, shifting to upslope valley and 3 to 8 mile an hour winds by the afternoon. On the ridges, 3 to 7 miles an hour in the early morning and about the same in the afternoon. Transport winds northeast around 5 miles an hour in the afternoon. In the morning, shifting to south in the afternoon. Chance of winning rain is 0. Tonight, mostly clear haze, areas of smoke. Highs of about 63 at 5,000 feet, highs of 51 at 8,000 feet. Little change in the next 24 hours. Humidity above 5,000 feet is 40 to 50%. That's good for tonight. And above 8,000 feet, 48% humidity. And wind, 20 foot. Okay. 10-minute average. Slopes. Ridges. At least it's not that windy for tonight. But for Wednesday, the trying to figure out if there's anything terribly worrisome. Wednesday, sunny, haze and smoke, high of 83 at upper elevations, or lower elevations up to 5,000 feet, high of 73 at 8,000 feet on Wednesday. Little change, 24-hour trend. But humidity drops 17 to 27%, above 5,000 feet, 15 to 25%, above 8,000 feet. 10-minute average 20-foot wind. Okay. Ventilation will be excellent, which will fuel fires. That means, them getting more air, more oxygen. That's what is problematic. It's not just about wind speed. So there will be transport winds southeast around 5 miles an hour in the morning, shifting to southwest in the afternoon. That's for Wednesday. Thursday doesn't show too many winds. I thought this would be different, but these zones are really small. So we can go back to more of that overview from InstaWeb, and I may just have to go lie down. I'm being dragged down to sleep. Struggling here with the flu. I was hoping we could have some sort of a radio to put on or to look at aircraft or something. Do you guys know if there's a good radio for the KNP or the windy fires? Because that's the one that's really worrisome right now. Let's see. The spotter aircraft is over the KNP, says Teen Homesteader. That's cool. We can look at, let's look at the aircraft. Flight radar 24. Let me log in over here. I want to hear that.
Valley Fire, commercial fire alarm, 2500 Highway 128, crossing Schwind Road, 2500 Highway 128, crossing Schwind Road. For the alarm company, Zone 3, general smoke alarm. First unit at scene, Holmes, I see. Command, County Fire Red, tactical C-Fire 22. Break.
Okay, I'm just going to try to add a new feed. So we've got, there's our spotter craft. I was hoping that they could get, at least in the west areas, some air support. They're probably trying to figure out if they can do it right now. I'm going to try and look at more broadcastified feeds at the moment. Let's see if I can add a feed to this dashboard. United States, Tulare County, California. I always try to mock Arnold Schwarzenegger when he was running for governor. He would get up on speeches, and he had this good speech when he was running. And at the very end, my entire family burst out in laughter. He goes, "I will be the best governor of California." And the joke was, he can't even say California, but, well, maybe he will be the best governor. Okay, Tulare County. Tulare City Police and Fire Dispatch, Tulare County Fire and CHP Pink, Sheriff number 1, Sheriff number 2, Azalea Fire, Cal Fire Tulare Unit. Let's just see if that works. There's only 12 listeners, so I bet that it isn't that useful, but we'll turn it on. If you guys know about a better broadcastify to listen to, it'll be really cool to listen to the pilots. So, yikes, you just got a tornado warning, JCat. Yikes. Let's see. Hey, Tracy, thanks for the support. Yeah, good night. In England. Or Europe. I keep forgetting where Tracy was at. So, yeah, we have a couple of links. National Park Service. I saw that. Yeah, we were looking at that yesterday. Oh, that's really cool. And it has the weather update. But look at the. Is this camera live? Oh, this is a camera that's live. I thought this was an image yesterday. Oh, I wish I had known that. So this is 74 degrees, 30% humidity, winds east northeast, 4 miles per hour, meaning blowing southwest. 4 miles an hour is really kind of nothing. It's the gusts that matter. We should look at windy as well. I was trying to find the predictive services video, but unless there's something I'm missing about the website, I don't see a video section for predictive services of the Southern California zone. So maybe I'll try to find that again. The Paradise Fire is now measured at 4,821 acres. That's just one part of the KNP. Let's go back to the webcam. That's an interesting thing. Are there others? Are there other webcams around the area? More Sequoia webcam links. Yeah. I'm not sure that these will be up very long. That's in Giant Forest. Is it one of those where you can control? No? Okay. We can do the map it. Maybe it'll tell us where other webcams, fire lookout webcams. Okay. Half Dome is looking a little hazy. Oh, Kauai Commonwealth is down. Delia Lookout. Park Ridge. That's in January and there's snow. That's not particularly useful. Yeah, here's the alert wildfire ones. Ooh, Jordan Peak to Schaefer. Now there's the fire. But that's September 12th. And you can't click on these. There's Mule Peak. They're wrapping this fire lookout. I saw it in foil in preparation to save it. There's more September 12th stuff. I wonder if these cams are down and that was their last images or what. That's an interesting link. I'm going to give it to you guys. Thanks, John, for showing me that. Oh, let's see. Did I'm looking back at chat. There's a live stream on the park. Yeah, thanks, Serene Sapphire. We're going to tune in. That's 5 p.m. Remind me at 5 p.m. so we can tune in. I was hoping to just listen to a radio, take a nap, and come back. I'm feeling a little woozy. But if there's no radio to put on, I don't know what to do. I can read the web update that we have. There's a private webcam in Mineral King Valley. Whoa, okay. So that's September 11th. Mineral King. Here's September 14th. Wow, okay. That was at noon. Faculty Flat webcam. Visit the blog. Registration is free. Oh, wow. This is a discussion of Mineral King, Sequoia National Park, and related issues. Well, here you go. Here's a link. I don't know if this is very up to date, but it seems to have webcams. I bet there's a lot of interest now in this, but these are old images. So I'm not sure what that's about. That's an image of today, and the horses are there, right? No, that's a propane tank, not a horse. I thought it was a white horse with legs. I need glasses. So I don't see. Mineral King was evacuated the day before yesterday. It was mandatory, so nearby webcams. Oh, let me undo ad blocker. Nearby webcams. Yeah. So I'm hoping we'll get a new updated image. But that might be it, Oh, Serene Sapphire, let's see. I was going to read, and I guess this is the best time to do it. Here's an incident map, so you can follow along. One that was generated last night, and the dots are the hotspots here. So remember, if the fire reaches Milk Ranch, fire lookout, and, well, I guess it was once a fire lookout, but if it reaches that peak, that was going to be the trigger point for the mandatory evacuation of Three Rivers. And I figured that would either come last night or tomorrow. So let's read the latest from InstaWeb. Once again, if you need to know information, it's in the description of this video. Oh my god. Hang on. Responding to what? We are listening to Cal Fire Sherwood Brook Trails and Little Lake. Oh, I think I played the wrong one. Here's Cal Fire Tulare unit. It has only 13 listeners. We'll see if it says anything. Where was I? So I was going to read you the latest InstaWeb on the KNP updated one. How many hours ago? 47 minutes ago. KNP complex is currently at 5,861 acres. There'll be a community meeting tonight at 5, and we'll be there. Update: the Paradise Fire is now measured at 4,821 acres. Remember, the Paradise and Colony are the two here that are threatening the Sequoias and the communities of Silver City and thereabouts, Oak Grove, and Three Rivers, the bigger one, and many numerous small ones, plus the Sequoias. The fire could reach them very soon, like today, tonight, tomorrow. And that's what's scary is, we have 1 p.m. mandatory evacuation for much of the east part of Three Rivers and thereabouts. So if you want to know that info, the link is in the description of the video near the top, or anyone in chat or the mods can help you find it. If you know anybody who might benefit from this info, please share the link to this video so they can find me, and we can help hook people up with what the info they need to know. So that of the two making up the KNP complex, the Paradise is measured at 4,821 acres. The Colony is now measured at 1,040. For Tulare County Sheriff, the mandatory evacuation order has expanded, which is the scrolling info on the chat. All of Mineral King Road from the intersection of Highway. Hang on. That's Cal Fire Tulare County. I was hoping they'd say something. We'd almost have real-time information if they did. It doesn't seem like it's very active, but hopefully this channel will do something. So all of Mineral King Road from the intersection with Highway 198 to the end of it is under mandatory evacuation as of 1 p.m. Areas along Sierra King Drive, Crest Lane, Hammond Drive, and Oak Grove Drive. And the areas along Highway 198 and the intersection with Mineral King to the Sequoia National Park entrance. Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Parks, September 14, 2021. The KNP complex, ignited by lightning on the night of September 9th, continues to grow in Sequoia National Park. The complex is comprised of the Paradise Fire and the Colony Fire. Last night, Paradise Fire made a downhill run across the middle fork of the Kauai River and General's Highway. So it crossed the middle fork of the Kauai River and General's Highway. As a result of this, the parks are evacuating employees from Ash Mountain Headquarters Complex and nearby housing areas. The Paradise Fire has a new acreage of 2,531 total acres. The Colony Fire has a new acreage of 493, for a combined total of the KNP complex of 3,024 with 0% containment. So that's the old news. The funny thing was the update at the top enlarged that quite a bit at 1 p.m. So I don't know why they didn't erase the old info. But the Paradise Fire is now 4,821 instead of 2,531. That's it's a little bit.
Engine 83, 1436.
It's a little bit misleading. It's not like it just exploded. I mean, it does have active, vigorous activity on it. However, they've had problems mapping, and so they update acreage whenever the airplanes can fly over.
Firecom.
Firecom engine 213 has engine 207, OES 392, at station 1, unsouth.
Engine 213, Firecom copies, 1436.
Well, I hope we'll learn something from this radio.
Engine 4190 arrived, case fire.
Hi, sorry, copies. Engine 4090 arrived, 1437.
Hang on, guys. See if they say anything. Yeah, we're listening to Cal Fire Tulare Unit, TUU. And I don't know what exactly we're hearing, but not much useful, but we might as well keep it on. So, yeah, go ahead and share the video. That's cool. We'll look at it in a little bit. Thank you for sharing. I'm a big gal. Let's continue reading then. Let me get that in dark mode. It's pretty bad. Okay. So, like I was saying, there's old info on the acreage that contradicts the new info. So, what I was saying is that they can only update acreage when they get a good flight, a recon flight over. And it looks like they just probably updated it to, instead of it doubling in size just from last night, they have time and time again trouble getting a measurement with the thick and heavy smoke. It's usually done from a plane flying around 18,000 feet or so, sometimes lower. That's a Rockwell 690B, so that could be air attack or a scout plane, but a lot of times air attack is in a Rockwell. That plane is 44 years old. Wow. So we were hoping they could get aircraft on, but looking at a quick glance at our cameras, let's see if they are still looking pretty thick. Yeah, it's clearing up a little bit, but when smoke clears, fires get a lot more active. And so we were hearing about kind of dismal weather forecasts. I never did get that weather video to play. I never found it. If anybody else can figure it out, Predictive Services, if you can find one, I'll show it. Let's look at our satellite again. Goes detections. We've got a hot spot over by, what was that, Crystal Cave Road? Let's go back to OpenStreetMap. That doesn't help much. There's no Forest Service map, really. Well, remember the big squares are margins of error. But it's over there by Marble Fork, Kauai River. And if this would please label roads. Anyway, it's bad. How about I just put it that way? It's bad. It's big and it's bad. Alright, going back to our, remember this map was generated like earlier in the morning. It's been active and vigorous, so this does not reflect the current situation as much as this does. So, yeah, that's Crystal Cave Road, I believe, and their goal was to keep it south of it. We remember margin of error. It could still be south of Crystal Cave Road, but we can't be sure now. But we know that this is a hot spot. Yeah, here's the road. Remember, it could just be right here that's on fire or just on here. With margin of error, it could be the entire thing and you would never know the difference. It's very limited. That's why we like to listen to the radio at the same time and get official sources. But only, it's like the blind man, the elephant. Listen to the radio, look at satellite maps, get official sources, get the media, and then get the cams. You combine all of those, you get an accurate look at the fire. But if you're missing any of them, you may not be accurate. So there's a big question mark about its current exact location. And the thing is that fire crews may not know the fire's exact location either. The air attack and that reporting is the best way to know, and the recon flights. But that's also limited by smoke a lot of the time, or they have to be at night. Daytime with thick, heavy smoke, oftentimes crews will pull out of an area because they just can't be sure where the fire is. It can sneak up on you. Sometimes gigantic flames can just be on the other side of something, like another side of a canyon, and you can't see it. It's kind of spooky, but sometimes you can hear it before you can see it. So, looking back here at the KNP update, there will be a community meeting at 5 p.m. It'll be on the Facebook page, live streamed, so we might be able to ask questions live. So, it explains evacuations, orders, and warnings, which we already read, and the community meeting, and it says for updates. It says for updates on the KNP complex, follow this link. The link is the exact same page we're already on. That's kind of funny. So the cause of the KNP complex was lightning, as we explained. The personnel on it is only 130. They've called for help, places like Rocky Mountain strike teams, but they said it would take them at least a week to arrive. And so the big problem is, these fires are already spreading rapidly close to communities and close to international treasures like some of the greatest, oldest trees on Earth. Specifically, the giant forest, where the trees are named after Civil War generals like the General Grant, General Sherman tree. The outlook for them yesterday was in the next 72 hours was very poor, so I'm going to check that again. The fuels involved on the lower elevations are chaparral, which is oily, fast-burning bushes that create a lot of dense black and gray, dark gray smoke and roll really fast and burn really fiercely. Makes it very hard to hold a line at, say, a road. And on the other side is dense timber, much of it dead, sometimes the majority of the trees dead, depending on the area, due to beetle infestation, drought, or fungal infection, the triple whammy. So this fire has a greater potential to be just one raging maniac as soon as winds are applied, because it has some of the driest and densest, thickest fuels on Earth. It's a little bit colder here at higher altitudes, and it's later in the year, but that's not going to stop much of its rampage. There are few living human beings that have ever seen old growth, huge, gigantic sequoia old growth, ever be on fire, and that's real old-timer stuff. So we may be seeing, if it gets bad, some of the craziest fire behavior that might be recorded on film if there's a red flag day. So we're just hoping there isn't one. We're hoping that there's some wedding rains or something before this gets really bad. The best thing that they could do right now is get retardant all over the landscape to buy them time to get more fire crews in. But they haven't been able to, and so it's looking a bit more grim as the days and hours go by. So significant events on the KNP fire. Observed fire activity, flanking, backing, rolling out, and uphill runs. The Paradise Fire has crossed General's Highway near Patwisha Campground, or Patwisha. Planned actions. They want to use aviation to moderate fire behavior, while available hand crews look for opportunities to construct lines. Just like I said, that's what they want, but they wanted that yesterday and didn't really get it either. They want to prevent fire from crossing major drainages. Well, it already breached one of the major ones this morning. They want to prepare for the arrival of fire and provide protection during fire's passage. Prepare the infrastructure. So they want to wrap buildings, wet them down, burn away debris away from the buildings. But that takes time. There's 130 people, and if you ever look at the structures map, they're going to make terrible choices. It can't be everywhere at once. They have to figure out which buildings they want to save, which ones they want to prepare. And there's the community down there, and then there's history, and then there's World Heritage trees also. They're going to make real terrible choices. None of them are going to be easy or good. You save a town? Do you save history? Do you save trees from the Bronze Age? What do you do? We already had that grim meeting where either an active or former firefighter lady said, please don't make lines here to save Three Rivers, this general area I think she was referring to. It's a death trap, in other words, she said. We'd rather have you come back and be alive and have to rebuild structures than have you try to save the structures. And she also commented that that the fire going over the drainage, going over the canyon, was going to be catastrophic for the community and for probably the impact up here to the great trees. And she was not wrong. You know, the officials just said, yeah. And that just happened today. So it's, wait a second. Am I zoomed out in the right spot? Excuse me. Where is my structure button? Yeah, the Wendy's down there. Here's the area. So, yeah, Three Rivers is in danger. Most immediately right now might be this area where the trees are. Ah! An emergency tone. Okay. Usually there's an emergency call right after that and irritation. So,
Firefighter to the wildland, assist MMU for requesting correction for air attack 430, engine 4381, road 600 and Hospital Drive in the Madera Acres area. Vehicle fire threatening the wildland, road 600 and High Skill Drive, 1448.
Road 600 and High School Drive. Tulare County. They're asking for aircraft on a vehicle fire that spread to vegetation, it sounds like. Tulare County. Isn't that...
I saw you copies, engine 40 and 73 quarters, 1449.
Or is it in Tulare? Tulare. That would be bad. So I'm about to read the fire's outlook for the 72 hours, but is that a new fire just now? So looking back up, the plane is air attack. My grandpa used to fly it. Well, that's cool, Teen Host there. That's pretty cool. So Helen Henthorne says, looks like they raked the surface fuels away, which posed no danger, but left too many ladder fuels. No point to manage it the next 2,000 years if all is lost. I know. So, yeah, the 2020 Castle Fire killed 31 to 42% of large 4-foot diameter sequoias, or 10 to 14% of all large sequoias in the Sierra Nevada. Estimated loss. Well, the biggest threat is actually as a crown fire. The embers landing in the tops of the trees. Usually that's not as big of a deal, but in a mega drought it is, with 90% chance.
One responding.
For ignition.
Assist MMU vehicle fire threatening the wildland. Command will be MMU Local 2, Tone 3, TAC, CDF TAC 7. Air to ground, CDF air to ground 1, tone 16, transmit and receive 1450.
Is this by Springville then? We don't have a heat detection yet, but that might just happen. It said High School Drive and Road 600 that there is a vehicle fire threatening wildland, and they just called an air attack. So that just interrupted me. That would be kind of breaking news, but I can't figure out where's Road 600 and High School Drive in Tulare County. We might just have to follow the airplanes to it, or just wait for some sort of update with the heat signatures on the satellite. Yeah, I was reading what Helen Henthorne was saying. The 4 fires between 2015 and 2020 killed 2/3 of the giant Sequoia Grove acreage across the Sierra Nevada, compared to only 1/4 in the entire previous century.
82 disregarding time.
Let's look at I'm a Big Gal's video while I'm talking. I don't know if it has narration, or is it mostly something we should just be watching while I'm speaking. Oh man.
4121.
That's cool.
Haskell Drive, there, Acres area. Timeout 1452.
I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna put the play speed on real low, real slow, because it's a short video, so people don't get car sick too. That's a real cool video you took. This from I'm a Big Al 007. And how long ago was this? Sorry, August 2021. Wow. You got lucky. You got lucky to see the stuff before the fire. I don't know what's going to happen. Right now, we're hoping and praying, but the fire right now is approaching this area. Is this by the General Sherman area? You can see how many.
Singer Elevate copies the dispatch of 106 card.
Yeah, there's a helicopter dispatch. To a vehicle fire threatening landscape. I don't know where Road 600 is in High School Drive, but that was the intersection. So it was August 15th. Wow. So you do see stuff on the floor that can burn. You do see ladder fuels. These tiny trees, I don't see why they would be allowed to exist, because they're not going to make it. It's too shaded for them to thrive, and yet they could result in the big trees burning if they burn at the base of the big trees. Now that tree is at risk. You can see it's already been damaged by fire previously. But if it has that protective bark missing from it, that's where it's vulnerable. So this tree was hit either by lightning, it kind of looks like a lightning scar, or by some other thing, and you can see the blackened center of it. Oh, it's two sort of growing from the same base. Wherever they have that chink in the armor, they're vulnerable. So if crews are there on the ground, they could, wet them and such. But the main threat to them is probably embers raining from above, and the fact that a pyrocumulus cloud could put millions of embers all over their tops and crowns. They're pretty fireproof at their base, unless it's a mega fire. And if there's a huge pyrocumulus cloud and a mega fire roars through it on a red flag day, there's probably nothing that can withstand that. So the fact that on the cams that these fires are trying to create pyrocumulus clouds, even at 6 in the morning yesterday, is very, very concerning. All it needs is a bit of a wind for this thing to be massive, take off, and be a landscape shredding monster. So let's look at, let's pause that for a sec, and look at aircraft and see where it's going in Tulare County. They just called air attack in. And is that? That's a Bell 407. Is it to Tulare, the town? Or is it somewhere else? Unless somebody's a local, I don't know. So, I'm a Big Gal 007 says this is the road that leads to Morro Rock, which is at the top of the ridge. Okay. That's between the Paradise Fire and the General Sherman tree. Wow, so that's basically where the fire is about to go. So, wow. Now, presumably, says, oh, that's an air ambulance. They're gonna have air attack over this vehicle fire that we just heard on the radio. I just can't figure out where it is. But it's Tulare County somewhere. So, we'll check back with it. Please let me know anybody following the aircraft. All right, let's continue. Well, so this is where the fire's about to go, and this is still just last month. I hope they've had some time to rake up some of these fuels and get rid of them, and fell some of the smaller trees, which are not going to thrive anyway, but are at risk to the 1,000-year-old giants. I mean, we can always plant a tree if one of the giants falls and replace it, but we need to make sure they survive. Air attack is up for the vehicle fire. Can you copy and paste the call sign, please, Teen Homesteader?
Fresno, Air attack 430 is off Fresno en route to the head school incident, MMU, ETA 1504.
Speak of the devil.
430, you are positive answer.
Oh, sorry, I didn't even read that. It's a... call sign is A430, Alpha 430. Okay. Fresno. Oh, it's an OV10. Okay, let's do following.
Area 27, medical aid, Joanne and Maple. Scene is not secure.
Where's it going? It's in a different county?
Station 27 medical aid, Pression unknown type medical aid, Joanne and Maple, scene is not secure. Station 27 unknown type medical aid, Joanne and Maple, scene is not secure. 10 March 1458.
Okay, I'm quite confused as to where this is supposed to be. Road 600 and High School Drive. Road 600 north of Fresno? Okay. Well, the cross street is high school. I don't know. We could try and put it on Google Maps, and sometimes that can be much better. Let's take a look. But, yeah, thank you so much for that video. That is priceless. You are awesome. Now we get a much better idea about what they can use to kind of help save stuff. The partial match says at Fresno. Yeah, Yep, east-northeast of Fresno. Google Maps is saying north of Piedra and Avocado. I didn't realize there's an Avocado, California.
Responding, station will be at the station.
Let's look at see where the plane's going.
An
An OV-10A. That's a
engine
lead.
27 staging at station 27, engine 27 staging at station 27, 1500.
Now an OV-10 is a lead plane, so there would be a tanker following it doing the drops. That's a Bronco. We'll just figure out where it's going. I'm just going to hit let's show the video more. Okay, let's go back and read the Excuse me. I lost my place. I'm going to read the outlook. I hope the outlook changed, but it's just grim for the KNP. It's just not good. The 72-hour outlook is part of it. The messages here on the screen as poor. As we were searching for a positive thing, and we just didn't find it. Last couple of days, not in the meeting, not in the instant web report, not in word on the street, not in weather. Weather we'll look at next. Projected incident activity of the KNP in the next 12 hours. Oh, for God's sake. Hang on. Okay. Yeah, it's never angered me before, but seeing just logs just laying right next to old growth.
Fire behind Martin 5 standing.
This is irresponsible. Dead trees next to international heritage trees. Irresponsible. It's just whatever we have to do, we have to make these areas safe. You just can't leave heavy dead and down fuels next to trees that you want to live. Do what it takes. Whatever the budget needs to do, make it happen. It's just as irresponsible as putting a whole stack of newspapers on the stove. It's just not something that you do. Oh, well, nobody turns the burner on, it'll be okay. Well, in this case, Mother Nature can turn the burner knob on whenever she wants. Or fate, or accident, or crazy people, arsonists, So don't leave stacks of newspaper on the stove. Now I'm looking at our cams. We still have pretty much too much of a smoky view. I'm looking at them in a different window. I'm checking on them. We still have too much of a smoky view to see anything. So I'm a big gal 007 says there's logs down all over that road. Even during a mega fire? Really? With all the Dixie rampaging at the same time? Okay. I mean, they could be down personnel because of the Dixie fire and because of COVID and other reasons, but that happens not in a day. These build up on the forest floor over decades. It's not every day that a tree falls over in this park. So if there's dead logs all over the ground, they're being completely irresponsible. When whoever's in charge of that, I hope they've... I hope they've done something. I hope they've done something like in the last couple of weeks. I just don't know. So Bob Fraser says, Wildfires was thinking about this morning as I did more fuel mitigation at my place. Job number 1 for National Park was to be stewards of the trees. Yeah, that's part of it. They made a paved trail and such so people can visit it, but you've got to take care of the trees. So, okay. A430 is over Road 600 right now. Okay, let's take a look. Yeah, so it is northeast of Madera, halfway to the recreation area at Hensley Lake, near the smaller lake called Madera Reservoir.
Area 8, medical aid 17288 Avenue 304.
Okay. Let's do 3D.
Station 8, medical aid for a fall 17288 Avenue 304, Crescent Road 180. Station 8, medical aid for a fall 17288 Avenue 304, Crescent Road 180, 10 out 1505.
Yeah, exactly. That's that meme. You had one job. You had one job.
Engine 27 for TCSO, scene is secure. Patient's going to be located in front of 818 Joanne.
Poor guys. It's dry and flat. In the valley, it's dry and flat, but you can't even see the mountains. I wonder if haze is taken into account for Flight Radar 24. Maybe it is.
Helicopter 3 Hotel Lima, present. Cancel.
Yeah, you're right. They're canceling air attack. I hope that means ground crews got a hold of it. Maybe they did. Yeah, what says the Redwoods?
Hotel Lima, present. Cancel.
The Redwoods are right here, and people saying one of the most amazing things I've ever seen in my life. That's pretty much the sentiments. It's pretty much what everybody says. I've never met anyone who's failed.
Break copter 3 Hotel Lima, Fresno, cancel.
Yeah, they're canceling and stuff. Yeah, I've never met anybody who failed to be impressed. You know, pictures don't do them justice. They just don't. And there's just so many. You can look up and just.
Fresno, Air Attack 430.
Attack 430, present.
Release from the high school incident. Return into base ETA of 1515. Negative contact with 3 Hotel Lima. 160164 still on the ground, Fresno. Confirm that they are canceled.
Attack 430, returning to Fresno Air Base, ETA of 1515, made positive contact with 3 Hotel Lima. They have not lifted.
430.
I subscribed. Okay, do you have more videos on Big Al of Sequoia that we could look at? Because this is incredible.
Engine 27, 1508.
The fire's headed exactly here. Oh my God.
Engine 8, TCAT's downgraded, priority 3. 1508.
Thanks, Dax fan, for checking on it for us. I'm listening to Tulare County Cal Fire, and there's just nothing there. I don't think it's Cal Fire on this anyway, because it's the parkland, and we don't have a broadcastify like.
Singer Hello Base copies to cancel. Negative start. Present copy 1508.
You're right, Helen. The point is, why would you kill these smaller trees? They're not healthy. They're stunted. They don't have enough light. In fact, underneath the old growth forest, there's almost.
7, station 7. 207-1509.
Underneath old growth, there's almost no bushes. That's why it's so fire safe. It blocks the light so that not too much brush grows up. That's the pinnacle of a healthy forest. You don't want many little trees that are stunted and going to die anyway.
Come engine 25 will be in area 1 for equipment.
Engine 25, 1509.
You have more pics? I'll look for more video. Oh, that would be really cool, the car while you were driving, because one thing people say is, anyway, before I go on to the next point, this is the pinnacle of a healthy forest, is old growth, where all the branches spread out as wide as they can so that the tree gets the healthiest it possibly can. Full spread of branches is vital for tree health. That's why they can grow big, tall, strong, resist bugs, resist disease, and do the most photosynthesis. And when they do that, when you have those healthy, extremely old trees, and it depends on the species what old is, but like 75-year-old trees in general or so, and 100-year-old trees become old growth. Their branches block a lot of the light. See how shadowed this all is? And that's perfect. You don't want too many bushes and brush growing up, because that's what endangers trees. When it burns at their base, it finally climbs the trunk eventually. That's why you want to get rid of that stuff. The Indians would light fires year after year to keep the little seedlings that are trying to grow in the brush away. Now, if you leave the seedlings, see this little unhealthy little whelp right here? That is stunted. It's struggling. It doesn't have enough light, and yet it's stealing away the water from the established old growth trees. This thing has dead branches. Any fire on the ground is going to climb it, and it'll go right up to this tree, and then the wind blows, it's going to blow the fire directly onto other trees. But guess what? What if that tree's not there? No fire that climbs. Very little fire here, just by burning off a couple pine needles. Boom, that's it. Fire's out. The trees are safe. You don't want this. It's going to die anyway. It's going to grow up sick because it doesn't have enough light, not enough photosynthesis, not enough food. Light is tree food. And it is competing for the water of the big ones. The big ones have deeper roots. They're getting all the water they need. It is not. It's dry as a bone, way drier than the sequoias. It's not going to thrive. This sort of tree should not be allowed to grow up next to it. It's just a parasite, basically, on those others. Even if it's the daughter of one of them, it's just a parasite that will hurt its parents. Now, should one of the big ones die, well, now would be the time to plant another one. But you just don't allow that. The Indians would go, nope, don't do that. And that's the kind that you would cut down, have for firewood, or you could chip it. You could fast forward what nature would do. Nature would kill it. Nature would have it fall over. Nature would have termites attack it, and bears and things, and then it would eventually become mulch and soil. Well, you can accelerate that process. Take a masticator, go turn that into sawdust and mulch, and that'll fertilize, the rest of the ground and keep the situation healthy. And that's what helps keep things fire safe. So that's why we're real gung-ho about masticators, because they're also a lot more sensitive. And like a bulldozer, it doesn't crush everything in its path. The little arm reaches out, grabs the tree, brings it on over to the wood chipper. And it can stay on that paved road, right? That's the good thing about masticators. And there's some they're developing that will be carefully able to walk on like robotic spider legs through the forest without crushing it, without making a road that will be real sensitive and won't kill everything in its path, to remove these dead and dying little things like this that are fire hazards. Yeah, drink milk, masticator. The new technology is coming that'll make this work cheaper. Sometimes parks want to do this work. They know that that's a fire danger, especially if there's a bunch of them. The greatest fire danger is one that's 100% dead. However, they may not have the budget to do it. And masticators and other things that make it quicker and cheaper. New technology like masticators that make this cheaper will allow for more work to be done. That's why we're enthusiastic. In the future, robotic machines will be assigned to do it. People can control them from afar, and they can go deep into the forest where human beings would have to hike in and work, and just not feasible economically, or maybe it's too dangerous. They'll walk the landscape, making it fire safe. And that era is coming. We have to wait a little bit longer, but that's why I tell people these things, because it's very good news that in the future we'll have a better landscape, because it'll be cheaper to do this and more environmentally sensitive and just beneficial. So there is a 5 p.m. meeting for the Caldor. Okay, there's that's going to compete Serene Sapphire with the one for the K&P, but we'll watch the K&P first, of course, and then we'll do that. So let me go back to reading. But this should make you mad, especially. I mean, there's a living tree. Okay, that's It's still got dead branches at the bottom, and it's a ladder fuel. However, what should be really concerning is the dead logs. That's not good. And bear in mind, this might be after they've already done a lot of work. It does look like a bit of a clean floor, more than you would see in like a regular forest. However, it's incomplete if they were working on this. Really old bone dry logs that have been dead, like that one for probably more than a decade, just don't belong in there during a mega drought. I mean, that's bad enough. I mean, look at that one. That's been damaged by fire before. It's bad enough that it was ever left there, but logs and such on the ground like this just don't belong during a mega drought. That should make people angry. Like, what are you doing? What are we paying you for? We pay the Park Service to take care of the trees. That's nice that you made a lovely paved, disability accessible road and everything, but what is that? Look behind. What is that? Extremely heavy down fuels? What? I understand leaving the huge ones on the ground, the ones that are from the Bronze Age. Yeah, that's part of history, but like that is insignificant right there. That doesn't have any value except cluttering up the landscape, and it's basically newspapers on the stove. This jumble back here, that probably should go. That is a huge fire risk. Collapsed logs all on top of each other. Look, a log on the ground isn't that bad. Have you ever tried to make a campfire and you put all the logs just flat on the ground? They don't burn that well. There's no air circulation from the bottom. But a campfire does burn well if you stack the logs like this on each other in bonfires. You've got air coming in from the bottom, the chimney effect of the smoke at the top. You don't want logs leaning on each other like that. That's extreme hazard. That will go up like that. That will be, and it's just bad. They could change it. They could at least just pull them apart from each other and leave them. That would at least be better. Yeah, the firefighters in chat, like Bob is saying, exactly. Yeah. So, but here's the thing. Instead of just getting mad, the reason I'm telling the public that they should be mad is that you should politely, or insistently, inform others about the danger. So regular people, like, I'm pretty sure these people have no idea what we're talking about. They're just...
Flurry Crew 2, returning to Flurry Work Center. Copy. Flurry Crew 2, returning to Flurry.
Okay, those people, the vast majority of people seeing this are not mad at seeing logs and stuff on the ground and dead trees everywhere. They're ignorant about the extreme danger and what causes mega fires, what makes fires bad, what makes them kill old growth. And that's just what the public needs to be aware about. Because what you can do is, if there's more public pressure, hey, we notice this is a problem, please deal with it. Then they'll want to change. But without fire education, this is the equivalent of walking into a room with gasoline all over the floor and saying, that's a wonderful smell. I mean, children can do that. Children can be like, I love the smell of gas, and just continue smelling it, and not know that it's extremely dangerous and hazardous and flammable. It also promotes a lot of bugs and termites, which will then attack the living tree. And guess what? Here's the other problem. A lot of times trees die because they're infected with fungal disease. So when they're standing up, they are affected, right? Well, when they lay down, now the entire landscape, the fungus is all over the landscape horizontally. This one laid down right next to a sequoia. So if you have a disease, fungal virus, plant virus, or other, they spread it when they fall down on the ground, and then they're touching the roots of other living trees. That's part of disease spread. So why did the tree die is a big question mark too. There's a reason that loggers burn their slash. Slash is like sticks and branches and smaller trees that fell down during logging. They're doing that to help the landscape. They're preventing tree disease from spreading. That's one of the things that Mother Nature kind of fire can be beneficial is do that for the trees. The ash is fertilizer, and the burned dead fuels are the disease is eliminated, and that's where we could do it too. They could do gather these up, burn them, and scatter the ash, and basically do it safer than Mother Nature would have it done. So anyway, let's go back to the. Oh, there's still some radio chatter. Let's listen.
Firecom.
Station 25.
Engine 25, 1521.
Oh, hi, RJ. No, they're not contained. We were just reading about them. They're bad, and this is an awesome video that Big Al 007 just shot. Oh gosh, I'm sorry guys. I just made a whole bunch of drawings with the stupid evacuation info on top of it. I'm sorry.
27, 1521.
I don't know if that's ever unclear. Tell me, hey, you're drawing below that line, because I don't see that on my screen. I just look over at my broadcast and go, oh, whoops. But I'm a Big Al 007, shot this amazing video just last month. So this is exactly where the fire is headed, and we can see what's at risk. We can also see the terrible state of mismanagement that the park is in at this point. That should make everybody angry. I mean, this is bad enough if you do it in an unimportant forest that can be replaced. These giants can't be replaced. These are not the ones with the signs and the names. Some of these trees have names because they're huge. This is just an intro walk over to the big guys. To General Sherman, to the others. These are the baby old growth, not the huge ones. But the huge ones are around the corner. So the fire, if it hasn't reached here already, is on its way. And so that's why it's so infuriating to see all the fuel on the ground. And it doesn't happen in a day. It builds up over time. They may have done some work, but if they did, it's incomplete. So,
Engine 4381 in quarters. Engine 4381 in quarters, 1523.
should we switch to that EDAX van? What hero? Because we're on Cal Fire, I could switch right back to the feed for the park, but they say almost nothing. So a hero of what? Oh, message retracted. But what were you saying? Yeah, Big Dog says the 32 biggest trees have names. Most of them were named after the generals like Sherman and Grant and stuff of the Civil War. EDAX fan says heard a helicopter, not a hero, doing recon on the King. Oh, well, just let me know. I didn't want you to just listen and report. I want people to tell me which radios to be on, so that we can hear this fire. So I switched to Cal Fire because there's like nothing going on the Sequoia Park one. That's what I was asking for, like which radio to listen to. You probably didn't hear that part. So are you listening to Sherwood Brook Trails and Little Lake for Tulare County? Is that the channel you're on? On Broadcastify? Sequoia. I'm a bit sick, so yeah, did I have the wrong feed? Hang on a second. From Visalia monitoring Sequoia and Sierra National Forest and Kings Canyon National Park. You make sure I'm playing the right feed. Tulare County, California. Let's see. Okay. We're playing that feed. 13 listeners. Alright. Well, if they say something, they say something. Oh, the point was there's minimal traffic and it was very sparse. Oh, okay. Yep. Thank you for the report. So we'll listen to that now too. And I just look at the cams. I don't think they're going to have any aircraft. We still have the multicam right here, and it's just looking terrible. That's clear as mud. And that's where the windy and the KMP fires are, and we can't see a thing. So, darn. If it changes, they can have aircraft, but if it changes, there will be a heck of a lot more fire activity, because if the smoke blows away, remember, smoke is like a blanket. It's like a smothering effect. It kind of deprives the fire of fresh air. It's like a lid on the grease fire on the pan. So it's slightly beneficial, but the fire will still continue at a lower pace, and you can't have the aircraft. Right now it would be better if it blew away, we had the aircraft. But darn it, that's just not looking possible. It's like yesterday, it wasn't possible. And so hope is fading for them to be able to protect all of these trees. They really need retardant all around this area, and they can't drop it. So looking back to the chat, Randy says not concerned, but FJFD is half a block away. What's that? Let's see. They must have a massive root system. That would be something to look up. That would be pretty amazing. I'm not sure what Desiree is saying that is not most excellent. Oh, are you quoting Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure? Because that would be good. Wow. Helen says wounds at the base of trees like that. Let's go back to the video. Were called cat faces, and the early National Forest Management entailed packing them with mud. That sounds good. In horticulture today, if you have a wound at the base of a plant, that's basically it's like a skin lesion. It allows infection from plant diseases. And so it's kind of like a silly putty you can put on trees today, or like a clay, and to be like a second skin, like a skin graft. Because trees can't regrow bark where it's been breached. Forevermore, they have an open wound, and they can bleed sap all over it, but what is that? That is a fuel. Sap is their only defense at that point to attack insects and encase them in what becomes amber, or to do the same thing, try to smother and trap viruses and bacteria and fungus. So that's what sap is about. That's actually a pretty good idea. Plaster, mud, or something. So, let's see, let's go back here. Big Dog says there have been 2 trees in the past that were much bigger than Sherman. One fell down in a storm, and the other one was cut down by humans. Wasn't that the horrible tale of the Mark Twain tree? I couldn't believe that was named, celebrated, given a plaque, and somehow cut down for something like exhibit at the World's Fair. Like, what? What? Name it after one of our great literary heroes and then cut it down and drag it to a World's Fair? What? Yeah. I was trying to figure out this because I want to go make a documentary on big trees. Have a big tree driving tour thing. Now there's a best kept secret in Oregon called Valley of the Giants. I've been there twice for my birthday each time. And, late birthday. And they're huge. They're Douglas firs and cedars and Sitka spruce. There's only one place in the Coast Range that still has old growth like that. And I showed up, and I was so enraged. The first time I went there, I didn't have fire experience, and I wasn't mad, right? Just, oh, big trees, I love this. But I was climbing over dead trees to get on the trail, and climbing over logs, and climbing over huge amounts of just branches of dead things. I just thought it was irritating, nothing more. And then I got a fire education and went back, and I'm now completely enraged. There's signs and stuff, and the website says, this is the last remaining old growth of the of Oregon's Coast Range. It was slated for logging in the early 20th century when a fire ripped through the area and burned up all the wooden train trestles that they were going to use to access the forest to log it. When doing the math, they found that if they rebuilt the train trestle and logged the forest, they would break even or lose money due to the expense of rebuilding a train trestle. Therefore, ironically, fire that passed through the region has saved this little valley. It's a really small valley. It's just a day hike. Not that many trees. But they're huge. Not like a sequoia, but some of the biggest deadliest firs probably living. And I looked everywhere, and there's just huge, heavy down and dead fuels from year after year, storm after storm. They didn't remove anything. And there's big signs. Don't remove anything. Don't collect firewood. It says, what we're going to do here in the forest is allow fire to naturally, we'll allow this grove to naturally manage itself and see what fire does. We're doing an experiment to see what fire does when you don't remove heavy fuels from the landscape. And I almost had a seizure. That's the most reckless and evil thing. One of the last old growth places on the entire west coast of the United States, the last one of the Coast Range, and they're going to let fire do what it wants to do? We already know you don't need to do an experiment. We already know it will obliterate the forest and destroy everything and cause a mega fire. We already know from last year. Beachy Creek, Lion's Head, Riverside Fire. We know what it does. I am really mad. I am going to make a video that calls people to action to absolutely take direct action. Whatever the heck they're trying to do is immoral and wrong and needs to be stopped. Whatever stupid university had that idea is ridiculous. We already know what happened with the Tillamook burn. That is what destroyed, that fire destroyed most of the old growth of the Coast Range. And they're just like, let's let it happen again. Oh, and let's forbid people to help the situation by removing firewood, that meaning picking it up and carrying it away. It's just absolutely sick. I looked at it, there's a creek, but there's no fire access roads, period. It would be a hike in. If fire got established, no way to stop it. It's absolutely ridiculous. So this fire awareness is not just to make people mad. We can have anger and we can funnel it for good, positive change. That's the best use of anger. You don't suppress anger, you funnel it, you harness it, you let it drive you to make positive change. That's the best thing to do it. Yeah, Big Dog, this is why we need real leaders. Right, and actual smart people in charge. Because what kind of an idiot decided, let's gamble with one of the last treasures on Earth. It's not yours to gamble with. It belongs to the public. You know, go make your own little forest and go do that on your own land, and have your great grandchildren do that folly, that stupid thing. Better yet, open up a history book and just read about what happens. I mean, people are still alive that remember the Tillamook burn Holocaust for nature that was. But I just can't believe it. Well, thank you. I'm a big gal. Thank you. That's what we need is video that I can explain. You know, video's worth they say pictures are worth 1,000 words, and video is worth 1,000,000.
Porterville with a message. All suppression, detection, and prevention units on the Hume Lake Ranger District. Starting tomorrow, extended staffing, early up 0700, and extended until 1930 until further notice. Porterville repeating. All suppression, detection, and prevention units on the Hume Lake Ranger District. Starting tomorrow, extended staffing, early up 0700, extended till 1930 until further notice. Time check 1536, KMB 740.
Now, that may be related to the wind tomorrow. there may be 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So they're saying early up. Your shift begins at 7 and ends at like 11:30 at night. Ooh. So there may be a bunch of wind gusts tomorrow, like 25 to 30, 40 mile an hour winds. I was about to read the rest of that. Yeah, you're right too, Big Dog. It doesn't just belong to the public. These trees, the last of the trees, belong to not just our generation, but the next. Everything we have is because prior generations preserved it. Not only didn't destroy it, but made smart decisions for the most part to keep it going, including probably these trees probably were set up by thousands of generations of unknown Native Americans. We have them to thank, even though we have no idea who they were. This doesn't happen by accident. It's the careful, beneficial guide of people who care about the environment, their own environment, people who depended on it, people who saw the trees as sacred. And this is not an accident. This is when you benefit the environment, use human brains to help nature. Whenever you help nature, you get a reward. This is our reward. These are miracles of nature. And well, when you harm it, you get harmed back. That's the big lesson we're learning here. Nature's not mad at us. I bet if nature is sentient, I don't believe so. I think it's a system. But if nature was sentient, I fight against the whole nature's mad at us and has wrath. No, nature just is always the way it is. If you set up an inferno on the landscape, you're eventually going to get an inferno on the landscape. If you take preventative measures, you generally get, not inferno on the landscape. You generally prevent it. It's nobody is mad at us. Nobody's targeting us. Stop being pent up in rage and declaring stuff like that, because there's no solution to that. But if you just think, oh, well, we get good in, we get good out, that lowers people's blood pressure. It's more the truth. It's factual. It's practical, and it means we can solve problems. But the people who come in here and say, "Look what you did to nature. She's mad at us." It's just, come on, that's medieval thinking. The old medieval thinking that the weather and disasters happen because of some angry deity is just like, okay, all right, whatever. It's just not relevant. But anyway, the Big Dog says many of these trees are way over 1,000 years old. Yeah, they're Bronze Age. If you visit this park, there are areas where it explains a tree ring from a downed giant, and on the tree ring are these little cards and these little arrows, and they're huge. Like, I, as a kid, could spread my arms out, and taking a picture of me, I could only, with my arms spread, say as a 5-year-old, that's only about 300 years of history when the tree was growing in the Bronze Age. And so at the very center of the ring, it'll say, bronze invented, Wow. And then the next ring, like a couple more rings, it says Roman Empire founded, or the Parthenon built, Roman Empire founded. And then it says, Carthage destroyed. And then the next thing is like another timestamp in history. Jesus is born. Julius Caesar's assassinated. Then it'll go to this or that kingdom in China arrives. The Mayan civilization does this and that. And then it says, Columbus discovers America. And then it'll say, Notre Dame made at this point. And Western Roman Empire falls. Constantinople falls. And Columbus discovers the Americas. And then this and that and that. And then it says that towards the end of it, this park founded, and United States of America founded, Boston Tea Party on this day. The different rings have different marks. Oh yeah, the General Sherman tree was, what is the approximate age? They're able to date it basically to the year, age of General Sherman tree. Now, General Sherman is a hated figure, but it's a beloved tree. So it's around 2,300 to 2,700 years old, according to Encyclopedia Britannica. I thought they dated it a lot more precisely than that, because they're working on more and more markers for tree rings, not just the thickness and such. It is 275 feet tall. It's not as high as some of the California coast redwoods, which are in Humboldt County, mostly, or partially in Mendocino, I think, partially in Shasta is the redwoods. So it's not as great as that of a cypress growing in Oaxaca, Mexico, in terms of volume, though it is the world's largest living thing, which the fire is approaching it, and it's on the same trail as this. So it stands in a section of the park called the Giant Forest, an area of about 5 square miles, which the fire is roaring towards right now, with many groves of big trees. Besides the big trees, the plants present in the park include smaller trees like incense cedars, sugar pines, white firs, ponderosa pines, as well as various shrubs and wildflowers. Animal life includes black bears, mule deer, gray fox, squirrel, and small mammals. Probably American marten, which require old growth to live. By the way, species are at risk here. Not just whoopsie, we killed trees, but you could have all those dependent on old growth slide closer and closer to extinction. Things like the American marten need old growth. We don't know why. They're just big tree weasels, basically. But I wanted to be a biologist to try to figure out what American marten do. They're one of the most mysterious mammals on Earth. They hunt squirrels in the trees, but wherever old growth disappears, they disappear too, for the most part. And they're rarely seen by humans. Nocturnal, shy. Every once in a while, someone captures one on video, but everything we know about them is almost exclusively from data from trappers. And they're very mysterious. I wanted to catch them and collar them and study them, but I decided to not go into biology after I realized my health was just way too frail. But it's just presumably American marten live here. I know there's some at Lassen. There's some in Plumas County, and I hope they survive these fires. But the smaller creatures are more vulnerable than the deer and the cougar and the bear. We're seeing deer and cougars and bears because they lived through the fires. They generally just move away. We are not seeing the thousands or millions of smaller creatures that are just burned to a crisp on the landscape. And those are the most vulnerable critters. So, latest InstaWeb shows a finger of the fire headed right towards the Sherman. Oh, great. All right, let's look at the newest map. The incident outlook hasn't changed. That wasn't updated. That's why I stopped reading it. But yesterday when I was reading it, the 72-hour outlook for Wednesday and Thursday night, temperatures will remain very warm, some in the 80s. Humidity remains low, which sucks. Part of it below 15% in the afternoon tomorrow, which is just bad. Humidity below 25% is really bad for fire. Below 15 is like, oh god. Winds southwest with gusts of up to 25 miles an hour on Wednesday and Thursday night. A gradual cooling trend could help moderate fire behavior after Thursday. However, peak southwesterly wind gusts of 17 miles an hour could cause control and containment issues to the north and east of the main finger of activity. Wait a second. I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong fire. I have a fever, guys. I have 2 InstaWeb pages open. Very sorry. Let me go back. Go back to the correct one. Where's my map? I was hoping I could take a nap here. Duplicate tab. There's our KMP. That weather forecast may be exactly the same because it's not too far away. The windy versus KMP. So just bear with me. Okay, found it. Alrighty. So the next 72 hours. This has not been updated, just like I saw. they're saying the colony fire will spread through Yucca Creek. Since that was yesterday, that basically is the next 48 hours. So tomorrow and Thursday. The colony fire will spread through Yucca Creek and Marble Fork, Kaweah drainages. Paradise fire will spread through the middle and east fork of Kaweah drainage. And then after that 70, so that's now the 48-hour update. And the next 72 hours, it'll continue to spread through Yucca Creek and Marble Fork Kaweah drainages. So if we look at that on the map, that is here. So we got the General's Highway, and basically everywhere the heat detections are. The middle fork of the Kaweah is right here. It breached that yesterday. Let's put on some, where's our relief? Shade of relief. Get much more of this sense of rugged elevation here. So that's the middle one. It's climbing this highway right now. The fire is right here. And the colony, named after the Colony Peak, is already right here. And the fire of the Paradise is climbing. And so it's going to spread. This is the Marble Creek drainage. Sorry, this is not supposed to be a dirty picture. I keep trying genitalia on accident. So here's the fire that will be spreading through that drainage and spreading around through this one. And then question mark, can they do something to keep it out of the big trees, which are right there, question mark. But this is what a fire already is. Its projected activity is going to be to climb that way through the creek area, and it wants to attack the trees from these different areas. Remember though, say they successfully fend it off this way somehow. That's not the end of the story. Once the fire's established up here, winds can change. Attack it from that side. Fire can definitely climb up here, attack it from that side. It's going to be a day after day assault, and so don't celebrate too much any sort of victory of this area until the fat lady sings. Let me go back to chat real quick. RJ says, I remember a tree ring a long time that has an AD and BC boundaries and got struck by lightning in the 70s. Yikes. Egon Faulkner says, a hole in the ground owned by a liar. Definition of a gold mine. Yep, that's a really good one. Okay, the conspiracy theory chatter is banned. Everybody, please obey the rules. The chat rules are in the description of the video. So that was what I keep saying. The people, there's a psychological complex that some people can't handle the stress of chaos, especially if they already have a lot of chaos and uncertainty and stress in their lives already, or abusive childhoods and that sort of thing. Until they're much more secure in life, there's this mental complex where people can not handle the idea of nobody being in control and uncertainty in the face of mega disasters. So there's two sides of the coin. If you're religious, you think God's in control, and since God's not evil, you blame the victim and call everybody a sinner and repent and all that kind of crap. You know, blame gays for hurricanes and all that kind of psychological nonsense. And if you're not religious, the other thing they come up with is there's a giant evil government somewhere that controls the world. We know it's evil because they're in control of the weather, and this weather's doing evil things. Therefore, there's somebody in control and knows how to geoengineer these fires. And the thing is that you could burst the bubble of that kind of thinking real fast, and as it being not logical, there is no reason for a shadow government which would make money off of tax money and survive that way, that they would cause disasters which would bleed out tax money. There's just no reason to do that. And then people come and argue with me and say, but it's lizard people, they hate humans. And I just go, okay. As a lizard person, I am very offended. We're miscategorized so frequently. So let's see if we have a refresh on the K&P. I don't think that we do. So going back to, I'm looking for any new info related to K&P. We're waiting for an hour from now. We'll have a community meeting. There's still only 130 personnel on the fire. So I would think it would take several hundred people just to protect these trees. It just, the fact that they have thousands of structures, many different communities and many different vulnerable historical buildings, including Silver City, the ghost town, the preserved tourist attraction ghost town. It just makes me sick. I was supposed to go there, and I'm supposed to make a documentary on it too, and these trees too. So, it's a national park. You can get reservations there. It's a resort now. There's cabins. This is what Silver City looks like. At least some of the cabins to rent. It seems like there's a slideshow. Is there? But a lot of this is turn of the century stuff. Oh, there's a pie. I could use some pie. Sightseeing buses. Remember, mountain towns have very little economic activity. It's a struggle for all of them to survive. It's either mining, logging, or tourism, and that's basically it. So even though these areas might be devastated by fire, whatever survives, go visit. Just go visit and put money back into it. They'll either need to survive or need it to rebuild. Just buy something somewhere. Anywhere. Plumas County, Butte County, Lassen County, Tulare County. When these fires are done, just go visit. Go buy something. Get some groceries. Get some things at the gas station. Go into a store and buy something. If it's not for yourself, find somebody to give it to. That can be one of the best ways that you can help the recovery. Take pictures of what survived, spread that on social media, and say, hey guys, there's a reason to visit here. Help them recover. That's the General Sherman. Boy, does it look small in this photo. Depends on your lens, really. It really depends on the lens you use. So, sorry, I have screwed up the website. I'm looking for images of Silver City. The lodges, I think. The Grant Grove cabins. Yeah, there's a lot of these are very old. It's cedar shake siding type stuff. That's turn of the century. Logging camps used to have a lot of that kind of cabin design. So, do they have a gallery? That's just not it. National Park reservations. Let me find some other images while we wait for the community update. I'm looking back at the cams. There's still nothing to show you. They're still very, very smoky. This is 3:45 p.m. This is the camera at Sequoia Kings Camera National Park. And boy, look at the dead vegetation. Look at the dead vegetation. Why? Why? But hopefully they'll learn, especially if more and more people write letters and say, please, stop turning our sacred tree groves into something that's basically resembles a bonfire ready to light. They are worth saving. We want our grandchildren to visit. They can't be replaced. Please think about, at least around these trees, not allowing kindling to stack at their base. Thank you for your time. Doesn't have to be a rage. Does not have to be a rage. Let's not turn rage upon the poor forest rangers and such. That's inappropriate. I want to make sure that nobody does anything harmful or abusive in language or in accusations. A lot of the rangers just have to follow orders. A lot of if you work for the government, just like working for a corporation, you may disagree with the policy. You can't do anything about it. So be polite. But let's go back to our situation. I just got a beverage. Thanks for being patient with me being sick here. I'm really hoping the community meeting might have some good news for us, but it's just not really looking good. Let's go back to the Weather Predictive Services and see if we can navigate this mess of a website and get more accurate. I read the forecast for Sequoia National Forest. These little zones are divided up like this because they're microclimates. The thing about mountains is it can be a super microclimate where one canyon is at a dead calm and one canyon away there's fierce winds for like flying a kite. Shouldn't it say outside the national park? Did I make a typo? Let me see. I got it straight. I copied and pasted. But there's a possibility I made a typo from the Sheriff's Office or Forest Service. Let me double check though. I do want to make sure I'm completely correct. And that's what I asked for is please do correct me if I ever typo or misspeak or anything. Or get the wrong idea. So this is what I copy and pasted with minor modifications for the fire. So it says Sheriff Dorado is issuing evacuation orders for a portion of 3 rivers that happened at 1 p.m. The orders cover Mineral King Drive up to the Sequoia National Park boundary, blah, blah, blah. And that was right, it was the Sheriff's Office. It said, was it their Facebook? Yeah, I may have closed their Facebook and opened this. Well, let's make sure to Tulare County Facebook. This Forest Service happening now. Happening now. Complex update. Community of Sycamore.
Today is Tuesday, September 14th. Did you know I have tips on cleaning and sanitizing? Want to hear one now?
Alexa, no, I don't.
Okay, whenever you'd like. You can ask me to give you a cleaning tip.
What? Did you hear that? Okay. I don't know what I said to cue up her, but she was speaking. Hang on a second. I want to make sure. They seem to have changed and expanded their post. Was it? Did I take it from their Twitter, perhaps? But it's been inside of the park. We know that the fire's in the park. Was that the question? Yeah, Alexa is possessed. I think so. No, I'm not talking to you. Stop. What the funniest thing that ever happened with Alexa was, sorry, I didn't mean to mention her name, was my mom and I are talking, and I had just gotten her that fancy Christmas present, and so we're talking that night, and we forget, you forget it's there, and I said something. I have no idea to this day what the key word was, but I can't say her word or she's gonna start talking again. You know, the hockey puck from Amazon interrupts our conversation at maximum volume and says, farting. We turn around open mouth and look at her. I didn't say a word. I was just in the middle of describing a story. I think was related to me. Oh, that was right, the deer that hit my car. And she interrupts me saying, farting! We look at her, she goes, I think you want to know about flautas, farting, breaking wind, and she lists about 7 different adjectives for farting. And she goes, would you like to know more about flautas? And I was about to open my mouth like, no. My mom, getting all amused by this, goes, yeah. And I glared at her like, Mom, but it was the most hilarious thing. She began to elaborately describe various dictionary definitions and other language words for farting. So don't ask me why. I have no idea what happened with that. So, yeah. So, yeah, Helen and anybody looking for the evacuation map, it's in.
All aircraft, be advised of alert zone.
It's in the link of this video. I'm still trying to find the error that might exist in my.
All units here with afternoon report. Lookout check-in. Delilah. Pilot. Shut eye.
Shut eye.
Signal. All lookouts are loud and clear. Afternoon weather. This session above seasonal temperatures will continue through Wednesday. Temperatures will then trend down back to seasonal averages by the weekend. Locally breezy conditions during the afternoon and evening are likely along the coastal range. Our wind-prone areas and Kern counties this evening and again on Wednesday. Dry conditions are expected to continue. Break. Here continuing, Central Sierra foothills. Tonight, sky weather mostly clear. Minimum temperature is 63 to 68. 24-hour trend little change. Maximum humidity 39 to 49%. 24-hour trend little change. Wind 20 foot. Slopes upslope up valley 5 miles per hour in the early evening, shifting to downslope 4 miles per hour. Ridges north 5 miles per hour in the early evening, shifting to the northeast 3 miles per hour. LEL 1. Wednesday sky weather sunny. Areas of smoke in the morning. Haze. Maximum temperature 86 to 91, 24-hour trend down 1 to 3 degrees. Minimum humidity 18 to 28%. 24-hour trend up 1 to 3%. 120 foot slope. Downslope 5 miles per hour in the early morning, 15 to upslope of valley 3 to 6 miles per hour by afternoon. Ridges southeast 5 miles per hour in the early morning, shifting to the west 3 to 6 miles per hour by afternoon. LEL 1. Thursday, sky weather, sunny, haze in the morning, maximum temperature 83 to 88, 24-hour trend down 2 to 4 degrees, maximum humidity 18 to 28%, 24-hour trend little change, wind 20 foot, slope down to 3 miles per hour in the early morning, increasing to upslope of valley 3 to 6 miles per hour by afternoon, ridges east 3 miles per hour in the early morning, increasing to the southwest 3 to 6 miles per hour by afternoon. LEL 1, break.
Well, that didn't change much from what we thought. It's telling the crews, the fire crews.
Sierra continuing, Central Sierra, tonight sky weather mostly clear. Haze, minimum temperature 5,000 feet, 57 to 62, 8,000 feet, 47 to 52, 24-hour trend, little change. Maximum humidity 5,000 feet, 37 to 47%, 8,000 feet, 36 to 46%, 24-hour trend down 2 to 8%, wind 20 foot, slope downslope 3 to 6 miles per hour in the early evening, then easterly 5 miles per hour. Ridges north 3 to 6 miles per hour in the early evening, shifting to the east. LEL 1. Wednesday sky weather, sunny, haze. Maximum temperature 5,000 feet, 79 to 84. 8,000 feet, 67 to 72. 24-hour trend down 1 to 3 degrees. Minimum humidity 5,000 feet, 17 to 27%. 8,000 feet, 15 to 25%. 24-hour trend up 3 to 5%. Wind 20 foot, slope upslope up valley 6 miles per hour in the early morning, increasing to westerly 3 to 9 miles per hour by afternoon. Ridges southeast 3 to 6 miles per hour in the early morning, shifting to the west 3 to 9 miles per hour by afternoon. LEL 1.
Thursday, sky weather, sunny. Haze in the morning, maximum temperature 5,000 feet, 75 to 80. 8,000 feet, 64 to 69. 24-hour trend down 3 to 5 degrees. Minimum humidity 5,000 feet, 18 to 28%. 8,000 feet, 15 to 25%. 24-hour trend will change. Wind 20 foot, slopes, down slope, 5 miles per hour in the early morning, increasing to Upslope Valley, 3 to 9 miles per hour by afternoon. Ridges south, 3 to 6 miles per hour in the early morning, 50s in southwest, 3 to 10 miles per hour by afternoon. LEL 1, break. Continuing, north seas over tonight, sky weather, mostly clear, haze, minimum temperature of 5,000 feet, 58 to 63, 8,000 feet, 46 to 51. 24-hour trend will change, maximum humidity 5,000 feet, 31 to 41%, 8,000 feet, 36 to 46%. 24-hour trend down 2 to 8%, wind 20 foot, slopes, down slope 6 miles per hour in the early evening, then east 35 miles per hour. Ridges north 5 miles per hour in the early evening, 50 to the northeast, 6 miles per hour, LEL 1. Wednesday, sky weather, sunny, haze, maximum temperature 5,000 feet, 77 to 82, 8,000 feet, 68 to 73, 24-hour trend down 1 to 3 degrees, minimum humidity of 5,000 feet, 20 to 26%, 8,000 feet, 16 to 26%. 24-hour trend will change, wind 20 foot, slopes, down slope 3 to 6 miles per hour in the early morning, 15 to Upslope Valley, 3 to 9 miles per hour by afternoon. Ridges southeast, 6 miles per hour in the early morning, 15 to the southwest, 3 to 8 miles per hour by afternoon. LEL 1. Thursday, sky weather, sunny, haze, and areas of smoke in the morning. Maximum temperature 5,000 feet, 74 to 79, 8,000 feet, 65 to 70. 24-hour trend down 2 to 4 degrees. Minimum humidity 5,000 feet, 19 to 26%, 8,000 feet, 18 to 28%. 24-hour trend up 1 to 3%. Wind 20 foot, slopes, down slope 3 to 5 miles per hour in the early morning, 15 to Upslope Valley, 3 to 9 miles per hour by afternoon. Ridges northeast, 5 miles per hour in the early morning, increasing to the southwest, 3 to 9 miles per hour by afternoon. LEL 1, break.
All right. I can never complete a sentence. When I earlier got
Predicted adjective ratings, area 528 high, area 529 moderate, area 532 very high, area 533 high. Predicted project activity levels, Jerseydale, Delta, Minaret, Echo Victor, Northport, Delta, Bench Meadow, Delta, Mountain Rest, Delta, Dixie, Echo Victor. Predicted dispatch level zone 1 and 2 high. Force stopping level 5. This concludes afternoon report. Time set to 16:09 PM.
I don't know if I can talk yet, I'm afraid. That was an elaborate weather report for the fire crews on the KNP down there at the crisis in question right now, the ever-expanding fire getting closer and closer to the world's oldest and largest trees, treasures that can't be replaced. Could they be killed? Yes. A lot of people don't realize that mega droughts and mega fires are one of the few things on Earth that can absolutely destroy old growth and eradicate them. We lost Oregon's biggest. We lost last year at the Beachy Creek fire. I got this close to it. Jawbone Flats in the Opal Creek Wilderness. In March, I started on the trail to Jawbone Flats, and my mom kind of hurt her knee, and so we turned back. Jawbone Flats was one of the best preserved gold mining towns in Oregon's history, and it was a success story. A group takes over it, turns it into an old growth forest interpretive center and a historical interpretive center. And instead of letting the burning down the cabins or destroying history, they let people stay in them like a little mini resort. But the road was closed to traffic except for walking, so you had an easy 6-mile walk in, and we made it about 3. And Mom had to turn back, and I had this horrible feeling that, you know what? I saw there were dead trees all over the landscape, dead down trees, and a previous fire decades earlier, they never salvage logged. They were extremist. I mean, when trees are dead, they need to be removed from the landscape or you prime it for a mega forest fire. And they were extremists. They were like, no roads, no logging, period. And I got a sick and a worse and worse feeling. Small lightning fire erupted August or so, or late July. Fire crews wanted to get in there and say, you know, they wanted to put in hot shots, but it was a new rule. Don't put in hot shots where they can't escape if something goes wrong. That's a death trap. They hit it with a couple helicopters, and a couple of wackos, really, extremists, said, leave that fire alone. It's beneficial for the landscape. And they just don't understand that you have to carefully control a control burn. That's why it's called a control burn. You have to have fire access roads, helicopter support. You have to do it frequently, and you cannot do it in summer when they can get out of hand. And it was summer when it could get out of hand. So week after week went by, and I just watched the news thinking this is going to be bad. And then the Labor Day crisis happened on the 6th. That Beachy Creek exploded, killed several people, erased that town, and destroyed the last old growth of the Cascade Mountains in Oregon, basically, period. A hidden gem of nature called Opal Creek Wilderness that, if you're Googling it, you're going to cry. I'll share a video one day when these fires are a little bit less active about my walk, and I even talked about how this is a fire disaster in the making. And I had a sick feeling I'll never see this place again. And it was true. I haven't been back. I don't think it's open, but that Beachy Creek fire rampaged. I evacuated my own family, got in front of that fire. It was terrifying. I left my stream live last year to go and evacuate family members. And ashes from that old growth forest were landing on my head the whole time from 20 miles away. Sky was absolutely blood red. It looked like it was sunset at 2 in the afternoon. And I don't know if he was the leader of it, but he might have been, but he was a big name, and it was so sad he died, Lance Lindahl said. He may have tried to help protect the buildings, and all of the historical ones burned to the ground, despite their fire suppression systems. You know, there are a lot of people that barely survived. And oh yeah, I cried live on stream. It was me, Cogito. Cogito showed me Sentinel Pro. In fact, we should check that. We're waiting for the community meeting, but Sentinel Pro can show us satellite data a bit better than CalTopo. I barely know how to use it, but I said, how do we know if Jawbone, how do we know if whoops, helps if I spell things right. How do we know if a place has survived or not? Because nobody could get in the middle of that inferno. I've already played. The heck? Where's the Sentinel Pro satellite? Isn't it called Sentinel Satellite Viewer? Yeah, Sentinel Playground. The Sentinel Hub and Sentinel Playground. These are the most irritating maps to try to use. That's why I figured I'd have to take a dang class to figure out how to open the maps and hit the right layers. It's just, I get extra frustrated because I'm a website designer. That's what I went to school for. And designing things is pretty easy. You just think of the user and think how, if you wanted this data, how would you get it? And that's not the way a lot of web designers go about things. We can go to Tulare County, California. And I know the basics, but I was trying with Cogito to find out, did Jawbone Flat survive? Did it survive? And what we saw with the infrared color and layers, would you please just go to Tulare County? I hate this site. Sorry, guys. Try not to freak out anymore. But you can flip on infrared. This is vegetation, and you have to mouse over, I think, and get the key. So there's Sequoia National Park. Clouds and such get in the way, and you have to choose the date.
Hey, text it to me. I'm going to turn around and get back to a spot.
All right, copy that.
There's our fire. So we check day after day, false color infrared, urban. And you can actually see the fire through the smoke. And so this is today, right? No, yesterday. This is yesterday's satellite image. So you could see clearly the Paradise versus the Colony fire. And I don't know what time this was taken. There was 0% cloud coverage. It can see generally through smoke. So here is the actual flames where they were. Excuse me. And here's the giants. We know that it's already spread this way, as predicted, and we know this has grown. So when we looked at everything, you can find out how much the landscape is dead, like how many trees are dead, with moisture index and other. There's a guide for using all these different things, and it can be pretty difficult unless you keep a notebook on what all this means, what all the colors mean. Gail says it's really good news. No, we're talking about how this forest could be obliterated, just like the other one last year. People keep telling me, "Oh, the Sequoias are fireproof," and I'm like, no. The old growth area, Jawbone Flats and Opal Creek Wilderness, burned to the ground with almost no surviving trees, just eradicated almost all old growth in Oregon. That was some of the last that was ever left. And I took a walk there in March. That lightning strike fire was small and small and small for weeks, and the enviromaniacs said, "How dare you want to put that out?" And it's like, well, it's late summer, it's dry as a bone, we're in a drought. And sure enough, since it wasn't put out, I'm not saying the enviromaniacs, which is my term for an extremist. There's extremists on the other side too, which are also maniacs. But the ones that say, let fire do what it wants, Mother Nature will take care of the trees, is just completely irrational. And the firefighters did everything they could. They didn't want to put a strike team in there, and thank God they didn't, otherwise we would be hearing about 20 dead firefighters. But that small lightning strike fire, the day that I began my stream, the 6th of September, it exploded, as well as power lines going down by Detroit Lake. Detroit Lake was erased off the map. So was Jawbone Flats. So was Mill City, Lyons and Gates, and Imnaha and other Brighton Bush. All kinds of, there were like 16 towns erased off the map in like 24 hours or 48 hours after Labor Day last year. That's when I really began my stream and went, oh my God. And so what we did to find out, I said, Cogito, who's a firefighter, walk me through this. How can we find out if Jawbone Flats survived? And later I'll make a video about showing you guys my walk, where I almost got to Jawbone Flats, but I was preparing it for one of my first documentaries on ghost towns. Gail, we just had new evacuations. We are crying. We're not celebrating. Look at my scrolling evacuation info. 1 p.m. mandatory evacuation of Mineral King Drive to Sequoia National Park. The greatest trees in the world are about to perhaps burn up in front of our eyes. The biggest trees in the world. So, no, there's new mandatory evacuations. There could be hikers out here who have no idea. And yeah, there's towns that the fires threatened. So with last year, the fires moved too quickly for people to evacuate. We had a lot of people killed last year. It was a mass death event at Brush and Berry Creek. Not home? I don't know what you're asking about. I mean, they're going door to door in this remote wilderness area. There's ranches and historical towns, and there's people out here. It could be a lot of hikers that have no idea what's going on. So, no, there's entire cities under evacuation. They're about to burn up, probably. Three Rivers might be about to burn up. So could Silver City, Oak Grove. That's why I said, it says right there, K&P complex threatens Sequoia, the national park. The next 72 hours, the outlook is very poor for Sequoia, Generals Grove, Three Rivers, Silver City, and I used to have the word area. So this whole area, there's a lot of towns. There's thousands of structures at risk. People's homes and their livelihoods and history and the world's oldest trees might be disappearing in like the next 72 hours. So that's the problem. So anyway, back to my story, and it's okay, Gail. I'm not mad at you. I'm just extremely stressed about the situation because it's there's no good news. We're waiting for the 5 o'clock meeting, and it'll probably be still pretty grim news. This is yesterday's image of the fire. We have the colony when it was still pretty small. This is where the trees are. You can see it spreading to the north, spreading a little bit to the east. This fire spread out. The goal was to keep it out of this canyon, and downwind from the canyon where the arrow's pointing is Three Rivers. So when you get fire in a canyon, that's a wind tunnel, and so whenever the wind changes and picks up and blows it down canyon, Three Rivers is in absolute peril. At 1 p.m. they started the evacuations today, which we knew were going to come down the pipe, and that's what I tried to warn people early about yesterday and the day before. So that finally happened. Just it's unfolding kind of like they think it would, which is potential for great catastrophe. So no, there's no good news, unfortunately. We're waiting for the meeting, and they'll hopefully give us some good news. It's going to be a community meeting at 5 p.m. So, but the whole region could be absolutely devastated because they only have 140 people. The other firefighters were on elsewhere on the other fires. All the firefighters from this region, they can't handle it. They've asked for help from the rest of the United States, and it's coming. But unfortunately, where the lightning struck was too close to the communities and too close to these great trees, these treasures. There's not enough time. We don't want to lose you. Are you okay? I'm not mad at you. It's just a stressful situation. Like, there's stress in my voice because I'm trying to remain calm. But one of the world's biggest things here, one of the best things in the world, could just disappear forever. The tree's older than Jesus. That can't be replaced. It's pretty bad. But yeah, we're not mad at you, and it's okay that you're. All questions are okay here. I wanted to apologize if you sound like I was mad at you. I'm trying to explain to people that a lot of people come in here and think these trees are fireproof, but mega droughts and mega fires are one of the few things on Earth that can kill these precious trees. Yeah, EDAX fan is saying the good news is they're not dead yet, that the trees aren't torched yet, but that really could change in hours. So it's a good resource, Sentinel Pro, but it can be very frustrating because when we were trying to figure out how much of Greenville was affected, when it was a big unknown, we heard people were running for their lives. People were asking me, did my property survive in Indian Valley? Did the fire go there? We looked at Sentinel Pro. And yeah, there's a lot of historical buildings here at risk too, and unfortunately the entire community of Three Rivers is pretty big, and it's good that they're getting people out sooner rather than later. But they asked for help, the Rocky Mountains strike teams and or hotshots are coming and from other states, but it's going to take a while for them to get here. Other states that might have helped us are busy with the hurricanes and the floodings in Texas and all that chaos going on. So America wants to help. They want to hit it with aircraft. Their best hope was to hit it with aircraft yesterday and today. So also, I am not incorrect. This is the park boundary. This is Three Rivers, the community. The fire is here, and the fire is here. And so it is not incorrect. That was a assurance to the community of Three Rivers, which is outside the park boundary, that the fire hasn't left the park boundary, but it has been burning 100% of the time within the Sequoia National Park, which is just a tragedy in of itself. But the fire leaving the park boundary would mean that it's going down to the valley to affect the big communities down there. So this is the thing. They have a crew of 130. That's it. There's nobody else in the country to send that will arrive on time to matter pretty much for the communities. I mean, ultimately it'll matter, but the fire has a potential to spread sooner than that. If you look at the this is inaccurate. It's spread since then. If you look at the structures, that's a lot of structures right the direct path of the fire that they can't be everywhere at once. So here's Silver City, the ghost town and historic town that they want to save. Here's other communities. Here's Cove something, the other community. Here's other historical buildings. Another community down here, Cove Orchard. And then here's the most vulnerable parts of Three Rivers. That's thousands of structures. Here's more history up here with not really shown on this map, all the cabins and the interpretive centers and such by the sequoias. These are the trees most at risk. I mean, this whole area has giant sequoias, but the ones that are the greatest are right here. The oldest, the biggest living thing on Earth, a General Sherman tree, is right in there. And so it's tickling at the door. They wanted desperately to keep the fire out of this canyon. It already crossed it last night. And so the prediction at the last community meeting of the experts was this would be catastrophic because now it can go down the canyon to the community of Three Rivers. And they can't be everywhere at once. They can't stop the fire. They don't have enough people. All they can do is try to protect structures and try, I guess, to keep it out of the sequoias. But they may not be able to do that. How would you protect this, and this with 130 people? So, yeah, it's good. More people are coming. And here's what was good. They initially, when they were small, when they were this big and this big, they put a retardant drop cage around both. Aircraft did. But retardant dries out and eventually becomes ineffective. It's like a wicker basket to cage a rabbit or something. The rabbit will chew through it eventually. So they needed to reapply it yesterday, and they got bad news. Not only did all the aircraft run around to Mendocino County, even if there were extra aircraft, they couldn't see because of the smoke. The best chance they had was put more of a retardant cage around it. Retardant doesn't put out a fire, it just slows it down. And that hope dwindled because the entire day it was smoky. So today we wake up hoping it's not going to be so smoky, even though the weather said it would be. So here's our multi-view of the whole area. So smoky that there's no aircraft. So it's getting too dark for aircraft. That hope is now pretty much dead and gone. So what will the fire do? Break out of the cage. It already did on the north side. And spread. This is yesterday's image. It's already spread across the river. So they have started to evacuate Three Rivers at 1 p.m. And so this is spread out. It's spreading out like this. Here's, once again, the trees. We'll figure out what the next satellite image is going to say. But once a fire has passed, you can click on other info. That's showing smoke. I can't remember which one it is, but you can figure out if vegetation's alive or dead. So we desperately wanted last year to figure out, did the old growth survive at least? Because I figured old growth is a lot more fire resistant than the baby trees and new growth. But it was just grim. All we could see was dead vegetation. Dead everything from these Sentinel Pro maps. And that's what was so depressing. So the dead vegetation stuff and heat, I think, is on this version is pretty red. But I'd have to go and look at how to read these images. Well, Bob, that's sort of true. It just depended in 1910 and 11. It depended on things. Some of the America's biggest mega fires happened in 1911 and 1910. And then again in the 30s. I've heard that 1911 was a year that I should study. The Tillamook burn had thousands and thousands and thousands of trained fire crews with elaborate mule trains going into the Tillamook forest in the 30s, with elaborate fire lookouts and even aircraft spotting things. But it was just one of those special years of high, dry winds, red flag day after day. Columbia River Gorge winds just slamming that area, and there was no control ever. Not from day 1 to day 100 or whatever it was. So we hope that in about 24 minutes we'll get a good community meeting, but it's not looking good. There's just not enough people. There isn't any good news. The only good news is that the weather isn't worse, but the weather is worsening. We might get significant wind gusts of 35, 45 mile an hour winds tomorrow. It was hard to understand what they said on the radio. But here it is. Here's the official InstaWeb current weather concerns. A dry onshore flow will maintain dry conditions over the fire through the week. Afternoon highs will remain a few degrees above seasonal average over the fire through the middle of the week. A cooling trend will take place beginning on Thursday and continue through next weekend. But good ventilation will favor the fire's growth. Westerly afternoon and evening winds, meaning winds out of the west blowing to the east, will be 15 to 25 miles an hour, with gusts up to 40 miles an hour. That will continue to surface over the wind-prone mountains and desert areas through the middle of this week. So that would mean probably starting tomorrow through Friday, 15 to 25 mile an hour winds with 40 mile an hour wind gusts. That could explode this thing. They ran out of time. If that forecast holds true, they ran out of time already. They had a couple of days since this started on the 9th to do their retardant drops, make some lines, wrap some homes, wrap historic buildings, do some backfiring, and there's no time. So the best they can do is just triage, find something to save, stand right next to it, let the fire go around them. Then as the fire goes past after this wind event, pick up the pieces. Remember, the best way to fight fire is get it while it's small and get it contained real fast. Hit it with everything you've got, aircraft being most important. Once it gets beyond a certain size, meaning the first wind event, sometimes you're just like, okay, back to the drawing board. Hey, one weather ham. Nope, these trees are not immune to fire. We were just discussing how, heck, I can just show you. Like, we were crying over the Opal Creek Wilderness mega fires. Mega fires and mega droughts are one of the few instances where the trees are vulnerable. It's their kryptonite. So they are Superman until a mega drought and a mega fire. Do you see this lovely wilderness called Opal Creek? It was Oregon's last old growth wilderness. lush green, completely moist and wet, 600-year-old giants in it, preserved mining ghost town that they turned into a tourist attraction and interpretive center for old growth and its history. They fought logging companies for more than 40 years for environmental protection. It was a success story, but then the extremists seem to have convinced them. Extremists convinced them that you should never fight fire, that nature is responsible for old growth. And I walked here last March, 2020 March, and this is the path I walked down. None of this exists anymore. It burned to the ground. Just almost no trees survived, even the 600-year-old giants. And that was the Beachy Creek fire. And people need to be aware that you can't have a fuel load like this. With a trained eye, you're like, oh God, oh God, oh God. Just look at all the fuel everywhere. Just dead trees standing, dead down trees. The problem here is, even if there isn't much fuel load on the ground, which we just verified there is. We're watching one of our viewers here, Big Gal. She was here. This is where the big trees are. This is the K&P fire. The fire's approaching this exact spot. This is where the big trees are. We have identified that, unfortunately, there is fuel all over the ground, because she was here last month. Look at this big log. Look at all these small trees all over the place in this state of dead and dyingness. Most of the trees around here, not these individuals, but most of them are dead. It's a half-dead forest from the beetle kill, the fungal infections, and the drought. So the crown fire, the embers drifting down. Once there's wind on it and there's a pyrocumulus cloud, the embers hitting the tops of the trees will likely cause a crown fire. There's a great possibility of it, and that will kill the trees because the crews on the ground can't put out a crown fire. A crown fire is just absolutely the worst nightmare for wildland firefighting. It's this. It's the tops of the trees on fire. Yeah. And if it was just the drought, they'd stay alive. They could store 10,000 gallons of water in their trunk. But they can't survive this. It's so dry that any ember that lands, even on living trees' branches, has a 90% chance of lighting whatever it lands on fire. So wildland firefighters look at this and they go, okay. They just leave. As a tree burns and the tops fall down upon them, they'll be killed by this. They can't do anything. They can't put out a fire at the top of trees. There's no hose and no squirt that will reach the top. That's the worst living nightmare for any fire situation. Now I'm going to show you something that's about to cry. Here's the Apple Creek Wilderness before. Now I'm just going to type in after Beachy Creek. After Beachy Creek fire. That's what it looks like now. It's just 100% dead, sometimes down to white ash. With the trees are not alive. Now, when I show you my pictures, I stopped right next to this sign, and well, honestly, I had to pee in the wilderness, but I just can't believe this. I was there in March, and by September 6th, this is what it looked like, and there's just nothing alive. And there are very few of these trees are alive now. So this was Oregon Field Guide and such. Just don't watch too much of this. Don't watch too much of this. You'll just get incredibly sad. Before, after. There's always little strips where fire just generally isn't, but the best parts are gone. So the original ghost town, only one building survived, and then there's just swaths of it that are just gone. So yeah, Bob, but just because something survives doesn't mean it's not going to die this time. The Sequoias have survived mega droughts in the past, but that was under careful Indian supervision and management. Part of the reason they survived is the Indians helped them to, by doing things like removing the trees that were dying already, so there's not enough water, so that there's not too much competition for water. Having old growth is not an accident. It's not nature's result. It's the result of humans taking care of sacred groves and such. So, yeah, everything green and nice and old growth is just white ash. Even in moist Oregon, which didn't have a mega drought last year, it was just a bit of a dry year. It wasn't a bad drought. So the tragedy is it all could have been avoided. The deaths, the 10 towns that were basically erased off the map by the Beachy Creek in just like 3 days, such as Detroit Lake, Mill City, Lyons, Gates, Imnaha, Brightonbush, Elkton, Jawbone Flats. Those cities were pretty much wiped off the map and towns were wiped off the map in about 24 hours. It was just a roaring mega fire. There's a shocking video that we might as well watch of what happened in an old growth forest called the ODOT cam, the Beachy Creek. So ODOT, Oregon Department of Transportation, had a lookout tower, and this is its death. Hall's Ridge Tower during the Beachy Creek last year. Just watch what can happen when the winds pick up. Now, mind you, these were Labor Day storm winds of 77 miles an hour. But I hope so, Matt. I hope these are wake-up calls. Gail says, I get it. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh, Gail, I'm so sorry to hear that. But I'm answering other people's questions right now. I'm so sorry for your loss. Don't watch this then. If you're anyone fire sensitive, close your eyes a little bit. This is incredible, though. The people who are coming in who think that the old growth forests and such can survive, this is what happens with the 77 mile an hour winds to 65. This was the death of the cam. I'm sorry, let me go to normal speed. I was at slow speed. So, playback speed. This is a short video. I'll tell you guys, fire sensitive when you can look back at it. But this is the death of the camera, and pretty much the only look that we have that survives from inside of the Beachy Creek fire as it raged. It's just incredible. This is normal speed. It's not sped up. So when people say to firefighters, why did you run away? Why didn't you stand there and fight a fire? Could you stand in front of this? I mean, this camera up on a metal tower is not going to survive one more minute and a half. And it has a protective dome of plastic. Look how tall it is. It's not next to any of the fires. But the incredible heat generated by this, it's starting to make a pyrocumulus cloud, which is going to whip the winds up into extreme heights. Just wait for it. The incredible speed with which this moves is just, it's astonishing. Every time I see this, I think, well, it'll take a while for the fire to get here. See the embers raining down like snow. All of them. Almost all of them can create a fire in these drought conditions. Usually only about 70%, 60, 40%.
Yeah, Patrol 43 and quarters trimmer.
Quarters trimmer.
Don't look yet if you're fire sensitive. Usually like 30%, 40% of embers can start a new fire if they land on something, which is what you're seeing flying around here. But in these high drought conditions, 80 and 90% to 95% will start a fire. And you just saw the fire hit that dead fuel right there and the wind gust, and the camera lens just melted. The protective plastic dome is melting. I want to go back. What happened right before it? See how normal things look, and it gets out of hand in less than 2 minutes or 35 seconds in the video. Don't look yet if you're fire sensitive. And you just think, oh, that's bad, but is it that bad? But watch it find the dead trees, even some living ones after the wind gets going with the pyro. This is basically the approach of a fire with a pyrocumulus cloud. Basically, the center of them is a lot like a fire tornado. So look at that rain of embers. It's like a blizzard on fire. You know, with every snowflake, an ember that can cause a new fire. And the camera turns around and look at the inferno of the whole landscape. There is no way firefighters could live through standing in front of this. They see a pyrocumulus cloud fire headed their way, they leave. And we cannot blame them for anything. So the incredible amount of dead, downed, heavy fuels are what feeds the incredible heat, which dries out the living trees so bad that they can't live through it. And then boom, you see it arrive almost like a tornado. That's the center of the pyrocumulus cloud moving. And what we see on FLIR, that's not the Beachy Creek here on FLIR. This was around the Dixie. That's basically what's been affecting the Dixie fire too. That's the way that it works. This one is 1,200 feet tall. It's basically kind of like a fire twister. If they have wind speeds of higher than 75 miles an hour, they're considered a tornado, but they also have to move on the landscape, and sometimes they form and break apart and form and break apart. They don't seem to move directly on the landscape like a real tornado does. We saw, this is just one screenshot, we saw one form here, then one form here, one form here, one form here. They just seem to form, stay in one spot, break apart, best that I can tell. But when they do move and they have speeds of over 75 miles an hour, that's considered a fire tornado. But it takes a long time. You guys can watch again. The video's over. It takes a long time for experts to get out there. They have to measure the wind speed after the event. It's not like you can get up there with a wind gauge. What they do is they look at broken, say big trees snapped like logs, like toothpicks, and then they'll measure how much force would it take to snap a tree like that. And they already have those measurements where they did wind tunnel tests, and they'll rate the fire tornado as an F1, F2, F3, and I heard it was an F3 rating at the car fire a couple of years ago near Reading. That's what a firefighter told me. I just have yet to verify it. But that car fire killed 2 people in a house, a girl and her grandmother, as somebody watched. It was just horrifying. Flattened that house was a fire tornado, and that was the source of fatalities. So nothing really can stand up to that sort of thing. So we have a double threat. If the pyrocumulus cloud gets started, which it might with these wind gusts showing up maybe tomorrow, Thursday or Friday, wherever the wind blows, whatever's in the path will be destroyed, no matter how old it is, and no matter what they do. The second threat, though, is even if a pyrocumulus doesn't take direct aim, is the embers could just rain all over the tops of these trees, creating a crown fire. So that is the big sobering thing. And KCR News is live. Okay, is it on YouTube? We're about to watch the community meeting that starts in about 9 minutes, so let's go back up there. What's fire sensitive? The people who are traumatized, who have lived through this, they don't want to see any images of fire destruction, open flames, or anything of the sort. I used to show a lot of this, just fire education, and that's good for the people who have never, it's an eye-opener and it's a reality check for the people who have mistaken ideas or just don't know the power of these fires or what they're capable of. I mean, if my own friend wasn't killed in a fire, I don't know, and my own brother barely surviving paradise, I don't know that I would have ever chosen to study this stuff, but that's why I'm here. Give people the fire education. If you know what fire is capable of, then you would know to run away from downwind of a mega fire. You will know that you have to evacuate, and you'll know that you have to do everything you can to prepare your own property and get out before the officials say, because the officials, year after year after year, are giving people late warning, not because they're dumb or anything, no blame. They're giving people late warnings because they're using the old system of if a fire reaches X place on the landscape, then we have to warn the people downstream. As fires just in non-mega drought years used to move slower. But now that we have heavy downed fuels, which is just so sad to see, which start the crazy amount of heat, which start the updrafts, which start the tornadoes, which start the and the amount of dryness in the fuel, which start the mega fires. We can't blame fire crews for getting out of the way. The public needs to know what they're capable of so that they get out of the way. And the public needs as much advance warning as possible. The new system should be warn the people downstream of a mega fire based on the weather forecast. As soon as the weather forecast is bad, tell them, hey, even if it's a week in advance, we think you will have to go, that your town has a possibility of being heavily impacted or destroyed. So, make your arrangements. That's the worst case scenario. Middle ground is only part of the town is impacted. The best case scenario is there's a freak change in the weather or something where we can get lucky. But if we're not lucky, there's a lot of luck and chance involved. Firefighters will save structures whenever they don't have to run away. But in mega drought, mega fires, you have to run away from the front of them, and they can save structures on the side. It's good to tell the public the three things. Here's the three scenarios. The worst case, the middle ground, and the best case scenario. Everybody should prepare for the worst. You'll often get a pleasant surprise. We got a pleasant surprise on the Dixie and the Caldor because the wind was pretty bad, but the rain happened a lot more than we thought. But the lightning that came on the 9th and started these fires was dry here in southern California. I mean, we could have had a very different scenario if it was dry everywhere. Tahoe could be on fire right now because of the lightning. They had a lot of lightning, but they pounced on it. They had enough people to respond really quickly and put out the lightning strikes. It wasn't easy for them to do, but they did it. The unfortunate situation here was they did pounce on some of these fires. They did get some of the lightning strike fires out, but not all of them. The colony, not the colony, the paradise, and the windy. And these are going to be monsters as soon as the wind hits them. They're breaking out of their retardant cage because no new retardant was applied today or yesterday that I can see, because look at the smoke. There's not enough clarity for aircraft to fly. So their best... Oh, hey, Jay Connors. Their best hope just didn't happen, which was to apply more retardant and buy themselves more time for more fire crews to arrive from the United States. So we were hoping that maybe the weather forecast would be good, but it's not. So this do I have any evidence Native Americans may have lived in these groves and practiced fire management? Willamette Valley, yes, but in the Sequoias? Well, it's been a long time since I've been there. But
Sierra, water tender 23, changing locations to Mountain Rest.
I mean, when I was there, they were talking about that, the Indian forest management. So we could inquire for, you know, there's the Tule Indian Reservation there. There's probably people who would answer that 100%. There's a whole lot of evidence for that I was just reading about recently in the Tule County area, where there is a lot of Indian petroglyphs, and they've dated a lot of those, and there's a lot of Indian sites to see. A lot of evidence of their inhabitation and lots of tools. The fact that these trees are there is one of the biggest, most compelling arguments for human interference in management. The fact that colonists showed up on the landscape, and the Indians had all over California a reputation for managing California, not just the forests, not just the mountains, but a lot of fire management of California. I mean, that was part of our curriculum when I grew up. And it was talking about, it even had these pictures of game drives. Part of it was beneficial to them because they could drive game and herd game around with the fires, and that was easy hunting. And so the more they benefited the landscape, the more they benefited from managing the landscape. But we could inquire about direct evidence. It'd be pretty hard to produce. I think Ishii may have spoken about it. That would be something to try to figure out. I've got a lot of relatives around Oroville, and that's where he came out of the wilderness, and that would he basically just said, "White man, what do you want to know about us?" And he was the last free Indian that wasn't rounded up, put on a reservation, and he learned English and lived in San Francisco for a bit, and taught a lot of people the techniques of flint knapping and bow making and all sorts of things. And so there are people living around Oroville who are just the grandchildren of the people who knew Ishii. I just haven't made direct contact with them. Let's go look at our meeting. It's going to start. Oh, it's about to start. Let's see, which I'm hoping there's good news on the here on the community meeting, the Sequoia Canyon. I think it's live on Facebook. If you guys haven't, if you have, here it is. If you have a question,
a quick rundown of the storms, of course, that rolled through Thursday evening. It generated 3.
Oh, there's problems with it.
Immediately Friday morning, but we got a lot of support from the air, and we literally started painting the mountains red and retardant.
Uh-oh. It must not be Wi-Fi. It must be somebody's cell phone. He's talking about how they did paint the mountains red with retardant, basically the retardant cage I was talking about. That's not me. Their video feed is stuck. Hope it comes back. Big Dog, my town in Oregon is forecast to get 1.5 inches of rain the coming weekend. Wow, that'll be good for Oregon. But yeah. Bob says Native Americans have been in North America for 20,000 years or less. These trees have been here on Earth for millions, and I rest my case. I'm not saying that this could be a completely normal situation. None of these trees are millions of years old, though, Bob. They're only about Bronze Age old. It's like having a parrot. If it's in captivity, it can live 120 years. Parrots in the wild live about 30. So if you find parrot bones in an area that are 130 years old, that's evidence that tends to lean towards human captivity, right? Human care. So the average sequoia does not reach 2,300 years of age. That's evidence of human care. It's indirect, but it's not concrete. But the fact that they're all clustered in together in sacred groves mimics the way that humans in the historical record took care of ancient oaks in Europe. When cultures hold trees sacred, they tend to take care of their sacred groves. Do I need to refresh it? It's just frozen for me. That's weird. Sorry. Okay. Sorry, guys.
Fantastic. And we've got to roll up our sleeves. This is really going to be a challenging situation. But I feel we've got the benefit of a Type 1 team, a Type
Oh man.
Type 2 team. We've got CAL FIRE. We've got the county, and we've got so much effort. And so this evening, we're going to try to provide a lot of information. We're going to try to answer questions and talk about what we know and what we don't know. I will advise you up front. That, you know, the fire behaviors we've been.
Okay. Okay.
Seeing across the West with this period of drought has made these fires less predictable. And so when we talk about crystal balls and what's the fire going to do, that's a really tough question for us to answer. But we're going to do the best we can with providing you what we know and what we think may be happening next. And so you'll hear from each of the agencies this evening that are engaged in this effort.
Thank you, Clay. So as Clay stated, my name is Lee Matheson. I'm the current IC, what is known as the K&P complex. I'm going to spend a fair amount of time explaining what the fires are doing and what we're doing with the fires, and then kind of outlining what we're planning for the next few days as we transition from our current organization and keeping our teams and stuff with us. So I just want to move this a bit so you guys can kind of see the map. It's not the best, but it's something to point out all along there. So I'll focus primarily on the Paradise Fire. We do have the Colony Fire, but the Paradise Fire is the one that poses the...
Oh man, I was hoping we'd have a clear meeting. Darn. We desperately need to know about this. It's an ongoing crisis. Dang it. Oh. What we can hope for is, even if the live streaming isn't good, they could re-upload this, maybe. I'll just try refreshing. I just don't know if that's going to help.
Hospital Rock. That fire was burning uphill pretty aggressively at night. Typically, you would assume that the fire would slow down at night, and it wasn't. That's just an indicator of how dry the fuels are, and remarkably light winds on it. So typically, fires are going to move around at night with the winds on it, and there weren't a lot of winds on it. The fire was also very active underneath the Milk Ranch and the Milk Ranch repeater. There's a drainage that doesn't have a name. We just call it no name drainage. It had a fair amount of fire in there, and it ran up that through most of the night and flanking to the west. Fire settled down a little bit this morning, and then we recognized early on the severity of the situation. At about 8 o'clock, 8:30, the fire had hit Milk Ranch repeater and knocked out our communication system within the park. So our primary command channel is the one we're using to talk on command to the firefighters across the park was knocked out. So that's a significant event. We also recognize the severity of the fire potentially moving downslope, impacting the communities of Three Rivers. Right after we briefed our morning firefighters at 7, I was able to talk with Chief from Tulare County and a Chief from CAL FIRE, and we immediately started developing plans to coordinate efforts and bolster our resources we have to bring to bear on the fire. So we've developed a plan. They're contributing a significant amount of resources in the form of hand cruise engines and dozers and things like that, and we're working out into the community now, start to begin efforts to prep. The fire is not in a good place. It's not in a good place to go after the people. It's steep, inaccessible terrain. There's a significant amount of standing snags from the decade of drought we've had. There's a significant amount of fuel on the ground from the decade of drought we've had. It's just not in a good place. So we have to get into a position where we as firefighters can fight the fire, and that's kind of what our planning efforts are taking us. Currently, the fire is on Milk Ranch. It's spilled over the top of Paradise Ridge a little bit, the ridge that separates the Middle Fork from the East Fork. The smoke has been thick today, and only up until about a half an hour ago were we able to start flying any rotary helicopters. Helicopters are currently flying, and they're working right now, checking that fire spread that's backing off of Milk Ranch Peak into the Middle Fork, and then the fire that's backing off the south side of Milk Ranch and Paradise Ridge as it drops into the East Fork. So that's kind of what's going on right now. We're fully engaged in working on the structures as they work down through Ash Mountain and into Hammond. As a function of the fire behavior that we saw today, where it was spreading and where it had the potential to go, we initiated with Tulare County Fire Department and Tulare County Sheriff's Office. We pushed our evacuation orders down. So if you remember from the meeting the other night, we had it at Oak Grove Bridge. We extended that evacuation order from Oak Grove Bridge to Hammond, and from Hammond up to the entrance of the park. That has been put into a mandatory evacuation. The rest of Three Rivers remains in the warning from the previous nights. So we've extended that, anticipating that the fire is going to at some point either impact those areas, or firefighters are going to need to get into those areas to do work to work towards suppression of the fire. Tomorrow we have a pretty robust incident action plan. We have divisions working on containment on both fires, and we have divisions working out in the Mineral King area, the Hammond area, and I believe we're bolstering efforts to have some resources out in the Dimely area to start looking at opportunities to build control lines away from the structures up on the hill where it makes sense, and then also looking for opportunities to prepare structures, do some defensible space work, and make those dwellings a little bit easier to defend in the event that the fire comes out. We do have the Type 2 incident management team, as Clay mentioned. They're essentially integrated into the organization that we've developed over the last few days. And that brings with it a tremendous amount of operational support, so firefighting support, maybe not so much tools on the ground, but oversight and managers who can go out and start scouting and making plans. Where we've been really focused on where the fire is. They're helping us get things really set up to be able to support the influx of resources we're getting. We're going to be setting up a new base camp down by Horse Creek, and so you'll see stuff filling into there, caterers, base camp, the stuff that looks like a fire camp. There's going to be a new heli base down there at Horse Creek. We've ordered a mobile retardant base, which is a base where they can set up and the helicopters can dip, bring retardant, and that's a much shorter turnarounds and much more effective in this really steep country with a fixed wing can't get. So we have a lot of things on order. There's a lot of things coming. The nature of being in PL5, planning level 5, nationally for 2 months now is there's a significant amount of competition for resources. There's another fire just to the south of us, the Windy Fire on the Thule Indian Reservation. It has a Type 2 team attached to it. So everybody supports each other, but everybody's after the same resources. With a Type 2 team and a Type 1 coming in, that bumps up the complexity and our order and where we're going to do stuff. So that's what I do know. We did have a flight as we were driving in. I heard the fixed wing weren't able to look at the fire today, but they have what they call Firewatch 5-1. It's a helicopter, a Cobra that has IR that can see through the smoke. They mapped this fire at 5,815 acres, so about 1,000 acres worth of growth from yesterday, last night, and into this morning. I didn't hear what the colony fire was, but that's, again, not necessarily the threat to town. So if you have interest in that, I can certainly speak to it. The Paradise Fire is the one that's affecting everybody in this room. I'll answer questions at the end. Go ahead.
Well, I live on the end of North Fork. Colony fire is threatening me. Right?
Agreed. Yep. Yeah. So, well, I'll talk about it. Sure, I'll talk about it. So, the colony fire, if you're familiar with the General's Highway and the road that goes into Crystal Cave, that's essentially where it is. There's the colony.
That's what I'm concerned about. I'm just kind of, you know.
No, yeah, I guess that's an important point, and I certainly don't mean to downplay that the fire. Yeah, and there's certainly a threat to all that stuff because, again, all the conditions that are causing a pretty exceptional growth on this fire exist, and maybe even more so on this fire in the higher country with the snag component, and then you have the brush component chaparral. They were not able to fly fixed wing on that fire today. They were able to get firefighters in on the road and confirm that it had not crossed Crystal Cave Road, which is a good thing. It's a good thing for continued growth into the park. It doesn't necessarily check downhill spread towards Yucca Flat and the North Fork. The priorities are still the same. Keep the fires out of the community the best we can. Keep them out with aircraft when they can fly, and then find opportunities to get closer to the fire where you can work and work towards the pressure.
Thank you.
Sure. And again, go ahead.
You mentioned kind of three rivers. Could you comment on West Mineral King, Faculty Flat, historical cabins, and the fire that's up there?
And Lee, can you repeat the questions?
Sure. The question was, can I comment on West Mineral King, Faculty Flat, and the fire that's kind of up there? I can say that today the Tulare County Fire Department went into with 2 crews up into Oak Grove, and they're going to work up into Mineral King, Silver City, Cabin Cove tomorrow with crews assessing, prepping, developing plans for that. They have a Mineral King structure group that we've developed, and that's going to be staffed, and that's essentially working all of the length of Mineral King from where it ends in the east all the way down to Hammond. So I can't tell you there's.
How close is the fire to that area?
As far as I know, it's hit Paradise Ridge and it's coming over. It's much lower on the Milk Ranch side than it is higher in King.
Is there any plans to wrap those cabins if fire gets large scope?
They're all the tools are in the arsenal for sure. I think they'll bring what they can, sprinklers, the cabin wrap, all the stuff that's available. We're going to look. So they got to assess, see what they need. We got to get the equipment there, and then they'll go to work.
And would that include Silver City as well?
That would include all the stuff in there. Yeah.
Thank you, Lee. Chief, Tulare County Fire, would like to speak, or anyone from the county?
Hey, Mark. Good evening, everybody. A little more tense than I know was Sunday night we spoke. Just kind of give you a review of what the county is, and again, it's a great example of how automatic aid and mutual aid works throughout the state of California. And we're trying to get some things done. We do have limited resources on this fire, but we did have some releases from other incidents throughout the week, so I'm very optimistic. You already have the acreage. We're looking at, there's 110 structures that are in evacuation order, which.
Oh. Since the broadcast was so troubled, I just asked for a quick recap, and I asked which communities might be.
And 1,189 structures that are in a warning at this time. The Tulare County Fire Department commitment, so far, early we have agency representation, we have overhead on this fire. We also have a task force that's assigned. We have an additional task force that's coming in the morning. And you talk about this being a great county and great community relationships. Just with being a long-term person, born and raised, never left like a lot of you. We were able to pony up some resources from Visalia, Tulare, Dinuba, Woodlake, other smaller agencies who were able to help us with the fight, and they will also be up here tomorrow. So that's very, very good news for us. We do have an emergency operations center open in the county. If there's any issues, please call 211. I understand we had some issues with Alert TC. They weren't sent out to North Fork. If there's issues, by all means, talk to me afterwards. I remember I got a nasty email from you. Thank you. But that's okay. I mean, and I want to hear it.
What's it from me?
It's early. But yeah, talk to me after. We'll get it squared away. It's in this age of technology, by all means, we'll get you taken care of. And we also have the hotline, 565-3704. We'll put maps and sandwich boards, daily change, at Station 14 and 3. So, yes.
Just so you know, it's not just North Fork. There's a bunch of people up here not getting alerts. That's why I'm here tonight. So
okay.
Do we all need to come talk to you, or can we just the whole alert system?
Okay, anybody have a problem with Alert DC, raise your hand. Okay, so there's probably at least 200. Okay. North Fork has not had alerts. So, but I've heard something, the duplicate messaging. Yeah, talk to me, talk to one of my folks. We'll get you squared away back there. We'll get your contact information. We'll get it squared away. I apologize for that. I'll answer any questions at the end. I don't want to take too much of your time, but I appreciate it. And there's a lot of people I need that have known here for all my 57 years of existence. So feel free to call me. So thank you.
Thanks, Chief. Tulare County Sheriff, Lieutenant.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lieutenant Gary Marks with the Tulare County Sheriff's Office. As pretty much everyone in here knows, Sheriff Woodrow ordered evacuations to Silver City and Cabin Cove as of yesterday. Based on information we received from Park Services and Tulare County Fire, we had to issue additional evacuation notices. There have been some confusion as far as where the evacuation line is. And today I hope I can clear a lot of that up. Basically, long story short, what the evacuation line is going to be is Highway 198 all the way from the park down to Mineral King on both sides. It's going to be Mineral King all the way up, including the Hammond area. We've been working with the California Highway Patrol as far as if we have to do any further evacuations, how we're going to get the evacuations done. And that's going to be a long discussion. As of now, we haven't identified any additional management points. Those are going to be done tomorrow morning and throughout tonight. So what I want to make sure everyone logs on now is the website so you can actually see the live map. Our deputies, our sergeants, and the fire department have identified the hot zones, and we've been relaying that to the OAS. If everybody's got a pen, I can give you the actual site so you can actually log on and see the map as it happens. Just let me know when you're ready. Okay. All right. It's going to be tularecounty.ca.gov and then /emergencies.
Say that again.
No problem. It's tularecounty.ca.gov /emergencies. This way you can actually see the map as it's happening. We've also added that link to our sheriff's Facebook account. So if you want to, you can log on to that and just click on it and it'll take you right to the map.
That's in the link of the description of this video.
For this building, at what point would you close this building down?
Can you repeat the question?
Okay, the question was, at what point are we going to close this building down? It was said earlier, the word crystal ball. I wish I could say when we're going to close that down. The fire is going to dictate what's going to happen there, and we're working with close proximity with Tulare County Fire and Park Services to identify what management points we're going to add now.
Are we close? Are we close to closing any area around here now?
That honestly can't be answered at this point. I don't want to add any mass panic, but as the Chief Foreman said, we have 110 buildings under mandatory evacuation and 1,189 under warning. All right, so that we're working with the Highway Patrol. So if we do have to evacuate, how is that going to look? And the way I was trying to describe that to someone earlier, this is a beautiful community, but it's only got one way in and one way out. That's Highway 198.
Would it be similar to last year?
The fire is really going to dictate that.
I mean, the way you caught them, they came through the door, they told you it's a mandatory evacuation. Would it be like that?
Yes, it's going to be like that. We're going to also send it out on our Facebook page. We have currently 10 deputies up on Mineral King. I was just notified that all the residents there have been told about the evacuation. They are starting to work their way down and let everybody know that they are now in the warning area.
Gary, could you clarify his question about what it's like to get from the door? Could you just clarify? We didn't hear the question.
Okay. The question was if we're going to be coming to the door. We're going to go to as many doors as possible, but also remember we have 1,189 doors to hit. We've identified most of the buildings, and we're going to be working throughout the night trying to go to the door and get telephone numbers, identify people who are going to be in need of service, so we can share that information with our partners as far as if an evacuation were to come.
Is that 1,189 buildings basically all of Three Rivers?
Pretty much.
Okay.
I have to, Sheriff Boudreau has to play it safe in order to plan what is it going to look like. And by no means are we saying we're evacuating Three Rivers. Please understand that. What we're saying is we have all these buildings that we have to look at and identify how we're going to get to and how to get notification to the entire community. Because we're here just to protect everybody's life. That's where we're at right now.
We have a question. If someone's out of town and they go into evacuation order, how much time will they have to access their house?
That's a pretty good question, and I wish I could tell them. It's really going to depend on where the fire is. We're trying to stay ahead of the fire. That way we can get everybody out here safely if need be, if that were to happen. I'm sure there's going to be further questions after we're done, so I'll be staying. Don't trip me. Don't trip me.
Thank you. Okay. Did I miss anybody speaker-wise?
Cal Fire.
Cal Fire, yes. Sorry, Chief. I saw you back there. I was going to
try and sneak out, but you... Thank you. I appreciate your time tonight. The other night when we were here, if you weren't here, then you might not even know that when the lightning came through, there was also a fire on Case Mountain. It was kind of on the I guess it would be the northwestern side, just northwest of the peak. And we were running around up there all night trying to figure out where it was, and finally got to it on Friday morning. And we poured all of our resources onto it and brought some additional from out of town. And so as of this morning, we have unstaffed that. So now it's in patrol mode. So just in case you were following, that thing's cold out, and we'll just keep an eye on it through the weekend. Yeah. The message I gave the other night, and I'll give it again tonight, is that whenever we have any little initial attack fire, anybody calls 911 for any bit of smoke anywhere in the Clear River drainage down here in the community of Three Rivers, the park is responding, the county fire department is responding, and Cal Fire is responding. And so this is no different than that. We're all in this together. We're doing the same thing, whether it's on their side of the line or our side of the line or a structure fire that the county is responsible for. We're here. We're going to stay here until the end. I think that you might, it's important to know that it's probably going to get a little worse before it gets better. But what you have going for you is that as the fire comes down, it's coming into more favorable fuels. It's having to go against the slope, so it's coming down slope as opposed to having the convection of running up. It's coming into the grass and oak woodland and the buckeye, and buckeye doesn't like to burn, in case you don't know. So you have that going for you. That fire is going to end up coming against the wind, against the slope, into more favorable conditions down here. And we're going to be here to meet it. We're not going anywhere. We're currently looking at dozer lines off of Case Mountain down so we can protect South Fork. We're going to be looking at Shepherd Peak Fire Control Road to connect kind of from 198 across to North Fork.
Yeah.
And then we just got to figure out the pinch point off of Mill Branch, where the two forks come together. And so that's where we're at. We have a bunch of dozers coming, a bunch of bulldozers coming, and nobody mentioned BLM tonight, but BLM has been very receptive to our ideas. They're cooperating. They're allowing us to put bulldozers through their land, which usually that's not an option. And so they recognize the need to protect the community, and they're allowing us to do so. And the park is also very receptive to us being able to put some bulldozer lines through. So that's the end of my report. I'll be here for questions afterwards.
Are you guys using drones to literally see what a fire is doing?
That would be a good question for the IC.
IC, would you like to answer that question? And before Leaf gets going, we're going to go into a question period. Larry McCarty, anything from you tonight?
Thank you.
And I want to thank Nancy Brunson, too, for her coordination on this center. You've done a great job, thank you. So we'll go with questions, and Leaf, here you go.
Currently, we don't have drones assigned. That helicopter I mentioned, that Firewatch 5-1, has...
it says FLIR, but...
It has FLIR, it has a whole suite of high technology stuff, so...
Well, they may be answering all kinds of questions, but we're missing like a third of this broadcast because of these interruptions. I really have no idea what's going on. There's not much we've been able to hear next to the interruptions, so I don't know if there's any point watching this if we can just hope for the upload a little bit later and for them to get out of this mess. I don't know about you guys. This drives me insane. Just interruption, refresh, interruption. We have other videos that meetings that also happen around 5 p.m. Caldor plus others. I think the best bet is just to go back and look at this.
Management level. With that brings some horsepower. So right now we're...
I asked questions. I don't know if they'll get answered, but we should watch other things that won't drive us nuts. So they said they had helicopters that were working the area like now, and I kind of blinked at that because we've been watching Flight Radar. What is he talking about? He says helicopters are working Mill Creek. Well, we've seen scout planes, we've seen air attack planes. We saw Broncos respond to some other fire. There hasn't been any helicopters out here. Is he talking about things that are... I mean, just as he was speaking, there was one that went over there. No, that was a plane. There's like a helicopter in the region, but we didn't see that. Today we saw a whole bunch of smoke that prevented them from having any sort of aircraft over it. So we've been trying to listen for helicopters. We've been hoping. There's one that just flew there. So he was talking about 4 of them working the Mill Creek, but that is just one that just arrived, and they have very little time before dark. Dark happens around 7 something p.m. these days. So hopefully somebody will upload that, and we'll have our meeting about the KNP. It's extremely worrisome. When we do get nighttime, we'll be able to see the fires clearly on the cams again. It's just been a smoky mess, pea soup all day. So, yeah, that's a good point, EDAX fan. When helicopters are in a canyon or low altitude, you can't always see them on flight radar, but we could have seen them take off. You know, when they come back to the valley, they show up. So, in general, I mean, it's steep, rugged terrain here, that's true, but like we only lost visual with the scoopers on the Dixie, who got so low to the ground they were basically landing. But in other high Sierras and Cascades areas, we never experienced like stealth mode of helicopters. You know, they would disappear for a minute, come back within seconds. Same thing with last year. So he may have gotten that information that 4 are on order or 4 standing by, but only 1 showed up, and that was about the same time that he just said that they would be there. So that's the problem. Is it's not lying. It's that they get the latest information, then they go on stage. And unfortunately, since 5 o'clock meetings are just, they're convenient for the fire crews that are just getting off their shift, the daytime crews, that's not giving us a comprehensive view of what happened during the day. 5 o'clock is prime time for fighting the fires. So 5 o'clock at 7 p.m. meetings oftentimes are pretty stale, hours old information the moment they go live, and they may be talking about someplace being okay, like Cal Fire was, when in the middle of it, there's a fire erupting. Just like on the Dixie, they said, Mineral's doing great, Childs Meadows is doing great, and we were watching the past 5 minutes that it had jumped the line. We were listening to Broadcastify that it had jumped the line. I'm talking about a month ago, you know. And nobody tapped them on the shoulder before they went on stage. And so I disagree with them having community meetings at this time. What this does is people watch at dinner time. They get a wrong impression about the fire. They go about the business. They go to sleep. At midnight, they have a knock on the door saying, emergency evacuate. And a lot of it's because the day's firework doesn't really end until 11. That's about the time that fires wind down for the day. However, these fires have been burning actively and vigorously through the night. So Big Dog says it's 7:24 official sunset time on the West Coast. Yep, it's getting to that time of year where all of a sudden, where did the light go when you're outside? Like, what's going on? So hopefully they'll upload that soon, but I don't know about you guys. That was driving me nuts. Which other fires were going to have the 5 o'clock meeting? I'm so sorry that I spaced out on writing that down. I wrote down 5 o'clock meeting and didn't finish writing down the sentence. I'm struggling through being sick with a fever again, and just bear with me. I'm just sort of, you know. I know the Caldor has a 5 o'clock, but wasn't there going to be a 5 o'clock for either Antelope or Windy? I could go look at the InstaWeb's announcements. We've heard almost nothing about the Windy. We've seen alarming images on the cams, though, ever since they started with that lightning strike complex on the 9th. So let me see. I'm searching for the word meeting. That's not there on Windy's entire InstaWeb. That's Sequoia National Forest, so we could. I don't think they'd have that at the same time as the KNP. Oh, do you guys remember which one I said was a 5 o'clock and we'd watch them back to back? Yeah, exactly, Terry. It's not good Cal Fire gives out info at 5. Yeah. I mean, they should do a constantly live broadcast. I mean, I don't know why they don't. There's plenty of people in my generation who know all about streaming that just don't know what to do with their streaming talents. They stream a game, you know, or a cooking show. Why not say now hiring people who will read live the information and take questions and man cameras? What they should do this officially. I'm only doing it because they're not. I would love them to do it officially so I could step away and just live my life. But I'm here because they're not doing that. It would be great if the officials could just say what's happening, if we didn't have to randomly interpret cams and do our best to figure out what's happening. But oftentimes they also shut down their hotlines on all but the most active fires at around 9 p.m. And so the people who are in Hurlong Junction saw the massive fire crest and approached their community just after 9 p.m. and we had no idea really what was going on. I had to reach out to firefighters I know and call them in the middle of the night. The thing with Tahoe is they had a 5 p.m. meeting, said Tahoe wasn't even under evacuation warning, and I almost spit my drink out like, what? And people were asleep. I said, guys, the fire's coming towards Tahoe. Get ready to go. They're about to tell you, I think. And sure enough, at 11:30 at night, they started knocking on people's doors. They had 22 to 26,000 doors to knock on. And they said, oh, it's just a warning. And people were like, okay, should I go or not? And they're like, probably, because if the fire approaches tonight, we won't have enough time to knock on your door again. And that was just like, what? So anyway, that would just be my suggestion, that they could have a 5 o'clock thing for dinner and say checking in with us at 11, when the real story about the day's end of the fire really happens. So let's see what else meetings we have that will hopefully get fixed later. The General Klamath National Forest, it has, I don't think it has a, okay, 6 p.m. is the River Complex community meeting. Is it going to be online? It says watch it on Zoom. Recorded and posted later. Okay. We could do that for the River Complex. It has a Zoom link. But I'm really wary about Zoom. The last time I did a Zoom, logged into Zoom and broadcast that, there were curse words and racial expletives because somebody hacked into the Zoom meeting and hijacked it, or well, just probably joined with their microphone open and they didn't shut it down. And so I kind of learned my lesson about the Zoom lesson, the Zoom meeting thing. Did we have a Dixie? That's the recovery update for the town hall meeting, 6 to 8 p.m. Disaster assistance and rebuilding info will be provided. That will be scheduled in Greenville for the 15th, sorry, tomorrow. There's Alaska County Sheriff's update that lifting the warning for Shasta County zone, this or that. I don't see a video. Maybe it was the east side that does 6 o'clock. Was it not Sequoia, but Alaska National Forest? Let's see. They're usually 6 o'clock. I can't remember which, other than the Caldor, which one was supposed to be at 5. Okay, so this one's at 7:30. Okay. It'll be streaming on YouTube as well. Yay. I don't understand why they don't just do YouTube. YouTube comes pre-installed on people's phones. But things like Zoom and such are kind of complicated and kind of a security nightmare. Oh, Terry says I was watching that with you at the time. Yeah, you were there, Terry. Yeah, I remember that. It's one of those, oi. So, yeah, the good news is that people are coming. We may get lucky with the weather. It's just, there will be bad weather tomorrow. I just don't know that these dozer lines can be completed in time because that is a huge area. But hopefully. They're talking about Three Rivers looking better than the other communities because in general the wind blows to the northeast during the daytime, and daytime is usually when fires are fiercer. So let's see. I'm going to write this one down. What's our schedule for meetings? So we have Dixie East 7:30. Okay, 7:30. Remind me. And that is not just on Facebook, that's also on Zoom and YouTube. So we write that down. Zoom, Facebook, Alaska National Forest plus YouTube. Now that's the way to do it. Multiple platforms so people can tune in different ways on C2MT1.info information YouTube channel. Okay. What about Dixie West Zone? Is that what we could possibly be meeting? We never figured out how to find the West Zone morning operational update. That was not something I could find today. It's no longer on California Incident Management Team 1 YouTube. They switched channels or something. So this is the website in question. If you guys want the link, here you go. That's the one for C2MT1.info, which you'll never find ever by Googling. There are 9 subscribers, even though there's probably 900 people trying to find the channel. So updated today, there's a playlist. We watched the East Zone morning ops update, but we never got a West Zone. So let's see here. What was I looking for again? That's Shasta National Forest, so we would have, that's Tulare. Hopefully they'll upload the whole meeting. The entire community, basically, I heard that much from the crowd. The entire community of Three Rivers is under watch. Parts of it are now under mandatory evacuation. If you want to look at the link that's constantly updated, I put that in the description of this video, and it says K&P complex evacuation map, and it has all kinds of emergency links. You may have heard it spoken about if you could follow along. I couldn't follow along very well with that bad audio, what they were saying about K&P. We'll watch the whole thing once it gets uploaded without interruption. I'm still struggling to figure out what's the Cal Fire Amador would be the Caldor. Let's see. It was Cal Fire Lassen Modoc. Would they have the Dixie West Zone? Was I just here? Oh boy. Kind of want to just crawl into bed. Oh, flu. So, yeah, I guess we don't have a video here. Might as well do the Caldor. Yeah, exactly, Big Dog. They need to update really frequently, otherwise what is the point? Did you hear them say, anybody have a problem with the alert system? And I picked up my ears. First of all, you can call 211 for info about the K&P complex, or go to tularecounty.ca.gov/emergencies. But they said, does anybody have any problem with Alert TC? And apparently a lot of people raised their hands in the crowd. I don't know what Alert TC is, but apparently it's what they have for Tulare County. Heck, let's just watch the Caldor meeting then, if there's nothing else to do. I think it was it the Monument or River or Antelope that was supposed to be around 6 p.m.? Either way, let's just watch Caldor Fire first. So it was an hour ago. Let's watch it.
Phone number is 5.
Sorry.
California Inter.
All right, here we go.
To September 14th, 2021. And my name is Jeff Chumley, the Public Information Officer for CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 2. On behalf of California Interagency Incident Management Team 4, NEMO Team 2, CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 2, and California Incident Management Team 12, who is our a new team that is coming in to transition today, or this week. We'd like to welcome you, and we are happy that you're joining us here this evening. We have changed the format just slightly, as the East Zone will not be joining us. At this location, we have representatives from the East Zone and the West Zone. They are currently involved in a meeting as we transition to the California Incident Management Team 12. And so we welcome you, and we welcome those of you that have joined us from the East Zone. Just as a reminder, we do have a QR code that is on the screen, and for those of you that don't know that, it has an important link that provides valuable information, the most recent current fire information, as well as other sites to visit. We also are providing this live feed on Facebook and Zoom, and would encourage you to ask any questions that you might have. And when you do so, if you could indicate whether it's a question for the West Zone or for the East Zone. We also have our phone lines still in service 24 hours a day for the media line. For the media line, the phone number is 530-806-3212. And again, that's 24-hour phone line. And for the public information line, the phone number is 530-303-2455. That phone line is available from 8 in the morning till 8 in the evening. For the current fire information, we are currently standing at 219,267 acres. It is 68% contained, and we have 3,368 personnel still assigned to this incident. Due to the fact that we have a transition going on with the Incident Management Team 12, and the fact that Chief Rocky Opliger cannot be here with us, he has asked that I share his sincere gratitude for the tremendous support that the community has given to him and his crews that are working on the East Zone. He's humbled at the show of and expressions of gratitude, especially in a very difficult time, and understanding that there are many of you that are just now returning to your homes. He has shared with us that there's a crowd that gathers, has grown to a couple hundred people that are out there with signs and waving to the firefighters as they return to the base camp. And it's humbling for the firefighters, and he wants you to know that the firefighters feel that and is very appreciative of your expressions of gratitude. So thank you very much. I know that I could speak on behalf of the West Zone as well, the gratitude that we feel for the community here and your support. We always feel that, and we're very grateful for that. We do have some representatives that are going to share with you the operational update. We have representatives from the utilities departments, and we're going to now turn some time over to them. First, we will hear from Chief Lauren Munson, our Operations Section Chief. He will give an operational update for the West Zone. After Chief Munson, we will hear from Lieutenant Greg Stark, our Law Enforcement Liaison Officer. And then he will turn the time over to PG&E Public Affairs Representative Brandon Sanders. And then after Brandon, we'll hear from the Supervisor of Operations for Southwest Gas. They are both joining us here. So Brandon Sanders, then Jimmy Smith from Southwest Gas. And then we will conclude with Chief Jerry Magana, who is our Unified Incident Commander. As soon as we hear from Chief Magana, we'll open it up to our questions and answers. And again, if you just go ahead and indicate whether it's for East or West Zone, that would be helpful for us. So at this time, I'll turn the time over to Chief Munson for the operational update.
Thanks. Good evening, Lauren Munson, Deputy Operations Chief, CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 2 here in the West Zone. Over here in Branch 1, Division Alpha, the Grizzly Flats area, crews are out there working and supporting the community, and we also appreciate your support. This area is all looking really good. The crews are still out there chasing down those infrared signatures and getting them. They're well interior, but the crews are still going after them to make it safe for the public. Up into Division Golf Hotel in India. India is really the only area that we're still have a heavy presence of mop-up. The crews are in there, they're actively engaged, they're working hard, trying to get that piece buttoned up. All this area right here is still tactical patrol. chasing down those infrared signatures and making that area safe. Moving down into branch 20, the Kirkwood area, the Highway 88 corridor, this area in Division November, this area's still got some heat in it. The crews will continue to be in there mopping that stuff up and making that safe. There's a heavy fire suppression repair operation going on Highway 88, also over here in the Grizzly Flats area. But this area down here is all still tactical patrol. It's all has presented itself to be secure. Those crews are still in there chasing down those infrared signatures, really hardening that area. Thank you.
Good evening, Lieutenant Greg Stark with Incident Management Team 2, Law Liaison. So this morning we had some openings. Happy Valley and Crystal Basin were removed from the warning. We reduced Crystal Basin B from orders to warning. And coming around, over here in Kirkwood, we opened up zone 19 and 20, allowing traffic on 88 west, stopping just past Kirkwood. There's a closure there on 88, closing from 88 from here to there on Peddler Hill, restricting traffic due to the unsafe conditions at this time. Grizzly is still closed. It's going to be closed for a few more days due to law enforcement activity and cleanup activity in that area. And so every morning we're having conversations with local utilities, the Sheriff's Department, EOC, and we're on track to repopulate as soon as possible, as soon as safe. And now I'll turn over to PG&E.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Brandon Sanders. I'm with PG&E's Public Affairs Group with a couple of updates for you. The first of those is it relates to customer supports. We have suspended customer billing for those impacted or have lost structures as a result of the Caldor fire. That's something that we commonly do for all of these types of events, just to eliminate one additional piece of work for those affected. Speaking to the rebuild effort, we are actively in the field now, building line, constructing equipment and putting everything up in the air to serve those customers who can safely receive electric service. We have had a lot of questions about our plans for undergrounding off into the future, and what I can say is that in the interest of supporting those that can get back into their homes quickly, we are going to be building that system in the overhead in a hardened fashion using deeper set poles, wider cross arms, and coated conductor. For those areas where there was a larger impact in terms of destroyed residences and businesses, we're currently developing a strategy on how to go back with electric infrastructure for those areas that's likely to include undergrounding some equipment. One note on the undergrounding endeavor, there are a number of dependencies that come into play, things such as land rights, permitting, environmental and archaeological and other concerns when you're digging like that at that extent. So those are all considerations that we'll have to review and fold into the plan. You'll likely note that there is a lot of vegetation management activity occurring in the field. Our crews are actively reducing vegetation hazards, not just for our worker safety in the rebuild effort, but also for those of the worker safety of road workers, other utility workers, and our first responders. And lastly, I will close by saying that PG&E is implementing a new program. We actually started it this year, and it will carry forward into, we started it in 2020, it'll carry forward into 2021, where we will be removing the large woody material from impacted properties that is a result from our veg management work. You'll likely see us placing that material close to roadways so that it's easily accessible for our crews to return at a later date, once safe to do so, to remove that woody material from those properties and as additional support for our customers. That is my update. There are more resources on PG&E's website. Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm Jimmy Smith, Supervisor of District Operations for Southwest Gas. In the South Lake Tahoe area, for the folks who are not in Christmas Valley, when you left, if you turned off your gas meters as a precaution prior to leaving, please give us a call so we can come out and turn your gas back on. To date, we've turned on almost 250 folks who have done that, and we're ready to come out and take care of the rest of you once you get home. The number to call for that is 877-860-6020. Again, that number is 877-860-6020. Now, for the folks in Christmas Valley, We've had our customer care team at the holiday market down at the south end of the parking lot. And you can come in and visit with us, let us know where you're at. We've got techs standing by. We will send one home with you if they're there. Now, as far as anyone else in town, if you come visit us there and you need your gas turned back on, if we got a tech, we'll send them with you, or we'll get somebody routed to your location. You can also, if you're in the neighborhood, you see our folks, just grab them. They're more than willing to come to your place and get it taken care of. Along those same lines, if you can't find us, give us a call at our business office. And again, I gave that number a couple of minutes ago. You can look us up at southwestgas.com and you can get that number to get in touch with us. Now, at any point along the way, if anyone smells gas or you suspect a gas leak, please leave the area you're in, leave the structure you're in, go to a safe place and call 911 and call your gas provider. In our service territory, you'd call us. And we'll get someone out there, we'll make that area safe, and we'll make it safe for you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeremy Gagne. I'm one of the incident commanders for Incident Management Team 2 and representing NEMO Team 2 in collaboration with California Incident Management Team 4. First of all, I want to talk about patience, and we've talked about it over and over again for the last couple days. Your patience is very much appreciated. We know and understand that you guys have been out of your homes for several weeks, up to about a month for some of you, and we appreciate that. It is important and imperative that you understand the reason why you're out, and it is for your safety. There are a ton of cooperators and other agencies that are here to help you or actually to mitigate any of those concerns that are out there, and that is our #1 priority. With that being said, it's super important that you guys follow the media links and the press releases that are coming out on a daily basis. Within this next couple days, you'll see several changes to these media releases and news releases in regards to a warning and population orders. Those will go out through your local law enforcement agencies and then pushed through social media. So to get the latest information, it's important that you follow up with those social media outlets and or press releases put through your local law enforcement agencies. At the height of this fire, there were over 50,000 people evacuated. That number continues to shrink, and that is our goal so that we can get back to so that you can get back to some kind of normalcy. It is our goal to provide you with that a safe place to go to once those orders and warnings are lifted. As mentioned several times before, we are in a transition or some change period. Both California Interagency Team 4 and Incident Management 2 will be transitioning out along with the NEMO Team 2. And California Incident Management Team 12 will be taking over the incident in its entirety. So one thing is certain, the faces may change, but the mission will remain the same. Your safety of the public is the #1 priority for all of these agencies that are here. Thank you and have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Chief Magana, and thank you everyone for your updates. We appreciate that. We do have some questions that have come in, and we will go ahead and answer those questions at this time. I'm going to turn the time over to Lieutenant Greg Stark from Law Enforcement.
Thank you. We have a few questions here, primarily the Kirkwood area, when 88 reopens the evacuation order. So we did open up Kirkwood. So again, Highway 88, west of Kirkwood, that's all open from Zone 19. And for the second part of that question, will people be allowed to their cabins on Caples, Kirkwood, and Woods Lake without needing an exemption for entry? So the forest is still closed right now, and until that's lifted, you're going to have to check with your local Forest Service representative to see if you still need a permit, which it's my opinion, I believe you still do at this time until that order is lifted. Next question is the U.S. Postal Service delivering mail? If your area is open in the repopulated areas, if it's green or has fallen off the map, you should start getting your mail as soon as they get that ordered, as soon as they get that sorted and out to you guys. Strawberry, an estimate for strawberry repopulation, and will residents be allowed in there for essential travel. So Strawberry and the Twin Bridges area, this is still not quite safe yet. The utilities are still up there. There's some hazardous trees. We went up there today and did a scouting expedition, and there's still significant amount of trees. At one estimate, it was over 500 trees that still need to be mitigated in this area to make it safe for residents to return. So right now, Strawberry, no. And as far as pre-entry for residents, we're evaluating that, again, with the El Dorado Sheriff's Office and utilities. And I can tell you, working with the El Dorado Sheriff's Department and the local utilities has been a great pleasure for me. They're very receptive, they're very attentive, and they have the citizens of the county, of all counties, held in the highest regard. So they're going to do this safely, they're going to do this right, and they're going to make sure that nobody else is put in danger by going in too soon.
A total of 3 questions. The first question is, do you have a cause for the fire? As mentioned several times this week, the fire is still under investigation, and as soon as that information is able for release, they will definitely get that out there. So once again, do you have a cause? It is under investigation. Next question, is it possible for the fire to burn itself out to 100% containment, or will you stay until the fire reaches 100%? So that's a kind of a tricky question. It just depends on the circumstances of where the fire is burning and what it is doing. Our ultimate goal is 100% containment. But as you can see on the map, there are some areas that are well within the burn that'll continue to burn. Our goal is 100% containment around the perimeter of the fire, and as well as mopping in to whatever standard we have set. So the majority of this fire will be mopped up to 100% containment around the perimeter with up to 500 feet and or more along the perimeter. The next question is the team rotation a normal practice for mental health and or other health reasons? The Forest Service is on a 14-day rotation as a team, and CAL FIRE is in the process of working through those procedures as well. So I would say yes, it is probably one of the things that helps us as far as mental health. The other reason is we have long summers here in California, and obviously as far as having folks assigned to these incidents for long durations does have a wear or effect on mental health and or body. So it is a normal practice, and it is one that you will continue to see in the future. Thank you.
Hello again, Brandon Sanders, Sierra Division Public Affairs, PG&E. We do have one question from the community specific to Strawberry. Is there an estimated time of restoration for electric service in the community of Strawberry? As Deputy Stark noted, there is a significant amount of vegetation management work that needs to occur in that vicinity prior to us being able to build back the electric system in the Highway 50 corridor, particularly between Kybers and Strawberry. We have a substantial amount of damage on overhead electrical equipment in that area. And so the short answer is no, I'm sorry, I don't have an estimated time of restoration for the community of Strawberry. We're actively working on mitigating hazard vegetation and doing our best to mobilize resources to bring your service back as quickly and safely as possible. Thank you.
Hi, it's Jimmy Smith again with Southwest Gas. The question I got was, we left our gas on when we evacuated. Is best practice to turn off during the evacuation? During evacuation, as far as pipeline fuels are concerned, so Southwest Gas, we run our stuff through a pipeline to your house. Propane is different. If you have an individual propane tank, you want to talk to your provider, but you would probably want to secure that tank. As far as a pipeline system, I can turn off a much larger area than you can much quicker. So in an evacuation, just go. We'll take care of it. If the fire comes into the area, we can shut down a series of valves and we can isolate the areas strategically based on where it needs to be done. For instance, as this fire was approaching South Lake Tahoe, we shut down the Christmas Valley area as a precaution. As the fire was making its way around the town, we were assessing the situation, and we kept service on everywhere else because it wasn't necessary to turn it off. So again, anytime there's an evacuation, your utility service should be the last thing you think about. You should just get out. We'll take care of it from there.
All right, I have another question here. Is it possible to drive from the Bay Area to 88 to Christmas Valley? No. Highway 88 is closed from Pickett's to just west of Kirkwood. You're going to have to use Highway 4 or Highway 80. But right now, this is closed right now, and it's being evaluated daily. So you're going to have to use an alternate route.
This appears to be the last question of the night, and it says, where can I get a CAL FIRE hat? So the question is, it is a good question. The easiest way to get a hat is, this hat is part of our actual normal duty uniform. So in order to become a hat wearer, you'd have to join the department. So there are always applications available online. You can go onto your social media outlets, find out how to become a firefighter 1, go through the ranks, and then eventually through an application process and many years of hard work, you too could wear one of these red hats. So put in the work, get out the application, and go forth. So thank you and have a good afternoon.
Thank you, everyone, and a great answer there, Chief. Lord knows we need all of your help, and with the history that we have of fires in California, we're certainly going to need more qualified firefighters. So we encourage you to join our team. I do have one question that was asked: will there be a community meeting to continue on with Team 12? And the answer to that is yes. We will continue with our community meetings at the same time tomorrow. The difference is you'll see it in one location. As you've seen this evening, we'll have representatives from both sides, and then officially we'll transfer over in this transition where California Incident Management Team 12 will officially take over later on in the week. So please join us tomorrow at 5 o'clock for a community meeting. And as a reminder, some of the information that they've discussed this evening is available through the QR code, through the link tree. The question was asked, how will we be able to access the community meeting in the future? Our job as information officers is to provide that information for you. So I promise that we will have that information perhaps as early as tomorrow evening, where you can access that. This concludes the questions and answers period for this community meeting. And again, I want to thank everyone who joined us for this meeting, the representatives from our utilities partners. On behalf of the California Interagency Incident Management Team 4, NEMO Team 2, CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 2, and our incoming partners from California Incident Management Team 12. There's a lot of people that are working really hard, to say the least, all of the firefighters and utility and first responders, law enforcement partners, working very hard to get you back in your home. So we do appreciate your patience. Check out the information that's available through the link tree. Readyforwildfire.org provides a lot of valuable information as we continue to live with wildfire threat throughout the state. It also provides valuable information as you return to your home. So I encourage you to check out that link access. Just a quick shout out, as we said yesterday, I want to thank Molly, our sign language interpreter. We appreciate all of them that have been here every day, every evening, to provide the information to you, as well as Marco, our Spanish translator. He is joining us for his last time this evening. He'll have the opportunity to go home to his family. We will do our best to continue with the Spanish translation to you as well. But we appreciate Marco, we appreciate Molly, and everyone that's made this community meeting possible. And with that, I'm going to turn the time over to Marco Rodriguez.
Buenas tardes, Marco Rodríguez, vocero con el incidente Caldor, este septiembre 14, con un breve operativo de lo que ha pasado hoy en este incendio. Seguimos manteniéndonos y haciendo buen trabajo con el incendio. Estamos avanzando en la área oeste, donde estamos incrementando la línea.
La niña. Okay. Division November is Nina. Okay. I'm learning Spanish thanks to Marco. Sorry, guys. You guys, yeah, I was in the kitchen and decided to try to empty the dishwasher, and I didn't know when this was exactly going to end. So, okay. Sometimes what I do, the only time I can go in the kitchen is during videos, usually. So, let's look back at chat real quick. We loved his accent. That was really cool. I usually cut it off right at this point. Yesterday I was on a cell phone call and I didn't realize Spanish was being spoken until I was just yakking away, and then chat was saying, "Hey, yeah, I don't understand Spanish, but his accent is hot," and I was like, "Oh, whoops." But then I tuned in, and he actually does have an awesome accent. He has a good R rolling technique.
Negra, que se encuentra aquí, mire.
See, it's just great. So, but let me go back and read the chat. What was the new? It's okay, Gail. We're here for you. Nobody's mad at you. We're here to give you big hugs. I'm going to try to look at chat while I was in the kitchen. Does anybody have a question on the fires right now? We were trying our best to figure out what's going on in Sequoia National Park. We plugged into the meeting that they had live, and it was so broken with the live broadcast to Facebook that we were hoping they would just go ahead and update that later. So we switched to the Caldor meeting, and they said the West Zone wasn't there, but that was basically the East Zone's briefing. We have 7:30 for Dixie Fire East Zone community meeting, and I thought somebody said the West Zone would be at 7, but I'm not sure about that. I was trying to figure it out. The Cal Fire Lassen Modoc unit is the one for that. So sometimes before the meeting they go live and say meeting is about to happen. However, I couldn't even find the morning operational update for the West Zone. They have gone stealth. Or probably they just changed management teams and I forgot, and there's a new YouTube channel or something. So the La Linea, the line. Oh, okay. I thought you said La Nina, so I thought that meant November, like Division November. That could be it. Okay. So I thought La Nina was little girl or something like that. But we're very concerned. This is yesterday's satellite image of the fires just getting worse above Three Rivers, and we've seen very concerning activity where they burn at night, which is pretty unusual for fires. But boy, are they hungry and they have a lot of fuel. The really big worry is that the communities and the great trees and the history here are all at risk. But when I was taking notes, it was kind of broken. The K&P fire here, the complex, which is Tulare County, is the sheriff said that they had a couple hundred buildings under mandatory evacuation right now, but 1,189 buildings, structures under warning, which is basically the entire population of Three Rivers under warning and the surrounding areas. So Silver City, Oak Grove, a couple smaller communities, and the help is coming, but will it arrive in time to save a lot of the history, the great trees, and the structures? We see the fires approaching the largest and oldest trees on Earth. In general, the giant sequoias, it's some of the favorites. The general trees, like the General Sherman, the largest living creature on Earth, is right in here. And this being last night's satellite update, or yesterday's, we know that the fire is growing that way. This is the colony. We know that the paradise here, this was its general outline yesterday, has already breached and is climbing up this way. So they're assaulted in a big C here. This whole perimeter there could be assaulted by fire, and we don't know if tonight, tomorrow, next day, but tomorrow we got bad wind gusts of decent sustained winds plus maybe 45-mile-an-hour gusts coming in either tomorrow, Thursday, or Friday. He did not say La Nina. Okay, goes to show I didn't hear that correctly. So yeah, he probably said Linnea, the line. Okay. So we have no cameras until dark. We'll see infrared. I constantly monitor that. These are all either the Windy or the KNP complex, and this is what kept the greatest hope they had to buy them time and kept these grounded. It was aircraft. If they could have had air tankers put the retardant wall in front of them, I called it the retardant cage. That would buy them time, and that's what kind of kept them in their place. It wasn't really a containment, but it was like a temporary deal. Excuse me, where did I put my page? Where's Sentinel? Sorry, it was story time earlier. They had retardant basically keeping them in a cage, in a box, and that only lasts for so many days before fire chews through it, just like a rabbit chewing itself out of a wicker cage. And they needed to reapply it yesterday, and at least by today. And since it didn't happen yesterday or today, it's basically breaking out. The paradise already broke out to the north, and that has prompted today at 1 p.m. Evacuations for the eastern portions of the Three Rivers. The rest of the community was quite concerned and was asking questions at the meetings, but we could barely understand anything. Not only is it bad audio, but it was cutting in and out because of the connection of the internet. So we'll just wait to see if we have the full meeting uploaded. But it's not looking good. They only have 140 staff on it until further on down the week, with bad weather and winds picking up tomorrow or Thursday or Friday. It's just a bad situation that these fires, these lightning strikes happen so close to the trees and so close to the community. They really could have had more fire. It's not three. Well, it's called the KNP, the fire here above Three Rivers. Three Rivers is a community which is located right kind of down here, kind of in the Y. And Silver City, and that area is down here that's evacuated, and Oak Grove is I can't remember exactly, but there's dotted kind of dotted structures right around here. The issue, and mind you, this is yesterday's imagery. We have heat detections all the way around to here now-ish, from what we can tell. So we know it's going to come over the ridge sometime tonight, probably, or tomorrow, and then the rollout will rain down upon the Silver City area, perhaps. Maybe it'll get lucky. We don't know. The fire will continue to climb up towards the trees, which are right here. Fire is progressing to the east from the colony. They may have already merged together, not quite sure about that, but the fire did go up this way. And then now that it's in the wind tunnel, at night, the windy canyon winds might start blowing it towards Three Rivers. So they had that community meeting and were talking about the evacuation. So yesterday I told people that is basically going to happen. Just tell your neighbors it's probably just with almost certainty going to happen. Just not only prepare to get yourself out, but as much as your stuff out as you can, because there's very little time to make lines. And if you look at the crazy geography, I don't know that they can make lines. There's a reason why there's very few roads here ever. There's not many places you can even build one. It's just extremely steep and high altitude. It rises real sharply. And there are some positives. The sheriff was trying to be reassuring that at least Three Rivers has the fire in general only approaching it towards the night when fires are generally less active. That is a little bit of a bonus. However, if you have a big wind event at night, we could see a lot of craziness. I remember it was all through the night, that red flag day, that the fire made its way past Chester, and that was insane. That was an insane 24 hours. So we have seen active and vigorous burning at night. That may be a slight amount of comfort, but not too much. He said also it's a different fuel on the west side. It's the chaparral stuff, which tends to be a flash in the pan, burn brightly fast, and then poof, done. However, that's also the problem with chaparral, that I would say to him, it burns fast and very brightly and very fiercely, making it kind of a death trap for crews to be on a narrow road like this, with this chaparral. It just can travel fast and overwhelm them. The flames can get really tall. There's 6-foot tall manzanitas and such. He says Buckeye doesn't like to burn, and I'm scratching my head. I'm not sure what Buckeye is. Maybe it's a fire-resistant plant. If somebody knows what that is, that would be cool. But it was started on the 9th. The same night we had lightning strikes. There were hundreds all over California. They're speculating right now, as these videos were playing, there's some sort of a new fire start that was just discovered while we were watching these videos over by, it's a tree? Okay. Is it a fire-resistant tree, or, I don't know. I mean, it was a sheriff or somebody saying that, I thought, if I remember the uniform right. Sometimes they can Google search something and be a little over-optimistic, just like the same way people Google search the Sequoias and think that they're fireproof entirely, but they are very, very fire-resistant. But a mega drought and a mega fire is one of the few things that can absolutely destroy them. So they are really at risk. We just don't know how much. I mean, a lot will be luck. A lot of them can survive based on luck. But this is one of the specific years they're very vulnerable. Last year it was bad too, and like 15% of all sequoias in California were burned up in a couple different fires. It's been tragic. So we hope that they'll make it. But like I said, a lot of it will be luck. Is it going to approach them at night? Is it going to be when there's less wind, so that the firefighters can maintain their post and keep walking around protecting them? Are the firefighters going to prioritize them? Maybe not, if the fires are going towards this populated area. And what can they do with only a crew of 130? There will be a lot of luck. Does it going to form a pyrocumulus cloud? Is it going to roar towards it like a monster, or just kind of pass it in the night and veer away from it? All of these are big question marks we're completely unable to answer. So all we can do is tell you what fire has a potential to do, and generally what could happen. Since we don't know, that's what makes it so important to evacuate. Not only when you're told, but even before then, that's the best option. Are you downwind of a mega fire? Is it in your proximity? Just make your arrangements, and if you're ever uncomfortable, even CAL FIRE and all the experts say, leave before you're told. That is the best option. Don't wait for us to knock on doors. That is what that sheriff was saying. He said, we'll try to knock on doors, every single one of them when there's a mandatory, but that would be 1,189 doors to knock on. Tulare County is a small county with small law enforcement presence compared to anywhere else. So the warning is, in general, is the wind blowing your way? Are you downwind of a mega fire? Is a smoke column coming your way? Do you see warnings coming from officials and meteorologists? Keep abreast of it. Listen to the local radio, or at least tune into the social media. Sign up for emergency alerts. And it's always best to sleep in shifts if somebody can be monitoring it. If you have a bigger family, and if you don't, if you have special needs, special time evacuating, they said we're knocking on doors, not just to tell people, but to identify those who are vulnerable and need extra help. And reach out to them. They sound like really nice officials to basically saying that. They have a couple of things. There's a link in the chat, in my video in the description. For Tulare County's, it's tularecounty.ca.gov/emergencies, IES at the end, emergencies. And that shows the evacuation map, all kinds of info. You can call 211. You can contact the sheriff's office and say, hey, I either need gas money or a ride or whatever if the fire comes, or I need my diabetic medication, or whatever you have special needs. They'll connect you with whatever you need. And I have livestock, or I need special transport, medically frail, or whatever it is. Check in with them so that, if things ever worsen, they know where to go instead of guessing about who to help. And don't think that you'll have, don't assume that you'll have the ability to call. if the fire does come, it can chew through phone lines, cell phone towers, or so many people can be trying to call at once. You get that busy. All circuits are busy. So, but if they already know about your special needs, then they'll just come and try to help you. You increase the likelihood of that. If you know about somebody else who might have special needs, then go ahead and tell them about somebody else. Disabled, elderly, those not plugged into social media, those hard of hearing, anybody who might not be 100% aware, or even the proud, I don't need no help, spit. Those old codgers that, and I'm using that with affection, that do need help but won't admit it. You know what I'm saying? So the long story short is take care of your community, take care of your neighbors, check in with them, make sure they know about the risk. That a lot is luck and chance right now. Help's coming, but it's going to take a long while to arrive. Most of California is busy. They dialed for help a long time ago, but it's coming in from places like the Rocky Mountains. So looking back at chat, buckeye is not native to the Sierras, nor are they common. They're native to the Ohio River Valley, an ornamental. So whether they burn or not is sort of irrelevant to the discussion. Yeah, I don't know why he was mentioning that. Could that be a colloquial slang term for a native thing? Because chaparral is considered greasewood, which is, we've seen the extremely dark, frighteningly volcanic-looking smoke that was being generated by the windy fire just a little bit south. Chaparral's kind of nightmarish for fire crews. Yeah, it burns brightly and burns quick, but it spreads fast too, and it has resulted in a lot of their injuries. I don't know if that was an appropriate comment. I just found that curious. So, I mean, we can see here the kind of fuels that are there: 6-foot tall brush and dry grass and bushes and narrow roads and extremely steep terrain and poor visibility. That's all the workings of a bad situation, of a very deadly situation. The lady who yesterday's meeting who got up and said, please don't try to put lines in certain areas. She said essentially they were death trap. We want you to come home and be alive rather than safe structures. And it was a sobering nod, like, yeah, we're trying to figure out where to put them, but we may not be able to. Today they were talking about putting lines in front of the community, which is like a 180 from what they were saying. I don't see how they could possibly do that here in all areas. They're talking about North Fork, but then it cut out. I don't know where they want to put their dozer lines. Hopefully we'll get that question asked. I was taking notes best I could, but then it would say connecting, and we would miss about 3 paragraphs of the next conversation. So hopefully we'll come back and get that. Now, was there going to be a 6:30 meeting on one of the fires? I can't recall. We watched the Caldors 5 o'clock. We could look at Klamath National Forest and see if there is another video. Expect road work and delays. We have an update on the hay press and Cronan that said at 5 hours ago that the hay press was 186,447 acres. The summer was 180,507 acres. The Cronan was almost 6,000 acres, and you have 40% containment over on the river complex. Although the winds were mild, an increase in fire activity was observed in the north and southeast portions. And as a result, the relative low humidity that persists is that an incomplete sentence? Okay. Well, they had activity as a result of the low humidity. So, Dennis, when we watched that update on the Monument Fire, which is close enough to almost be the same weather pattern, they said they were bracing for impact sort of higher winds coming down the pipe. So we watched the McCash update. I just don't see anything too new. Oh, here's the 6 p.m. River Complex community meeting. and Zoom. And then they said the meeting will be recorded and posted later on Klamath National Forest Facebook page. So that was half an hour ago. It probably just concluded, and if we refresh this a lot, then we'll probably have that video to watch. Oh, here's a new image. Just now on the Antelope Fire, crews continued to work on the southwest corner of the fire today, working around West Haight Mountain, Haigt, or I guess that's Haight. While some heat remains within the containment lines, there were no major threats to that line. Work continues around Tamarack, with firefighters mopping up areas of heat that continue to be of concern. Once again, this is Klamath National Forest. Tamarack is not the Tamarack fire. It's a plant. So there's a lot of places in California named Tamarack. On the northwest corner of the fire, junipers are continuing to hold heat. This afternoon, a 2.5-acre spot fire was discovered that was pushing to the northeast. Aerial resources, including tankers, were used in conjunction with ground resources. They are being used to gain control of that spot. On the southeast flank of the Antelope Fire, firefighters continue to work, holding and checking the fire line. Areas of heat continue to hold between Grouse Hill and 4 Mile Hill. Fire managers are continuously assessing needs for fire operations. There is still a great deal of uncontained line on the fire, which is the Antelope. The spot fires in recent days have given managers an idea of the potential that remains for fire activity. Today, relative humidity levels dropped down into the 12 to 17% range, and temperatures reached 75 to 85 degrees. Wednesday's weather will again bring near critical conditions for fire behavior. Smoke may cover the area, which may help to moderate it, but an upper-level trough is expected over the areas this weekend, bringing with it the chance for wetting rain. It is important to note that even with wetting rain, the fuels are critically dry. So here's information and the pictures. Members of the BLM Bureau of Land Management Mojave Engine 7373 mop up the areas of heat around Badger Peak. Photo taken on the 14th today. And this was posted like 2 minutes ago. I brought it to you first. I liked it first. So that was just coincidental. I just refreshed the page. Alright, so any moment now we'll get our meeting uploaded for the River Complex. Now, what about that new fire that supposedly broke out? We were discussing whether or not it might be a sleeper fire. Somewhere by Yosemite, I was trying to read the chat. Yeah, I asked Helen, do we have any cameras on it? It says Mount Lewis, Tulum at 2, and I keep saying that word wrong, and Duckwall 2 patrolling cams. The only cams with Hetchy view shed, but distant and have been too smoky to determine its usefulness. Yeah. Oh, Bob Fraser says, oh, western buck is invasive. Buckbrush, oh gosh. Oh dear, buckbrush. A bush that occurs in chaparral, burns hot, smells nice, has white flowers and leaves are sticky with oil. Oh, that sounds very fire unsafe. People don't realize a lot of what's happening to California is it's being overtaken by invasive weeds that they didn't think were a big deal in the past, but like almost all of the native grasses were replaced by these invasive weeds, making even grass fires way more intense than they ever were historically. There's a lot we can fix about California if we did common sense things, such as pass laws saying no more sale at Home Depot of invasive species such as Scotch broom. We could write letter writing campaigns. We could get those laws passed pretty quickly. And once we stop selling the invasive weeds, then we can think about their control. So, interrupting, Kern says Californians have less than 2 hours to vote. Remember, vote. Your vote matters. Exercise your right. So buckthorn's invasive and buckbrush is native. Okay. But that sounds like buckbrush is still a fire nightmare, like a oily. Is it one of those grease bushes that firefighters talk about? So do we have a longitude and latitude where you can look at the new fire start that they're wondering about? We're kind of speculating that it could have been a sleeper from the lightning. What a sleeper fire is, and I saw the questions in chat, are typically they're started by lightning. Very rarely something else. But it's when there's just enough moisture on the ground, or it's too shaded, or it's too cold, or it's next to a snowbank that's melting throughout the summer, or something like that, where either lightning or some other ignition source hits and it makes a smoldering fire. Like if you've ever seen a bark dust fire, there's no open flame, but you would see the bark dust start to turn black, and it would slowly spread out in a circle. That means it's got just enough oxygen to be alive, but it's a fire struggling to live. It's just like it's like coals. Smoldering fire is like hot coals or hot ash, and it's staying alive, but it struggles. All it needs though is a gust of wind. Boom. And it becomes a full-blown fire. Like heat, wind, oxygen, boom. So sometimes when lightning strikes, it might be just enough rain to tamp it down and keep it in that smoldering state. As the days go by, it gets drier and drier and drier, and then a wind hits it, and boom. Even though it was days ago or weeks ago, sometimes a month ago, you can suddenly get a fire in the wilderness out of nowhere. And yeah, exactly, Bob Fraser, or it's in a hollow tree. I was explaining how a tree can be on fire with the heartwood on fire, but it doesn't have enough oxygen to really be a big thing, so it burns in between the bark and the heartwood. But it may reach eventually, over the course of days, it could reach a knothole, or a piece of bark could fall off, gets that oxygen, and boom. So that's very hard to detect, especially with so much smoke all the way around here. I was trying to warn people that don't think that it's arson or anything if days and days after our lightning storm we get random fires popping up on the landscape, because A, they can't see them. Usually they're seen and spotted by aircraft. We know where lightning strikes, and we can detect that by space satellites. They do fly over the area, but sometimes they just can't see anything, and they think, well, there doesn't seem to be anything because all the smoke. But once it clears out or air hits it, that could be one of those things. Yeah, exactly. With all the fire evacuations, how are people supposed to vote? They actually went out of their way to try to make things available for fire evacuees, and that was part of their meetings. But yeah, it's very disruptive. The people that mostly want to recall the governor were affected by fires and enraged at how he protected the PG&E corporation that keeps starting them and killing people. And there are a lot of the people that are displaced. In fact, a lot of those people moved out of the state, so it's a bit of a different kind of election result than if they hadn't. They gave up on California. They don't feel safe, and they left, including my brother. So it's I don't get political and tell you who to vote for, but you should exercise your vote. Whatever your belief is, it matters. I've been to countries where people can't vote. It really sucks there. Trust me. You may not think it's important. It really, really is. Your vote actually will matter. So the other fire, do we have? Yeah, exactly. Don't move out of California. Take it back. That's been one of the anthems from corrupt people. It doesn't mean from one party or the other. It means take it back away from corruption. Like, it's riddled with corruption, both sides of the aisle, I'm sure. Take it back for the people. We won't have a functional state. We'll continue this decline in functionality and, destruction. To respond to fires, you have to have a government that functions. It's just essential. And you have to have leadership empowered that want to remedy the situation instead of blame others. So it'll be interesting to see the results. I am curious. So I have not admittedly studied any replacement candidates, and I don't endorse any. I don't get political here. I could just only encourage you to vote. And even if you're running out of time, you can still go to your county elections offices and do it in person. You can bring your bill, proof of residency, your identification, and you can usually register same day as voting in most situations. Even if you're not registered, go ahead and see if you can. That's the thing that a lot of people don't realize. It depends state by state whether or not you can register same day. But you would definitely need to bring things like proof of residency. Don't quote me on this, but there may be still time if you feel left out the process. The other fire, do we have a longitude and latitude where that is at? We know that the Mount Lewis cam occasionally looks at it, but it's just a distant plume. Yeah, Big Dog was mentioning how chaparral is dangerous. We were looking at this. I still don't understand that Sherriff, I think it was, who commented that Buckeye doesn't burn. Maybe that's a local joke about how the Buckeyes are tough, but that's Ohio. Maybe it's like a local high school team or something I'm unaware of. The crowd seemed to be enthusiastic when he said that. Maybe he wasn't talking about plants at all. I don't know. But the chaparral is extremely dangerous. Big Dog said, yeah, Labor Day fires exploded at night. That's true. And the chaparral was involved in a mass fatality event of what was that called? The Mount. Sorry, I just scrolled up and missed it. You know, the movie where the hotshots, about the hotshots that died. I think it was a crew of 20 that got trapped. Storm King Mountain. Yeah, that disaster is partly fueled by large amounts of chaparral. The chaparral is cringe. You know, like, oh no, that's on fire for the firefighters. Oh, Brian Miller says buckbrush refers to more than one plant. California buckeye, or California horse chestnut, is native to California, has low flammability, and is to some degree fire resistant. Thank you. That's what I was wondering. Is it a colloquial term? So good. If they're saying there's a lot of that, then that is a definite plus. One of the 35 points I make about preventing new megafires and minimizing their impact is replacing the fire-promoting invasive weed with fire-resistant California natives. There's a lot of native California plants that are struggling to survive now. That would be super beneficial. So, Rhonda says you would have had to have registered by August 17th, and all registered voters were mailed a ballot a few weeks back. Not many excuses to not vote. Well, okay, there you go. Hey, John Robinson. Yeah, it varies from state to state. Some of them allow you to do same-day registration. I was wondering if they would make an exception for fire evacuees. You would think. But if that's the case, that sucks. But also, if you're homeless, how do you get one of these mailed to you, so to speak? All right. Let's refresh and see if we have a video. Let's look at our cams. As night falls, they'll click into infrared, and we'll finally be able to see the KMP and the windy. So Brian Miller says, I would say it's less bad rather than good. It's still a dried out fuel source. Right. What I mean overall, would you rather have Scotch Broom, the super gasoline plant, and eucalyptus in your neighborhood, the gasoline tree? Or would you rather have oaks and fire-resistant natives and fire-resistant native grass instead of the invasive fire-promoting stuff? So, yeah, exactly. The super drought means all bets are off. But California is not always in a super drought. It is worth grooming the landscape back to normal if you want to have back to normal, you actually have to do what it takes to go back to normal. We are not in a new normal. We are in a new abnormal, thanks to a variety of factors such as casually screwing up the landscape by starving out and driving towards extinction native plants that resist fire. This is pretty much screwing up the ecosystem that way and allowing plants to grow willy-nilly from other countries that go unchecked, monoculture the landscape and create extreme disaster situations like colony root systems of Scotch broom. If you have a Scotch broom bush kind of get lit on fire for some reason, and you can throw water on it and think, oh, that's out. Well, since they're a colony plant with colony roots, you could have an acre away, a week later, a massive fireball erupt on your property or your neighbors because it went into the root system underground, and then you have a 2-alarm vegetation fire because it's impregnated with oil, so much oil you can make ethanol from it. Like, it's basically a diesel. It resembles more of a diesel fire than a vegetation fire. So exactly, Big Dog says elk and deer know not to eat it because it's toxic, but our livestock doesn't and poisons themselves all the time. So yeah, we're waiting for the cams. We're waiting for video uploads. We don't have much else to listen to. We have the radio on now for Sequoia, Sierra National Forest, and Kings Canyon, but if it pipes up, we'll hear something. We didn't have any aircraft really have the ability to listen to it. And there's an important note that I should have read earlier, but there's a lot of interruption. Sometimes extra early, helicopters and aircraft will leave a fire in steep, rugged terrain like this because of the shadows cast by peaks. And boy, do we have a lot of peaks over by the KNP. So the days are shorter and shorter. But the next 3 days, we've got pretty bad. Let me turn off the sound here. At the end, they kind of show this. This is predictive services for Northern California, but it kind of applies to even down here because of the Sierras being all kind of connected. Northeast California, the Northern Sierras, and the far east side on Friday have critical fire weather. Dang it, I thought I paused it. I tried to find this page on the Southern California website, but it's set up differently. High risk for strong winds and low relative humidity from Friday onwards. So this is a bad fire weather prediction for everything in the Sierras. In general, especially by Friday, but even sooner perhaps down by the KNP and the Windy. I'll try to find that soon. But let's see here. Did we have anybody see another video that got uploaded? The river complex, we're waiting on it to be uploaded, as well as waiting for the KNP, the troubled, really troubled broadcast that was. Uh-oh. We lost the camera for Sequoia Kings Canyon National Park. It says the digital camera you are trying to view is undergoing maintenance. I just realized with sadness that horrible image we had that was orange a second ago was the same view. We were supposed to see the entire California Valley and the peaks. All we saw were 2 dead trees in the foreground and an orange sky. These and this. Wow. You may have to rewind my broadcast a second. You can double tap on the left side of the screen. Remember to hit live though, or you can use the arrow button on the keyboard, the left arrow. Wow. Just remember, if you ever rewind the stream, come back to the live button by the volume slider. So we unfortunately lost our webcam at the edge of Giant Forest. I don't know if the fire just chewed through the area and they're losing communications or what. Let's look at our heat detections. Yeah. So you can see how it's just kind of spreading around. Now remember that the giant trees are here. And I was kind of hoping that sometime during the weaker winds and such that it would approach them. It would now be really bad if it happened tomorrow afternoon, when the new winds might be a huge factor that they're worried about. So like I say, if fire is coming towards your community or some special place, it's better it happens at night during low wind, like almost dead calms, and fire crews can stay there. They can work with it. They can even light some backfires. They have a lot of options. They can man the lines. They can try to herd it away from your buildings, or at least sit there and protect your building as it goes past them. But during the roaring, windy part of a day or red flag, that there's nothing they can do. They get away from a fire and they come back out when it's safe. So people are saying at least the fire hasn't impacted the Sequoias yet, and now I'm starting to think, oh no, maybe that would have been better if it already did, and it already went past. I don't know, we can't second guess ourselves. We can only wait and see what happens at the moment. Maybe we'll get a luckier break in the weather, just we did on other parts of the fires on the 9th. So I'm going to look for windy. Let's just go to Three Rivers. I'm going to find that in Tulare County and show you the general forecast here while we wait for our video updates. Let me move that away so you can kind of see the wind. So at Three Rivers, I was told to go to this, which is like reported wind conditions rather than forecast. These are weather stations doing their reports. It's like a dead calm, but that the wind gusts are the things that have been the big factor anyway. We've had that over the past several days anyway. Excuse me, I gotta stretch my legs. Okay, ouch. And it's always different, of course, up on the peaks and ridges. This is the very gusty wind gusts, you know. That's the issue here. And it may get considerably worse. So we can plant the flag at other places, like where the giants are. And let's go to wind gusts. Excuse me, I should have done that in the first place. It's saying 0 right now. That I don't get that. I don't think there's a dead calm right now. Maybe I hit the wrong thing. Or NAM. Somebody can remember for me which exact button I was supposed to push for current windy conditions. I kind of hate this program. It's a little bit hard to figure out. So we'll go back to wind, set it back to the way it was, because I do want to see a prediction. So what you can do now is look down the line, and even though there's mild wind gusts supposedly forecast for the general area, InsaWeb says otherwise. InsaWeb says there will be 45-mile-an-hour wind gusts either coming Wednesday or Thursday, with 15 to 25-mile-an-hour sustained winds. I don't know if they're talking about next or this one, but either way, if you switch to wind gust view and move around the slider, you can see there's less of it at night. Like the greens is 12 to 16 miles an hour. But then come tomorrow, 11 a.m., you get the oranges on the map, and dark orange, which is 25 miles an hour or greater. And that's what the concern is. But with the cold front thing moving in Friday, we have a lot of dry air and potential for a lot more gusts. So the weekend looks pretty bad, like Friday and Saturday. See why the northern area of California has critical fire weather warning. Like I just showed you on predictive services, starting Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That's everywhere that there's red. That's getting 45 miles an hour to 50 almost. That's not good at all for fire. So, in general, the wind will be southwest, meaning blowing towards the northeast, but towards, the river complex and over there, it's a south wind almost that might blow things to the north. Of course, we don't know. That's looking pretty far ahead, but it's looking bad. It's looking like we'll have increased activity on what the other fires we were always starting to forget about, like the Dixie and river complex and Antelope, and even down to the Caldor. You do see Lake Tahoe down there, but mostly affecting the Dixie. So we'll see what they can do. Every day is a race against time with firefighting. Get as much as you can done while the weather's favorable, and if you have done everything, you'll have minimal impact. If your defenses are incomplete, you'll have a severe impact during the next wind event. That's the way it goes. So it's really high elevation here. So even though this is prevailing winds in general, on certain ridges you can have extreme fire activity. It'll just depend. So let's look back and see if our videos have arrived. We still don't have our river complex vid. Okay, that's K&P fire. Do we have... That's the radio that just crackled. Dixie East Zone. Let's see if that meeting is uploaded yet. Oh wait, that's 7:30. It's probably not uploaded yet because that's the future. Alright, let's check Tulare County to see if we've got any no new evacuation info. We keep checking. Let's look at Cal Fire Last Modoc. There's a Dixie Fire Community Meeting update at Greenville High School, Junior Senior High School, tomorrow at 6 to 8. It'd be best to attend that in person if a person can. We don't have any new video for that. Let's go back to that's lesson. Okay, the Sequoia National Forest. Did somebody upload that video? Here's them on the Windy Fire 8 hours ago. The update where they were trying to protect the Mule Peak Fire Lookout with that super space blanket looking.
Sierra, LUR 8160.
LUR 8160, Sierra.
Engine 8160, out of service. Mayor on call.
Sierra copies 1858.
Okay. So L. Antoinette Anderson says, I think Devin something is more flammable, at least as an invasive non-native, is gorse. Heavy on south coast where I live. Promote at least one burning down of abandoned. Oh yeah, the south coast of Oregon, yeah. That is, I haven't looked into gorse, but I've heard about it. So, even more flammable than Scotch broom. South coast of Oregon, yeah. There's a lot we can do. Once the public realizes something's in danger, they'll react. We've mostly been sleeping, There's a lot of people in Oregon that go, I love blackberries, they're everywhere, and I get to eat them. And I'm like, do you understand how bad they are as a fire risk? Especially growing up underneath power lines. They may have really contributed to the spread of the Beachy Creek fire, which trapped and killed people and burnt down communities. Blackberry vines were allowed to grow underneath the power lines. And when you get blackberry vines going, even though they look green, they can be dry as a bone. You could take your finger and snap them, and the stems would break. They can have a 13-foot tall flame. On bushes, they're only 4 to 5 feet tall.
If you're out of service for the evening, dispatch on call available through the answering service. Time check 1900, KM26.
Dusty says gorse is the devil's back scratcher. Invasive species some Scotsman brought to Oregon because he thought it would make a nice hedge. Oh dear. Oh dear. Kind of like possums were probably brought to Oregon by Southerners who wanted to hunt them and cook them or have pets during the World War II when the shipbuilding stuff happened. Now possums are everywhere eating all of the bird eggs, ground nesting birds, the ducks and geese, and just wreaking havoc. But the opossum, the Virginia opossum, doesn't belong west of the Rocky Mountains. It's never been out here before, so it's been devastating. But it could have been just like 6 of them. I wonder if they would ever do a genetic study. They're probably just 6 of them, and they're by the millions now. So we don't have the video yet. Yeah, I'm not going to show that comment. Big dog. Let's see. Sharing a larger map of the Windy Fire. Okay. Wow, we've got a good map. But it's one of those where we can only see it when it's nighttime, unless there's a plume and clear skies. So the forecast for things like the Windy and the KMP is that we're going to get more ventilation for the fire, which might mean clearer skies, but a lot more activity. It's been relatively dormant, even as fierce and active as they've been, because A, they put a ring of retardant around it, which is failing now, but B, they've had smoke blankets on them. Even so, they've been really active even at night. So when wind really hits them, we're going to see them explode, and there's no other way to describe that, to finally roar to life and show themselves. Right now we're seeing tip of the iceberg stuff with these fires' potential, so help can't come too soon. We just hope that it arrives real fast. So yeah, the thing where we could cut people some slack is, at least in the past, they didn't know about invasive species. I'm much more angry at places like Home Depot now, which has been caught selling Scotch brew in California. There should be mass protests. There should be boycotts until they change that policy. Like, please stop promoting the weed that could help burn down California. Thanks. It's like selling illegal fireworks to children and telling them to light them off everywhere. I mean, it's that level of irresponsibility. The company may not even know about it, but we should have a lot. If the government won't make a law about it, then at least citizens can stand up. And the source that I've gotten this from was photographs of people shopping at Home Depot in a Facebook group called California's Invasive Plants. That's one of the Facebook groups, so I'm not making that up. But the nice thing is if we do a big letter writing campaign like that, which I'll try to organize later, we might get some results. If you care about the environment too, you don't want Scotch broom because it monocultures, strangles every other native plant, and kills wildlife with poison. So, you know, it might be good. The left and the right definitely hate that plant because it kills livestock, kills native plants, and promotes fire. Everybody should be on board with, that movement. Let's see. We don't have any aircraft. CAL FIRE has a tweet of Institute are removing dead trees. I'm not sure what that is. CAL FIRE disappointed me greatly. They basically said that the bark beetles and such were native, and it's like a record scratch, not the Japanese ones. There was big headlines in the early 90s when they were found that if unchecked, the invasive Japanese bark beetle will destroy, ultimately, large swaths of California's forests. That was the huge, massive headlines. The next sad headlines in the early 2000s were, whoopsie, got out of control. We never were able to get them under control, and we're reaping more than 20 years, what, 30 now? Of 30-ish years almost of the beetle kill. Yeah, there's a couple native species, but our trees have defenses for them. They're native. They don't have defenses against the massive swarms of the invasive ones that don't have natural predators. That's the point. Invasives are invasive because they don't have natural predators. They run amok unchecked. So I was sorely disappointed when CAL FIRE was kind of maybe mistakenly, I hope it was just a mistake saying that, but well, we'll see. We're kind of deaf, dumb, and blind to the K&P until we get some on the windy and some videos. So still no video upload, I don't think. We could go to oh, that's right, the reservation had its own a Facebook page, right? So let's duplicate the tab. I'm sorry if my video is buffering. Please just do a refresh and that should be okay. YouTube has been acting funny all day. I don't think it's me. I've got a real robust, healthy internet connection, so let's go to Chili Reservation and see if they have a windy update. One hour ago, lightning storm blew through Thursday evening and caused a windy fire here on our reservation. Prayers and safety to all. There's a video, a home video. I don't know who manages this page or if it's official. It started in 2017. Yeah, I don't know if this is actually official. This is local business, which I'm kind of, what? So, I don't know, it doesn't look like the page. Oh, Sequoia National Park had a page. Yeah, these are private groups and stuff. Let's just go to Sequoia National Park. I almost forgot. In Three Kings Canyon. They may have videos for the KMP. Yeah, 2 hours ago. Let's see if the upload is smoother. Let's see. Let's try this again.
And thanks for getting the more curves out.
evening. Everybody ready to get going? Yes. I know, there's a lot going on here. So, Mark Ruggiero, Sequoia Kings Fire Information Officer. Thanks for coming tonight. A little impromptu, no agenda, but I think we're going to go over this. So, if you'd like to look at Facebook Live on the Sequoia Kings Facebook page, it will be there. So, let's get going. I'll introduce Clay Jordan, our superintendent.
Okay, thanks. Well, good evening. I've now at least met a number of you. I came on board last November as the superintendent of Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Park. And as I said the other evening, you know, this is not a great way to have to meet people in this setting. And once again, you know, I'm afraid as a community, we're going to be somewhat tested. And we're going to talk about that and provide you information, and we make a plan. And I really want to emphasize that, you know, we don't just work for the park, we don't just work for the government, we're also your neighbors. And we've evacuated all of our residents out of the park. They've had to evacuate, and so many of the rest of us are your neighbors in Three Rivers. And so this is a community, obviously, we care about. And we're going to roll up our sleeves and work together. And I can tell you so far that's what's been happening. So I want to just give you a quick rundown of where we're at, and then I'm going to turn it over to our incident commander, who will provide more information. But as many of you know, we had the thunderstorms, of course, that rolled through Thursday evening. It generated 3 fires in the park. 2 of them became real problematic because of where they were located. Really steep, difficult terrain to access. We identified them as threats immediately Friday morning when we discovered them, and we jumped on them. Now, because of their locations, we weren't able to get in with ground resources, but we got a lot of support from the air, and we literally started painting the mountains red and retardant, bucketing our partners with from the state, CAL FIRE, and Tulare County Fire, and I can tell you these agencies are working terrifically together, along with the Sheriff's Department, along with the Office of Emergency Services, along with the Board of Supervisors. Larry McCarty's here this evening. Everybody has really focused on this. I can tell you that from the federal and state resources, this is a very high priority to get a handle on these fires. And so towards that effort, we then recognized pretty early on that we would need a larger incident management team to help us manage it. I talked about 2 nights ago that we had a high complexity incident management team coming, a type 2 team out of the Rocky Mountain region, and they are here now. And so I kind of feel like we've got some good cavalry that has arrived, and they're working with our folks. But this morning we recognized, and just out of precaution, that it could be big enough that we want to even have more resources available to handle it. And so we activated the highest complexity incident management team, a type 1 team. And so they are on their way. They're pre-positioned in Portland, and they're traveling as we speak. They will be here tomorrow. So I feel really optimistic. I think the efforts that have been going on up to this point have been fantastic. And we've got to roll up our sleeves. This is really going to be a challenging situation. But I feel we've got the benefit of a type 1 team, a type 2 team. We've got CAL FIRE, we've got the county, and we've got so much effort being poured into the situation that I'm feeling good about, that this community is in the best position to be protected as best as we can do. And so with that, I think I'll introduce, and so this evening, we're going to try to provide a lot of information. We're going to try to answer questions and talk about what we know and what we don't know. I will advise you up front that, the fire behaviors we've been seeing across the West with this period of drought has made these fires less predictable. And so when we talk about crystal balls and what's the fire going to do, that's a really tough question for us to answer. But we're going to do the best we can with providing you what we know and what we think may be happening next. And so you'll hear from each of the agencies this evening that are engaged in this effort together. And so with that, I'm going to begin with Lee Matheson, who is our Deputy Fire Management Officer from the park. Very talented incident commander, been doing an incredible job.
As we transition from our current organization and keeping our team with us. So I just want to move this a bit so you guys can kind of see the map. It's not the best, but it's something to point at. Things were looking pretty good. About 10:30 last night, the fire behavior got very active in the park along the General's Highway between
I'm sorry, I think my internet just burped. It said my connection to my streaming software was severed, so in case there was an interruption, I want to start here. This is the meat and potatoes. The intro was, I feel very good about the situation, which is making me frown a bit, because yesterday they concluded that it would be a catastrophe if the fire crossed the river, and it did. So they said that they received some help today and more is coming. I couldn't quite make it out from who, but this is the meat and potatoes right here. Now, if my stream stopped for some reason and people start saying that, you can tell them to refresh. Just refresh the page. So, but as he was explaining it, I just saw some strange activity from YouTube. It might be YouTube. It's been weird all day. So. But here is from the beginning. He's now explaining yesterday, and the biggest threat to the community is the Paradise Fire. There's two parts. They're going to merge together if they haven't already, the Paradise and the Colony. But the Paradise is the one that's right on the doorstep of Three Rivers and Silver City and Oak Grove, excuse me. So here he starts to explain that, and I'm struggling to kind of understand him with this muffled audio. If we'll see what we can do.
2 days as we transition from our current organization, and
he also said, even though he's looking optimistic about the amount of help coming, he said these fires are unpredictable, though. Yeah, they are.
Keeping our teams and stuff with us. So I just want to move this a bit so you guys can kind of see the map. It's not the best, but it's something to point at and follow along with. So I'll focus primarily on the Paradise Fire. We do have the Colony Fire, but the Paradise Fire is the one that poses the most significant impact to the community of Three Rivers. So I'm sure that's the one you're the most interested in. So I'll start last night, yesterday's operations and the last night. So yesterday we had a fair amount of smoke, as you know. Kept the fire relatively subdued towards the afternoon. The smoke lifted. We were able to get aircraft up. We flew all of our helicopters and fixed-wing retardant in efforts to keep the progression out of the park, the western progression of the fire checked up. The smoke settled in. Things were looking pretty good. About 10:30 last night, the fire behavior got very active in the park along the General's Highway between Potwisha Campground and Hospital Rock. It came down to the east of the Middle Fork, spotted across the Middle Fork, ran up and spotted over the General's Highway. So at that time we had fire on both sides of the highway between, again, Potwisha and Hospital Rock. That fire was burning uphill pretty aggressively at night. Typically you would assume that the fire will slow down at night, and it wasn't. That's just an indicator of how dry the fuels are, and remarkably light winds on it. So typically fires are going to move around at night with the winds on it, and there weren't a lot of winds on it. The fire was also very active underneath the Milk Ranch and the Milk Ranch repeater. There's a drainage that doesn't have a name. We just call it no name drainage. It had a fair amount of fire in there, and it ran up that through most of the night and flanking to the west. Fire settled down a little bit this morning, and then we recognized early on the severity of the situation. At about 8 o'clock, 8:30, the fire had hit Milk Ranch repeater and knocked out our communication system within the park. So our primary command channel is the one we're using to talk on. Command to the firefighters across the park was knocked out, so that's a significant event. We also recognize the severity of the fire potentially moving downslope, impacting the communities of Three Rivers. Right after we briefed our morning firefighters at 7, I was able to talk with Chief from Tulare County and a Chief from CAL FIRE, and we immediately started developing plans to coordinate efforts and bolster our resources we have to bring to bear on the fire. So we've developed a plan. They're contributing a significant amount of resources in the form of hand crews, engines, and dozers and things like that, and we're working out into the community now, start to begin efforts to prep. The fire is not in a good place. It's not in a good place to go after the people. It's steep, inaccessible terrain. I think today, and only up until about a half an hour ago,